the surprise. Then I hear it, a sound that just seems out of place in this house. My spine stiffens, and I sit up straighter, listening. It's a woman's voice, and it's not Jackie's. But it's Ridge's voice, too. I hurry out of the sunroom, walk down the hall to the kitchen, and then stop just outside the living room. The voices are coming from the front foyer, I think. "What the hell did you expect me to do, you ego freak?" the woman says, her voice high-pitched and strained. "You didn't answer any of my calls. You must have told Tobin not to either, because he only answered one. How else was I supposed to track you down?" "There's your mistake, hunting me down in the first place. None of this is any of your goddamn business, Bebe." Rich's voice is pure thunder. "None of my business, huh? How about the creep with a voice like a bad Tom Waits impression? He left me a message saying you'd better quit boasting about being engaged to some pumpkin bumpkin from Wisconsin, or I'd be real sorry. And I'm not supposed to be upset? I'm not supposed to wonder what the hell is going on with you ever since you ran off to go cow tipping?" My stomach sinks. Another message, just like the one they left for Noelle. If there was ever any doubt Clay isn't behind all this, it's gone up in smoke. "Jesus, look, you don't need this, Ridge," the woman continues. "A bunch of rotten PR claiming you're some kind of weirdo going after farmers' daughters fresh out of high school is the last thing you need. I'll never be able to shop your name again. 1, she's in her 20s, and those shit-eating jackals made up the rest like they always do. Hand to God. 2, it's complicated, but let me reiterate, it's none of your business. 3, fuck you for still trying to shop me around," he growls. "How many times do I need to tell you, Bebe? I left L.A., I'm done with Hollywood, and every last cup of it's shit. Ridge, listen." Her voice softens as she sucks in a breath. "I get it. I emphasize with how traumatic losing your mother must have been. I just think it's time to—" "No, it's time to hop on a jet and go home. Find yourself some new talent. I can't believe you wasted a day coming all the way out here to dirty up your designer heels." I'm about to back down the hall when my foot scuffs the floor. Ridge turns around and sees me. Uh-oh. My insides sink to my feet as he stares at me, his eyes still a dense blue storm. "That's her, I'm assuming," the woman says, turning up her nose. "The mysterious Miss Sellers." I wiggle several fingers like a waving idiot. Nothing prepared me for this. She steps up next to Ridge for a better look, all Hollywood fierceness distilled into a pint-sized lioness. Her hair is red, professionally dyed and styled. If she wanted to, the woman could be a Reba McEntire double. She's tall, slender, wearing a black pencil skirt and fitted jacket that are fashion magazine perfect. Her white silk blouse and patented leather heels complete the bitch queen ensemble. Her outfit screams money about as strongly as my jeans and basic sweatshirt scream Wisconsin poor. They might be comfortable, but I doubt my whole wardrobe costs as much as one of her shoes. Ridge walks toward me, flashing a fake smile that only heightens my nerves. He's doing it to ease my apprehension, and right now, good freaking luck. He takes my hand, firmly, urging me into the living room. "This is Grace Sellers, the one and only, soon to be my other half." He flashes me another fake smile. "Grace, meet Bebe Silk, my former agent." He's got to be kidding. No one has a name like Bebe Silk, not naturally. But as much as I'd love to focus on that, I can't ignore the fact that he's leaning into the wind, playing up the lie he started at the Bobcat, the same whopper those tabloids got a hold of and ran wild with, desperately asking me to go along with it. Why? "Really, Ridge?" Bebe rolls her eyes in her porcelain face. "Really, Bebe," he snaps. "Play nice." His tone is so harsh I look over at him, flinching at the anger etched on his face. Oh, that gets her. Her eyes whip to both of us, dark and focused like some strange hawk rather than a human being. Pointing past her, he then says, "Now that you've had your little peek into my life, how about you get back in your rental, drive out of here, and fly home to L.A.? Bebe doesn't flinch, at least not in a way I notice. Instead, she lifts her chin proudly and plants her hands on her narrow hips with an audible thump. "You don't want to talk to me like that, Barnett. I'm your only hope of ever working with a studio again." "Hell of a threat, considering I'm done with that for the 1,000th time," he says coldly. "You're the one who wants me back. Royalties and residuals aren't what they used to be without all the changes in media. But you know they'd kill to see me play one more film. Or at least pay through the fucking nose for it." "I've never denied my interests. It's you who still can't figure out they're the same as yours, money aside." Bebe shakes her head. I have people calling me, Ridge, asking if those hit pieces are true. Bull, you didn't come out here for answers. We've been in this industry long enough to know those dung beetles will roll a grain of truth into a fucking boulder. He gives her a death glare, then raises a hand and points at her. Tell them it's true, Bebe. I'm engaged to Grace Sellers. And tell them that anyone who tries to get to her has to come through me. She throws her hands in the air. Lovely. I see that temperament is back. That anger is what almost ruined your career. You know, it's a miracle Hammond wasn't in his right mind to press charges. Don't go there again. His hand lets mine fall like dead weight. Enough. You know better than to say that name around here, he snarls, his voice like a roaring wave taking a ferocious step toward her. Get out. Those two clipped words make me tremble. Holy hell. I can feel how stiff he's become, see the fury curdling his face, and I don't have a clue what I should say, do, or think while he's in this state. The man I'm looking at now is a beast of brewing rage, a stranger, not the kind-hearted guardian I know. Bebe isn't amused. She stands in the arched doorway between the foyer and the living room, tapping one heel and waves a hand at the portrait of Ridge's mother. What would she think of all this? Think of you. What you're doing, still playing these games? Breaking news. She's dead, he says coldly. Again, I shiver, tucking my arms around me. And who was there to get you through it when she died? Bebe jabs a thumb at her chest. Me! That's who! I'm the only person you've ever been able to count on. When you ran off, joined the army, who covered your stupid ass? Me! That night when the cops wanted to talk to you, who had a pretty little alibi waiting for you, Prince Charming. You guessed it. Me. Alibi? Cops? My insides go cold. The world starts spinning. Sure, police could mean anything, but I have this dread building. Whatever happened was serious, and somehow just dirty. Ridge turns, casting his stormy gaze. I feel like I'm shrinking into the floor. I don't understand that look. I'm too afraid. I can't connect with the pain, the agony, the brute plea in his dark pupils screaming, Grace, wait. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I say. So, I think you two need some privacy. Excuse me. Without waiting for a response, I pivot around and practically run down the hall.
14. No grand scheme. Ridge. To no one's surprise, I've officially hit my fucking limit on drama. The frustrated growl I've been holding in damn near shakes the room. It's not because the slick, mouthy, all-too-cat-like woman in front of me ever said anything wrong. It's because Bebe Silk, god damn her, is absolutely right. She was there for me all of those times, second only to Tobin in helping ensuring I didn't drown in my own bad decisions. I'm right, too. She'd done it for the money. I was her biggest workhorse. Even now, I think she'd take a bullet for me if it meant getting my ass to agree to one more film and a cool 7-figure payoff. Anything to keep her in designer shoes, imported wines, and a new addition for her castle outside Huntington Beach. I try to swallow my hot anger without choking on puffed-up pride. Let's go. Right now. I bite off, waving a hand, marching her straight to my office without explanation. Since she's already poisoned my day, we're going to settle this now. Then I'm going to send her packing, even if I have to personally drag her to the nearest airstrip and throw her on a plane. Bebe walks in first, dark amusement lashing her eyes. Of course she's enjoying this. Of fucking course. Closing the door, I walk over and sit down at my desk, pushing my hands out farther than they really need to be, blocking her from any dumb ideas. I swear to fuck, if this woman tries to sit on my desk... The worst part is, she'd picked a great time to interrupt. I'd been down here talking to Falk, checking up on his intel, when the sensor at the end of the driveway pinged me with an unexpected visitor. The camera down there snapped a clear picture of who it was, and truthfully, seeing it was Bebe hadn't surprised me. I should have heeded Tobin's warning and called her back. "Well, what's really going on here, Reg?" she asks, plopping all 4-foot-something of herself into the chair across from me. I hold in a sigh of relief. I'm engaged to Grace Sellers, I say. End of story. Bullshit. She shakes her head like she's trying to get something out of those fiery red ripples. I shrug. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, lady. You know, for an A-lister, you're not very original. Didn't any of those scripts rub off? Some of them had damn good writers behind them. This line is so old it wouldn't work on my grandmother. What if I need it to work? I ask, staring her down. Why? She frowns, rubbing her chin with inch-long red fingernails. No, I shake my head. You don't deserve that. Not after you barged in here and had to self-insert into my business again. Let's cut the crap, Barnett. She looks me in the eye. You're in trouble again. I knew it as soon as those trashy tabloids and gossip blogs started shouting your name from the rooftops. And that freak on the phone? My God. I've heard better big-shot mafioso threats and auditions. Just tell me what's really going on, and we'll... No. Not this time. I whisper. Is this still about him? I know you must have heard. Linus Hammond died a few months ago. She says. Good. That soulless maggot spawned straight from hell deserved a return trip there years ago. Yeah, I know. Got your message. I grind out. Oh, cute. A reply would have been nice. She sighs. His death was purely natural. It had nothing to do with your disagreement. If your disagreement ever escalated that far. Wink, wink. She motions like she's zipping her bright pink lips. I stare daggers, wondering if this is the day she starts threatening me. Blackmailing me with a heinous secret only known to her and Tobin. There's no telling if anything is truly beneath this woman. I know that too, I snap. What's your point? What's yours? If this isn't about Hammond, then what? What else could it be? She muses. I say nothing. Call me a bastard, but I wouldn't have cared one bit if our disagreement killed him. That's what I was trying to do, wasn't it? That prick had it coming. If it wasn't for Tobin, I might have brought a fucking gun. Some days I regret not blowing his brains out then and there in the back of that place, even if it would have meant rotting behind bars. Only that would mean I couldn't be here for Grace. You'd better believe I'll celebrate the day Clay Grindle gets neutralized, or applaud the man or woman that does him in. Falk finally came through with good intel on his group. Lots of it, judging by the attachments. I can't wait to get this over with so we can pull a few guys together and talk options. Then again, Bebe could help me play my hand so Grindle shows up where I want him. What's it going to take for you to leave? I ask. Money? Because if that's what you're after, I'll cut you a check right now. Severance, we'll call it. She looks at me numbly, but then turns and walks past the other side of the desk, to the wall where the new collage of military pictures Grace finished hangs. These are rather unique. It's not quite art, like the kind back home, but it has a certain rustic charm, doesn't it? I saw the one with Judy's picture in the foyer. Where'd you get them? Grace made them. I don't know why I bother telling her. She lifts a brow when she glances at me. Her? Really? It can't be that fucking hard to believe, can it? She's got a good eye for decor. I let pride and grace overwhelm the acid derision for this woman steaming in my blood. Stepping over to my desk, she reaches out, clicking a drumming beat against the polished wood top with her wicked long nails. I'm no longer your agent. You said so yourself. So I'm not sure your little severance package would be appropriate. I've told her that several times. Don't want to have to tell her again, but if that's what it takes to help Grace, fine. Bebe can be my agent again. I never signed on with anyone else, I say. Every last one of those words like a rock on my tongue. If you're that hard up, then maybe, just maybe, I'll keep the door open on one more film. Don't get too excited. I'm not promising anything. Her eyes light up like dual suns. That's when I realize just how much Grace means to me. Can't imagine there's another woman on earth worth this torture. An hour later, after Bebe's gone, satisfied for now and so willing to help gag me, I walk to the cabin, talk to Nelson, and then Grace. He's still in bed, but sitting up without looking like he's about to fall over again. He doesn't look as ash gray as he did a few days ago. Progress. Feeling better? I ask.
Getting there.
Nodding, he adds.
I owe you a lot, Ridge. An awful lot. I know I'm a real pain in the butt, but hell, you made the right call, making me cool my heels.
I smile at Grace and the nurse. If you don't mind, I'd like a chance to talk to Nelson alone, please. Grace looks at me, nervous and concerned. It won't take long, I assure her, and I promise I won't wear him out.
Sure,
Jackie says, throwing back a kind smile.
We'll be in the other room.
I'm sincere about not wanting to cause Nelson setbacks, but I need him to know I'm trying to help. Sitting down on the chair beside the bed, I fold my hands in my lap and look at him. Remember boot camp, Nelson? Probably different in your day, I'm sure, but if it's anything like the grind I went through, you had a drill sergeant who put you through the ropes every day, so when the time came, you didn't have to think. The response, the instant, was drilled into you.
Sir, yes, sir,
he says with a twinkle in his eyes.
How could anybody ever forget that circus?
I smile, grateful he's able to pull a little humor out of this. That's what we need now. Drills, practice, so we'll be good and ready when the enemy shows up. The laughter leaves his eyes.
No, we'll leave before they come. You're crazy if you're planning to turn your place into a battlefield against those sorry thugs.
The two of you don't stand a chance alone. You have nowhere to go, I tell him, raking a hand through my hair. Enough running. It's time to stand and fight. He's shaking his head fiercely, even though he knows I'm right.
I know this isn't how you wanted it, Nelson. Not for you or Grace, and I'm willing to help you change it, give you both a fresh start. But it'll take all of us working together.
He shakes his head, then nods, then shakes his head again.
I'm no good to you. Can't even help fix this crap. That drill sergeant of a nurse won't let me out of this bed except to piss.
He groans. Yep, that's her job. It's how you're going to get better. Strong enough to help me out. I don't want to hint that I know as much as I do about his past, so I shift focus. You're paying for her, so you'd better get your money's worth.
I'm not paying.
The VA is, I interject, bending the truth. You're a veteran. He is, yeah, but I know full well the hoops veterans have to jump through to get decent medical care outside of an authorized facility. Of course I'm paying for the nurse and anything else he needs. And no, he doesn't need to know it just yet.
How'd you make that happen anyway?
He asks, a good sign his mind is firing on all cylinders. I give him a wink. I have my ways. Something else I wanted to mention. I started this whole media thing. I'm the one who told that jackknife asshole at the Purple Bobcat that Grace and I were engaged. He told his boss, and we saw the fallout. I shrug, meeting his confused look. Wouldn't be much of a soldier if I didn't accept responsibility. He lets that sink in before he asks,
So what's your plan?
The media leaks all say Grace and I are engaged. I figure this asshole is trying to run her off, get her away from here by slandering my reputation, thinking I can't stand the spotlight. They have to know I left Hollywood for some peace and quiet. They're using that against me, trying to scare you both into leaving, so he can snap you up.
That's his style,
Nelson says glumly.
Bastard thinks he can control everything, every movement. I'm thankful he's a little out of his element here. having no clue how showbiz works.
Exactly. My plan is to make his plan backfire. Grace and I will put on a show, act engaged. I'll take her to town, make sure everybody knows your girl hooked the most eligible new bachelor in Dallas. It's time I introduce myself to the town properly, too. I'll encourage folks to go wild, posting their pics of us on their social media sites, giving interviews, the works.
That's only going to
piss off the Milwaukee boys. That's what we want. Force their hand, bring them here, where we'll be ready. I pat his arm. Our turf, our rules. I have good, capable friends who'll help us out. All former military guys. One was even in the FBI. I know the sheriff and his right-hand man. We'll be ready and waiting. Ready to swing shut the biggest damn mousetrap you've ever seen. For a second he turns it over, his eyes brightening. They're a shade paler than Grace's. Then he shakes his head, heaving out a sigh.
Nah, you can't rope more guys into this. Wouldn't be right. The old town boys are smarter than you'd think. And Clay, he's got millions at his disposal.
He hangs his head.
Yeah, I know you're probably richer than him, Ridge, but he's a straight-up thug. A savage who's been in this game his whole life. Outsmarting him isn't as easy as you think.
Excitement hits my blood, knowing he trusts me enough to name names. I'm planning it down to the last detail, I say, giving him a fierce nod. The more I think about this, the more I know it's our only chance. My buddies have taken down bigger scum than Clay. They'll have our backs. He looks at me, studying my face, looking for any sign of weakness. I can tell he's close to agreeing. He wants to, but he's too used to being prey. After what they've suffered, it's too hard to believe they could be on the hunter's side.
She won't do it, he says. Grace, I mean. It's not all up to me.
I lean in closer. With your permission, leave that to me. It's time this ends, and we can make it happen for both of you. He rubs his forehead, sighing again.
She won't get hurt. You promise me, mister?
I'll protect her with my life, just like you've done since the day she was born. To bring it home, I add. Just like you promised her mother, I'm sure. You've seen what I'm willing to do to keep her safe. Both of you. You have my word, Nelson. A hot tear I pretend not to see slips out of his eye. Wiping at it while I look away, he nods.
All right, Ridge. Sold. You have my blessing to marry.
He holds up his fingers and makes quotation marks, then smiles.
Marry my little girl. And if she asks, then yeah. I'll tell her I agree with your plan 100%. Welcome to the family.
It's an honor, I say, giving him back a joking smile. From my eyes, it's nothing but total sincerity pouring out. Several hours later, Grace and I arrive in town. Convincing Nelson this plan will work was like eating candy compared to her. I had to mention Nelson name-dropped Clay Grindle and the old town boys before she'd even listen. She'd gone as white as a sheet. Swore her father hardly ever spoke their names, even to her. Almost like he believes it's inviting a curse. I confessed I'd done more homework with Falk. I know how slippery Grindle is, how cutthroat, and how he believes he'll never lose. I watched her walk off to the cabin after telling her to ask her old man himself if she doesn't believe he agreed to the plan. She returned to the house with tension and hope dancing in her eyes. I still don't think this is the best idea, she says, as if reading my mind. I mean, just driving into town like this and making sure everyone knows what's up? Just wait. You'll see how fast word spreads on the gossip vine in this little town. She's staring at the ring on her finger, the one I'd pulled out of the safe in my bedroom. It's the same engagement ring my father gave to my mom, a blue diamond wrapped in an ornate silvery frame. Supposedly, It once belonged to a Russian royal before revolution scattered the Tsar's jewels to the winds. They were only married long enough to have me, but my mother kept that ring like it was part of the crown jewels. It was a relief to find out it fits Grace's finger just like it was made for her. She lets out a sigh and glances out the window. So what's the plan here? Run up and down the street, screaming we're engaged? We should have brought Cornelius for that. Less bird poop this way, I say, holding back a snort. Her head snaps around so fast her neck pops. Oh my God, you're serious, aren't you? I laugh, park the truck, and turn off the engine. Darling, I learned 3 things about North Dakota as soon as I got here. 1. There's always at least one Lutheran church in every town. 2. The residents do not need a reason to fill a bar on Friday or Saturday nights. 3. They eat hot dish like hamburger and tater tots won't be around next year. At least it gets a laugh out of her. I point out the window. First, we're going into that diner. We'll eat and then walk across the street to that bar called Libations for a few beers and a little dancing. Don't worry, it's a little more upscale than Grady's place. I don't dance. You will tonight, sweetheart. I open my door and wink at her. The way her cheeks light up cherry red wakes up my dick. 2 hours later, I have her on the dance floor. Turns out, she's a natural. And watching her sway to the loud country music booming from the speakers ignites my blood. If it was hell fighting off my heart on before, it's excruciating now. I catch her hand, giving her a twirl, loving how she smiles real sweet at me mid-spin. After she's made a flawless pirouette, I grasp her waist, pulling her up flush against me. These tits are destroyers of men, I swear. The urge to do shameful acts of fuckery I'll regret in the morning roars through me like a wind. You lied to me, Grace, I say into her ear. You know damn well how to dance. She laughs and slips out of my hold, twisting her shoulders with a saucy little switch of her hips. She does another twirl before stepping closer again. I didn't say I can't dance. I said I don't dance. Words, mister. Little minx. Her smile, the shimmer in her eyes, the way her gold hair flips and falls back in soft waves around her face, over her shoulders, mesmerizes me for life. I know how insane that sounds. I'm the dude living this crazy. Fact remains, I can't take my eyes off her, and I wouldn't be a red-blooded male if I wasn't thinking about fucking her hard and deep. There's no denying it. She's had me thinking about that in sweltering flashes ever since I saw her at the Purple Bobcat, hiding her curves behind that puffy white coat. It's a trope in every romance film ever made to tug on heartstrings. Instant attraction. Turns out, it's a hell of a lot more interesting when it happens in real life. When you meet a girl who's such a magnet, you wind up fighting yourself tooth and nail to stay sane. And not giving into pure insanity is getting harder every minute I spend with my eyes glued to those flaming blue eyes, those ample tits, an ass I could hit so hard I'd wake the dead. Sweet mercy. I've played more than one role where my character was insta-lusting after a woman, and a couple scenes later, we were in bed together. I've had my share of flings in real life, too. Cautiously, because I've always known the risks. Sleeping with the wrong person has destroyed more than one career in Tinseltown. I shake my head, dispelling the sex-crazed track I've been heading down, and grab Grace by the waist, holding her hips against mine as we fly across the floor to another tune. The feel of her, the scent, the sight, it's the grounding I need, even if it's still driving me a special kind of crazy. I need to remember why we're here. As the music ends, I grasp her hand and pull her up on the small corner stage where the local band, who aren't bad for a group of kids barely old enough to drink, flash a thumbs up. They must appreciate how we've been tearing up the floor. She's frowning as I shoot her a grin before asking the lead singer if I can borrow his mic. The singer passes it over with a lopsided grin and flips his guitar aside to clap politely as I take center stage, pulling Grace along with me. Not so much as a beer bottle clinking against the table can be heard as all eyes settle on us. First, I ask them to give the band a big Dallas hand. They applaud generously. No surprise. They're being plenty generous to me, too. When it quiets down, I look out over the crowd, a group of hard-working folks that truly are the heart of this nation. Farmers and oil men still smudged up in their clothes, hard-working office women giddy with time off, a couple police officers in their uniforms drinking beers, though I don't see Drake or Sheriff Wallace with them. Dallas has a pulse. This little town looks out for everybody in it. The very thing I always heard my army buddies talking about when they'd get homesick. They'd been jealous of me, of course, and told me point blank when they found out who I really was. I'd pretended my life was amazing, never letting on how I'd envied them. All for this sense of home. Hi, ladies and gents. I have a big announcement. I say into the mic, and for the first time in my life, I'm nervous. I'm speaking from the heart, my words rather than a script. But first I want to say thank you. I'd wager a few folks in the crowd knew who I was, even before the latest flap in the media came out. I'm sure you've all seen it. Ever since my arrival in Dallas, you've treated me like I'm just another neighbor. The new guy who bought that ranch on the land old Jonah Reed always swore was no good. A low rumble of laughs winds through the crowd. I knew mentioning North Earhart Oil's founder would help win over any holdouts. It's true. I'll never laugh off winter again after spending entire weeks snowed in, I say. And I'm glad I did. So the next time I visit Southern California, I'll have plenty of horror stories for the folks who freak if it dips below 50 degrees. I wait until more laughter dies. Seriously, though, it's not the weather telling me how good I've got it. Dallas folks show me every week. I appreciate being able to go to the cafe, the grocery store, feed store, gas station, and bars without being assaulted with news hounds looking to break the next big scoop on Ridge Barnett's scandalous life. The crowd goes quiet, but faces are smiling. Grace's hold on my hand tightens. I squeeze her hand back, silently showing her that I know what I'm doing. Y'all made me feel like one of the guys, but I never realized what being one of the guys meant until now. Until recently when, as some of you know, the news hounds discovered where I've been holed up. I want to apologize for that, and in advance for any and all hyenas who might pop up around here hounding you folks for info. I sigh, looking around the room, watching several worried faces. I should have known the truth would leak out eventually. I should have introduced myself like this sooner, and thought of you, all of you. You respected my privacy, but I didn't respect your community by keeping my head in the sand since I came here last fall. People, I apologize. There are a few hushed mumbles, people wondering where I'm going with all this. I have to admit, I'm better with scripts than I am with improvising on the spot. Still, I know having the community on my side will help thwart the real hyenas I'm worried about coming for Grace and Nelson. Guess what? I flash Grace a grin before continuing. I don't care what the hell the entertainment media says. They'll print their own words in chicken shit if it sells stories. Pardon my French. But here's what I do care about. I grin, waiting for the laughter to die down again. I care what you all think of me. I want you to know I didn't move to Dallas to turn your town upside down with wild rumors. So if anyone asks, I want you to know you heard it from the horse's mouth. And I don't mean Edison's. A few enthusiastic shouts fly out. I think if they could elect that old horse mayor, they would. I've got 'em now. Releasing Grace's hand, I throw my arm around her, tugging her close. Here's the real news. I just got engaged. Her name's Grace Sellers, and yes, her family owned a pumpkin farm in Wisconsin. No, she's old enough to drink and do a whole lot more. Hell yeah, she's loving Dallas just as much as I am, folks. The crowd erupts with raucous clapping, cheers, even a few wolf whistles. Those who were seated dart up, a standing ovation, shouting their congratulations. I was joking when I said I'd shout it from the streets, Grace whispers, as she leans her head on my shoulder. Laughing, I spin her around, loving how the soft lights pool in her shimmering eyes. The kiss is for show, until it isn't. It happens without warning, the instant my mouth finds hers. Then my whole body goes rigid, electrified with white-hot wow. Holy fuck. I don't even need the crowd hooting and hollering to celebrate kissing Grace Sellers for the first time, tasting what's haunted me for too many sweltering nights. She's surprised, but she wants it as bad as I do. Her lips part, offering an inch in the sweetest little whine. I take an entire mile, finding her tongue, chasing her deeply, delicately at first in front of our audience. Her arms tighten on my neck. She's so far gone I think she's over the crowd too, and I pull her in closer, lost in the frenzy, claiming her bottom lip with my teeth. We might have 100 people around us, stuffed in the busy bar, but in our own heat, our passion, our need seething out of every pore and dancing on our lips, we might as well be the only two people ever made. It's scary how good her mouth feels on mine. She tastes like sugar cut with some powerful drug designed to drive me mad. It's almost impossible to break away for air, remembering where we are. As the noise dies down, I say into the mic, "Thank you, Dallas. Grace and I have known each other for a while now. I've had to work hard to convince her to give my ranch a try. She's an interior designer. One hell of a designer, I'll add. In just a few days, she transformed my house from a yuppie mausoleum into a home I'm proud to call mine for the rest of my life." I laugh, delivering a good dose of acting when I say, I was under the impression that just being married to me would be enough. Laughter fills the room as Grace looks at me and shakes her head. Once again, I wait for the noise to fade. Seriously, folks, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now you've heard it from me, so if anyone asks, you know the real story. Be sure to set them straight, and make sure they pay you too. The jackals where I come from will spend an arm and a leg on gossip. I wave the singer closer, throwing my free arm around the kid. He gives me a goofy grin. Before I hand the mic back to my man, I have one more announcement I'm sure you'll be thrilled with. Everybody's bar tab from now until midnight is on Ridge Barnett. So bottoms up.
15. No controlled burn. Grace. I can't decide if I've ever been more embarrassed or more awed in my life. I'm still trying to pull my jaw off the ground. Ridge had that crowd eating right out of his hand. And what he did to me? Insane, indescribable, absolutely deadly. His kiss took me by surprise the first second. 30 seconds later, it took me over. He knew when to tease, when to chase, when to spar, and when to give. I wonder if I'm even in a solid state after melting under his heat, tasting the sexy torment of his lips. And of course, I'm already addicted. That kiss was performance art. If I didn't know the truth, I'd think we really are engaged. Not just from his little speech, but the way he's still all over me, running a firm hand down the small of my back. Oh my God. My panties are so wet, it's a struggle to move by the end of the night. The man is a freaking magician when he can make me believe in an illusion I'm supposedly in on. His touch was too real, like a man who's been awestruck by the woman he's promised to marry. A woman he's seriously in love with. He hasn't left my side all night between introducing us to the townspeople, praising me like I was sent down just for him, hugging me, teasing me. Holy Hades, teasing me. Honestly, it was far more than simple teasing. My libido must be halfway to Mars by now. Dancing with him was a dream, those slow, close, shockingly graceful movements. Every time he reeled me in close, I got a whiff of his aftershave mingled with his scent. It leaves me delirious, this dense, earthy shadow in every breath. Inhaling Ridge Barnett affects my ability to breathe, to think, to control myself. Did I mention his body? It's hard in all the right places. Muscle and ink fused together by a crazed perfectionist, dusted with a halo of raspy stubble, and eyes like a wild thing forever on the hunt. I could go on forever, but that'd require my wits, which I'm not sure I'll ever find again. Praise for Ridge aside, I have to admit, I wasn't half bad tonight. His lead was easy to follow, and he told me where to go, to act as in love with him as he is with me. Never once did the high stakes behind what we're doing leave my brain. Standing our ground is the best option, and I'm grateful we have it, considering everything else close to going haywire. After being around him this long, I expect the unexpected from the handsome, overly sexy, foul-mouthed beast man, hell-bent on saving our lives. What I didn't expect? That I'd ever have this much fun. It's easy when your not-fiancé is a natural jokester, too. He's had people laughing all night, including me. Especially me. Astounding, considering I haven't laughed so hard my sides hurt in ages. I haven't felt so carefree since college. I'd partied more than one night away back then, and remember how I felt the next morning. So I'm nursing my margaritas rather than doing shots with lime and salt on my well-licked hand. Truth be told, tequila has nothing on the high he delivers. Ridge is the life of the party. Hell, the entire gravity. His exuberance has the bar as hyped as he is, everybody in wild spirits. I think they'll be talking for ages about the night a billionaire movie star bought out half the booze on the shelves and let it flow like water. After another round of dancing where he twirls, dips, and kisses me, leaving me thinking terrible things about his godlike stamina, I'm so breathless I could keel over. I need to sit, I say, tumbling into a chair. So, another revelation for the night is just how easily he leaves me in the dust. I'm an active woman, yet I feel my inner couch potato dragging 100 miles behind an ex-military workout fiend. Too much? He sits beside me, hanging an arm around my shoulders. I laugh. You're like the Energizer Bunny. Aw. He leans over and nuzzles my neck, stamping several more fiery kisses on the tender skin under my ear. You sure you want to think of me as some cute, warm thing, darling? Whatever else you do, don't think of me as small. Does he hear himself? Honestly, I'm sure he does. He's trying to kill me with innuendo that's about as subtle as a sausage to the face. Does your ego bruise that easily? I bite my lip and roll my shoulder, easing him back. How'd you like to be a jackrabbit? Real smooth, Grace. I like the sound of that. He lifts my chin with one hand and kisses my lips, sending another shock through my system. Never skips leg day. Awesome hearing. Fucks like he's going out of style. I can work with that animal. You're incorrigible, I spit back, going slack in his arms, hating myself because it just opens the door to more mischief. And you're adorable, especially when you whip out those $10 words, darling. He winks at me and then stands. Ready to call it a night? I have to say yes, even as regret floods me, knowing the fun is over. It's back to stressing over Dad's recovery and the psychos with B-movie villain names who might show up any day. Ugh. Nodding, I get up and wait for him to fetch my coat. A shadow falls over me, about as big as Ridge, but when I look up, it's a tall, muscular man with a similar build, dark hair and emerald green eyes. I tense as he extends a hand. So you're the little lady giving Ridge all sorts of hell. He grins, an accent in his voice that's not from North Dakota. Somewhere southern, I think. Pleased to meet you, ma'am. I'm Quinn Faulkner, a.k.a. Falk, to almost everybody here. Oh, I snap my hand up and give him a hearty shake. Right, he's mentioned you. If you're helping us with our problem, Falk holds up a finger to his lips, still smiling. He's handsome, chiseled in his own right, almost like Ridge belongs to some secret club of sexy strange men hiding in this little town. But I know which one's my favorite. Sorry, I didn't know you'd be here. Is everything all right? I whisper. Besides losing a night of work so I can enjoy some good music and a buzz, it's peachy, he says with a nod. I didn't want to interrupt the main man while he was giving a speech, but I had to come over and introduce myself. "The hell are you doing here, man?" Ridge materializes behind him, holding my coat. "I thought I was hallucinating." "You know me," Falk laughs, raking a hand through his hair. "I gotta break up the monotony and put my finger on the pulse in Dallas. I'm just glad I came out and caught a live performance by the amazing Ridge Barnett, especially seeing how it's starting to feel like spring, and trouble's coming with the pretty weather." "Yeah." Ridge's face goes serious, his smile melting. "Well, I'm glad you had a chance to say hello. I'm waiting on pins and needles for every email." His eyes flash and he slaps Ridge's shoulder. "Enjoy a night off. I heard from Drake that you've got the place all rigged up, looking out for any surprises. Everything's quiet on my end, hoping to have some new leads for you soon. And if shit goes hot," he leans in, and I hear them whispering back and forth, but I can't make it out. "Lovely meeting you again," Falk says, turning back to me with a wave. "You two make a cute couple. Can't wait for the wedding." He winks, scurrying away before Ridge can push him. "What was he saying?" I ask, leaning in closer to his ear. "Telling me he's got our back. That's Falk for you. Hell of a pain sometimes, but I'd be less of a man without friends like him." I smile, weirdly warmed at getting to meet someone else close to him. A friend who's willing to go out on a limb to banish our nightmare. I slide both arms in my coat as he holds it for me. The entire time, I tell myself this is all an act. There's no good reason to be disappointed when we get home and everything reverts back to normal. I'm just relieved it's over, and we managed to pull this off without starting a fire. Well, not one that isn't connected to a suspicious number of nerve endings. It takes a good while to cross the room. Nearly every patron stops to say congratulations or asks me a question about starting design work, and to thank Ridge for the open bar. We're almost to the door when another man walks up to us. "My compliments to both of you, and thanks. The entire town's going to be talking this up forever." He frowns, tugging on the bill of his hat. "Say, those newshounds you mentioned, they'll do anything to get the scoop, won't they?" Ridge nods, but rather than answer, says, "Grace, this is Jess Burland. I bought my truck from his dealership when I first moved here." "Right, sorry," Jess mumbles. "It's real nice to meet you, Grace. I didn't mean to be rude, You weren't being rude," I say, concerned by how he's frowning. "I was just asking because I stepped outside for a smoke earlier. Saw two guys near your truck." My insides freeze. "They might not have done anything, but it looked kind of funny to me." Jess digs around in his pants pocket and pulls out a keyring. "Here, take my ride. Just traded my old one in for something better. Doesn't even have its plates yet. It's parked out back. I'll have yours towed to the shop and check it over in the morning." "Funny how?" Ridge asks, sizing him up. Jess shakes his head. "Well, it was pretty damn obvious. There was a dude climbing out from under your truck while the other guys stood lookout. They didn't see me because I'd gone out the back door and walked around the side of the building." He rattles his keys, still holding them out to Ridge. "Seriously, take my truck, man." "How will you get home?" I ask. He laughs. "Aw, hell, I'm related to half the people in here. I'll get a ride." Ridge takes the key ring and passes over his own set of keys. "Thanks, Jess. I appreciate it." "Not a problem. I'll check it over real good for bugs, surveillance devices," Jess says, quickly darting a look around the room before leaning in. "I saw it in a movie once." Ridge gives him his best poker smile. "I'm sure it's nothing like that. Just a few nosy-ass reporters who never learned to mind anyone's business. I've been watching. Made sure you didn't leave until we talked. Sorry it wasn't sooner. I got held up by Arthur Snowden talking about how he almost cut his finger off fixing his wife's washing machine last night." Grinning, he tells me, "Arthur has a frequent flyer card for the clinic. He's a walking accident and loves to tell everybody about his last ER visit." Nodding at me, Ridge says, "Your truck's out back?" "Yep. You might as well use the back door so you don't have to walk around the whole building." Jess and Ridge talk about checking the truck as we move to the back door. As we cross the patio, where there's a tall outdoor heater blasting hot air, we say goodnight to several people, including a hefty-looking man with one hand wrapped in gauze, the infamous Arthur, I assume. My stomach has been gurgling with dread ever since Jess told us about the men near Ridge's truck. I can't believe I thought this would work. Clay's goons are wolves, plain and simple. Trying to scare them off might just make them more determined. After we climb in a white pickup with Burland Auto Deals painted on the doors, I say, "It was Pete, wasn't it?" "Probably. A prick with a name like Jackknife seems destined for crappy jobs," Ridge says. "I'm glad our announcement worked." Confused, I look at him. "Did it? How do you know?" "Jess is a good guy. By showing up tonight, he saw those busy little fucking bees buzzing around the truck. Proves we've got someone else on our side looking out for us. And now we have a bar full of fine people who will spread our engagement news far and wide. By the end of the weekend, everyone in Dallas will be on the lookout for unfamiliar faces, thinking they're reporters coming to shake them down. That's not half bad. I lean back, letting it sink in. You ever lived in a small town? He asks, looking over, his eyes dancing with blue mischief. No. Our farm was outside of the city, but still close enough. The nearest town was a suburb. It was different from city living, but it wasn't the same as living way off the beaten path. That's the only way I can describe it. Can't say I'm flush with experience either, he says, because I had army buddies who came from small, homey places. Split Arbor and Heart's Edge, and plenty more sleepy little places in between. Hearing them talk about their hometowns made me curious. That's what I was looking for when I hit up my buddy, Falk, knowing he'd moved out here after years in the FBI. First time I visited Dallas, I knew I'd found my place. Small towns can have their issues too, I say, having heard that. I read about that Heart's Edge place one stayed over. Jesus, all that Galantron stuff. I know. There are demons everywhere, and plenty more people who are just damn annoying. I'm used to it. It's the community I'm after, he tells me, this dark, whimsical look coming over his face. Why? Can't find that in L.A. Can't even buy it. Plus, when it comes to little towns, their bad apples are easy to root out. Bastard scum like Clay just fester and thrive in their big city cover. And honestly, I've had enough of being worshipped by strangers back home. I want to be part of something normal, deeper, lasting. His eyes lit up the longer he goes on, blue flames dancing around his pupils when he smiles. If there was any question about Dallas being some kind of phase he's going through, it's gone. What about your family? I ask, glancing over, choosing my words with surgical precision. We've left town, and now we're on the highway. He glances in the mirror as he says, Don't have one anymore. Not counting Tobin, I guess. He's not blood, but the man's been around ever since I was a kid. He's dedicated his entire life to service. No one else since your mom died? No extended relatives? No. My father had some kind of falling out when Grandpa's airline was sold off in the merger. If it was deeper than that, I never knew it. So that side was just a big black hole. Mom, she ran off from home when she was 16 and risked everything for her career. She landed in Hollywood and always swore her family only reached out for money after abandoning her for years, so I never met them either. Her folks are both long dead. Died before I went into the army. My heart aches for him. He speaks a pain I know too well. Outside Noelle and her family over in Miles City, Dad and I haven't really had anyone since my mom passed on. What made you choose the army? I wonder out loud. When you were arguing with your agent, I overheard her say something about covering for you. Bebe Silk is a big damn savior complex, even if it's well-deserved. I had to get away, Grace. He reaches across the console and takes my hand. I turn, studying him, awed by how gorgeous he looks painted in the shadows. From everything. Mom had me in commercials and advertising since I was born. Then it was TV. Name a show from the 90s, and I was probably in several episodes as the neighbor kid, the injured kid, or the dead kid. Then I shifted to movies when I got older. Guest appearances in Mom's big hits at first. By the time I was a teen, like they always do, I rebelled. Just wanted normalcy, to go to school instead of having on-site tutors as we traveled around the world, wherever the next movie was filming. Wow, it sounds stressful. That's the trouble, he says darkly. The pressure became the norm, the only life I knew. And Tobin? I ask, too curious not to. He was my mom's valet originally, and always too regal to settle for the term butler. She couldn't leave me home alone all the time while she was off filming or meeting very important people, so Tobin looked after me when I was young. Then when I hit my teens, he became my guy full-time. Another fun thing about being Hollywood royalty. Most kids at a certain age and can't wait to have their own lives. I got tied down with a glorified babysitter who would gladly report back to Mom if I snuck out with my friends 20 minutes too long. I smile. It must have been hell on dating. Yeah, just a little. Ridge snorts, a smirk on his lips. I got lucky he looked the other way one time when a box of condoms fell out of my backpack. He's not all bad, though. I'm 33 and still keeping him around, more for his benefit than mine. But even now, sometimes I appreciate when he saves me from my own dumb ass. Sometimes. The warmth of his hand sends lightning up my arm. I should pull away, but I can't. How old were you? 15, he huffs out a laugh. By the time I was 16, I decided I didn't much like school either. So I made peace with acting. Started to put some real effort into it, not just going through the motions. It rubbed off on my studies so I could graduate. No thanks to Tobin again. Oh, that good a teacher? I hated the fuck out of history. Flunked every test in my life until junior year, he says with a scowl. I'm older and wiser now and appreciate the past, but it took Tobin screwing my head on straight. He managed to get me interested with his books on trench warfare and heads getting hacked in the French Revolution. By senior year, he'd rapped me over the knuckles enough times to get me writing essays on Tom Paine and Teddy Roosevelt. And enjoying it. Hilarious. I can almost see a younger Tobin fussing over Ridge with his Peter Pan good looks back in his teens. I'd read a lot about his career online, especially all the films he'd been in as a child star. I'd even watched a few clips on YouTube, scenes from old movies I hadn't seen in years. How long were you in the Army? 4 years of active duty, 1 more in the reserves. I would have re-upped for active duty, but a bullet to the leg put me out of commission. Not bad enough to screw me over permanently. I could have come back, but Mom, it wasn't fair to her anymore. What do you mean? She hated having a son in the military, and the constant worry that came with it. She thought it was too dangerous, especially when I came home for the last time with a Purple Heart. I had all sorts of people trying to get my time cut short when Judy Barnett put in the word. Congressman, the governor, it was goddamn embarrassing. So after my second tour was up, I discharged honorably. I still feel like there's a cloud over him, something he's holding back. And that explosive exchange with Bebe Silk hinted at a lot more going on with his mother. But his eyes are dark, distant, and it's not the time to pry answers out of him. I'm sorry, I say. I feel for him. It's odd how easily a person thinks Prince Charming must have it all, yet never really knows what he went through. Even with a famous mother, which sounds almost as difficult as having a father who got mixed up with an ugly business, life wasn't set on easy. He flashes me one of those sexy smiles to die for. Don't be sorry. It was my choice to leave and take back control of my life. What did you do then? Went right back to acting after finishing my reserve duties on the side, he says, and became a blockbuster hit, I remind him. Only a few of my last movies were that big, but it was mostly the timing, the market interest. They weren't any better than some of the others. They just resonated with audiences and took off. Then my mother died, and it threw my shit for a loop, let's say. I'm sure you looked up my last 2 films. Turns out people love Dane Barnett, the actor, 1,000 times more than Barnett, the producer. My fingers thread deeper through his, our palms touching, and I tighten my hold on his hand. How did she die? I've seen so many articles, but I'm curious, if it's not too personal. Suicide. Boom. Point blank. He doesn't even hesitate. Oh, God, my heart stops. Oh, Ridge, I'm so sorry. He shakes his head, those blue eyes flaring in the darkness. What's done is done. I know she'd been having issues the last few years. Big part of the reason I quit the Army, so I could be around more. Look in on her. He shakes his head again. Nobody saw it coming. I couldn't believe it. Tobin, Fuck. Breathless, I wait for more, but after the longest 10 seconds of my life, I realize it's not coming. I wish I hadn't asked. Wish I hadn't dragged him back to that pain. He sounds so solemn, so wounded, so, I don't know, lost? Here we are, he says, his face brightening. Home sweet home. I glance up, surprised to see the house. The miles went by in a blur, eaten up by our conversation. He pulls up in front of the big garage and turns off the engine. I left open the garage from inside. The remote's in my truck. I'll do it. No, darling, let me. You've had a long day. I have, and I question if I should go see Dad, but it's going on 1 o'clock in the morning. Jackie texted a couple of times while we were gone, letting me know that Dad was doing just fine. By 10 o'clock, he'd been sleeping soundly after finishing dinner, a plate of chicken and dumplings brought by Tobin. We walk in the front door together, and as we separate in the foyer, him to go to the garage and me to go up the winding staircase, I stop. Night, Ridge, I call out. And thanks again for everything. Night, lady. Thanks for making our mission fun. I enjoyed myself for the first time since the snow. He traps me with a gaze so honest, so grateful. I feel like we're back on that stage. I feel the illusion of us all over again. Wow. Me too. My feet feel like they weigh 100 pounds as I turn, treading up the steps. It was a nice night, a break from the endless terror and chaos. I just hope I didn't spoil it by dredging up his past. In my room, I take off the outfit I'd worn to town and put on a pair of loose-fitting shorts and a t-shirt. It's hard to avoid the remorse that comes down in an avalanche. I knew his mother committed suicide. I had read the speculation online. So why did I need to hear it from him? Sure, the crap fest I'd overheard with Ridge and Bebe provoked plenty of questions. But he's busy doing all he can to save my life, and I repay him with a bad case of foot and mouth? Shame. Grabbing my toothbrush, I'm ready to rage brush my teeth, only I can't find any toothpaste. Possibly the one thing they forgot to stock my bathroom with, so I head across the hall. Ridge stands in the hallway near the stairs. I consider running before he turns. Too late. The regret inside me glazes over. I've lived with so much for so long, I don't need more. But the grin he flashes makes my knees weak. If there's any unresolved angst over our conversation and my nosy-as-hell questions, it's sure not in his expression. Even with my mind full of doubts, my body never left the dance floor where his kiss, his caress, his energy had me pressing my hips against his. How could I forget the firmness, the thick bulge in his pants? My eyes flick down his body, dangerously close to that spot below the waist I desperately need to ignore. Toothpaste, I sputter. Come again? His smile gets wider and he steps closer. Okay, I manage to pull my eyes up, meet his, and instantly feel the heat rushing to my face at the way he lifts a brow. There wasn't any in the bathroom, so I went searching. Also, I'm sorry, Ridge. For what? He asks softly. Barfing up those questions in the truck, mostly. I blurt out while I can still speak. It wasn't my place, snooping around in your life. It's also not my place to be as wet as I was when we left libations. I haven't forgotten that for a second. Good Lord, I've never been so turned on by anyone. Not like this. It's been years since I even had the time or energy to mess around, and dates were few and far between, mostly in college. None of those boys ever came close to the Ridge Barnett treatment, the slow burn sweetness he delivered tonight. You're still twisted up over that? Grace, I don't mind. I told you, he says, stepping forward and stopping in front of me. I wonder how long I can hold my breath so I don't get a whiff of his aftershave. Doesn't matter. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. Everything you told me, it must have been rough. The kind of thing a person tries hard to forget. I shake my head. You didn't know, darling. It's natural to be curious, especially when you read that crap online, and I'm, well, me. He reaches up, stroking his chin, torturing me without even knowing it as his fingers slide over his stubble. I'm not even thinking about that shit anymore, to be honest. No? The air heaves out of my lungs. Nope. I'm thinking about the dance. We gave the crowd a show they'll never forget. You moved across that floor like an angel. Only I don't think angels are supposed to stir up my head with sin. I've still got plenty rolling around up here. He moves his hand up and gently taps his temple. His gaze threatens to burn me alive. Holy hell. It's almost worse that he's playing coy. Not just coming out with some lewd remark about what he's aching to do to me. Not just running those firm, rough hands between my legs. Not just moving in for the kill. He touches the side of my face then, tracing my jawline. So are you done sleuthing around in the mud on Google? Do you want to know the real Ridge? I keep my eyes down, my breath fluttering. Yes. His laugh comes soft, sexy, heavy as an approaching storm. You know why else I came up here? Lifting my head, meeting his gaze, my mind goes blank, except for the memory of that body grinding against mine, as if we'd both been pounding aphrodisiacs at the bar. I forgot to kiss you goodnight, Grace, he whispers. It's the proper thing for a man to do after a big engagement party. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, please. I pinch my lips shut to prevent something stupid from ruining the moment. Then those big, strong hands of his are on my waist, and I'm in a rapture as he pulls me against him. It's a kiss like we've never had, the first kiss alone we knew was coming. Ridge Barnett claims my mouth with a vengeance, a low growl, all teeth, tongue, and fire. I push up on the tips of my toes, sighing, melting into a moaning mess in his arms. Thank God he holds me up. Because my knees go out from under me, and every last part of my brain focuses on holding on and giving as good as I get. From the way he stiffens and the places those hands roam, I think I hold my own. He barely breaks for air before he's on me again, sucking my bottom lip into his mouth, giving me this feral love bite with a snarly demand. Mine, tonight. Wow, and I don't think he's taking no for an answer. Good thing I wouldn't dream of saying it either. We're already past reckless, this seething mess of tangled arms and raw emotions. Ridge pushes me against the wall, driving his hot lips against my throat, taking me over. My legs part, and that bulge I felt back at the bar. It was nothing, absolutely freaking nothing, compared to the hard weight pressed against me, throbbing with vicious need. Oh my God. I lock my arms around his neck, returning the kisses, needing it so bad, needing him. I trace his jaw with one hand, staring into his eyes, panting. He tucks his fingers under my chin, lifts my face, staring like a beast who's driven to swallow me up. Fuck, he rasps, those blue eyes pinning me to the wall. You've been hiding a mouth like that this whole time? You have any clue what you do to me? I wonder if I'll even get a chance to find out. I'm about to die. Keel right over before I'm even ravaged by a dark prince half the woman ever born would fling themselves at. I'm so dizzy I have to lean against him, and he chuckles, low and sultry. Ridge, are we getting carried away? I whimper. Probably, he growls, before moving on me again. Don't think for a second that means we'll stop, darling. I want to make you come so good for me, you don't have any room left in your head for worries. Let me fuck the bad right out of you tonight. So much for the filter he had a minute ago. Not that I'm complaining one bit. In fact, I think I like him in this rough and tumble, downright dirty mode. I'm lucky my body runs on instinct as his hands cup my butt, lifting me high, pressing me firmly against his hard-on. The look he gives me when he sees I can feel it shreds me, rips me apart with a wicked blue-eyed fire. My hands flatten against his chest, and I claw at his shirt, starving. Shamelessly, I push my breasts harder against his chest, wanting more, but settle for him setting the pace. He pulls his mouth away from mine, only to drag these amazing kisses down the side of my neck, raking his stubble against my skin. My head falls back, giving him full access to more skin, more places to kiss, more everything. His hands slide lower, fingers digging under the hem of my shorts. I get the impression it wouldn't take much at all to shear them right off, but he takes them down so very slow, skimming my legs as they fall. God, my pussy hurts, throbs with a heat that's ravenous, wanting him inside me right now. Hurt me, take it all away, make me forget everything except your skin. My hand drags at his shirt, grabbing a fistful. If he isn't careful, he's going to make me come on the spot with those mad kisses before we've even had a chance to. Do you want this? He pants, pulling back, gazing into my eyes. Don't you? No. His finger slides beneath the elastic of my panties as he kisses a spot where my neck blends into my shoulder. I fucking need it, Grace, but I'm giving you one more chance if it's too much. I quiver, afraid I'm about to erupt. Before now, I never believed it'd be possible to have an O while I'm still half-clothed, but it's a very real risk with every passing second. Lifting his head, he looks me in the eye as his fingertips brush my folds. One quick, sweeping motion. My eyes flutter shut at the raging pleasure. Last chance, Grace. He strokes my hair with his free hand. You want me to stop? No. Do you want to come to my room? His finger pushes into me, and my eyes snap open as the sultry wine slips off my tongue. Do you want my mouth, my hands, my cock? Oh, shit. My knees can't stop shaking. He moves closer, helping hold me against the wall. His fingers sink deeper, thumb on my clit, stroking with the skill of a man who knows how to leave a woman locked in a fever dream. Do you want me to pillage you all night, woman? He growls, bringing his lips to my throat, sucking at my skin, marking me. Because that's what I'm aiming to do. Throw you right the hell over my shoulder. But first, you're gonna give it. Come for me, darling. Come right here, right now. I want to hear you. I gasp, planting my mouth over his, parting his lips with my tongue. His weight bangs me against the wall, and his fingers work faster, harder thrusts, pushing lightning through me. I'm so slick I can feel it dripping down my thighs with the fabric pushed aside. Those devil's fingers in deep, bringing me off with zero mercy. When his thumb finds my clit again, oh... He inhales sharply before attacking my mouth, stealing the harsh groan pulsing out as my vision goes white. My knees buckle. My thighs clench together around his hand. My soul leaves my body. For the next few ferocious minutes, I'm coming like I never have in my life, barely biting back screams. I barely even remember my own name when he sinks his teeth into my lip, hitting my clit again and again with his thumb, pivoting his fingers against my walls, pushing buttons I never knew I flipping had. Oh, but I do now. And I wonder if I'm already ruined as I open my eyes again and find him holding me with both hands, staring down. Ridge pushes his forehead to mine, slowly breathing like he's about to explode, gazing at me like I'm this precious bird he's just witnessed for the first time in his life. Darling, let's go. We stay out here any longer, I think you'll wake up Tobin on the other end of the house, and everybody in the guest house, too. He smiles, pure joy in his eyes, probably because I'm so flushed I think I've invented new shades of red. Can you still walk? Ridiculous question. I cock my head, staring in disbelief. Come on, it was all kinds of good, but it wasn't. Oh, so maybe it isn't just a crazy ego boost when I try taking a step and instantly stagger. Smiling, he takes my hand, helping me up, leading me the rest of the way. Hand so hot I'm already thinking about the sweet insanity ahead. I'm not sure how I make it down the hall without self-combusting, nor do I care. I've never been this hot for a man in my life. The short break before having sex, so hot, it folds the fabric of space-time, should be a good time to think, to reconsider what I'm doing. But nope. The ship sailed on that about 10 minutes ago, and it's not coming back to port. Consequences be damned. I want his hands, his lips, his superstar dick. We enter the room, still kissing, his hand diving back in my panties, working me up to a thick heat again. It's so flipping good I can't stop trembling. Ridge shuts the door, spins me around, and pushes me gently down on the bed. He's on me a second later, his manly weight pressing me down, shifting my legs apart with his knee. Oh, hell. He goes to town, ripping my panties down my legs, then kissing up my legs again with his mouth. At first, it's a slow torture. Then he dives in, finding my heat, his tongue pulling me apart, and I realize how screwed I am. I'm addicted in under a minute. Hooked on his lips, his tongue, the way he makes me ride his dusting of a beard, the contrast of his rough, gorgeous face on my soft skin, the pressure of his tongue as he licks up and down my folds. And when he dives in, thrusting deep, grazing my clit, and then making it a willing prisoner to his fire, I'm so done, ready to come again, right here, right now. I fight it for a few hopeless seconds, trying to hold back, but there's a better chance of summoning a unicorn from thin air than keeping it together under Ridge Barnett's mouth. Of course, I've also been starved. That's what happens when your sex life consists of a hot pink, battery-operated boyfriend for the last few years. The fact that I'm being licked by an alphalicious movie star? It's like a starving woman taking her first bite of German chocolate cake from the finest bakery after having nothing but beans and Easy Mac for years. Years. Grace, he whispers, lifting his face just enough for me to see fiery blue staring up. Don't fight me. Let it fucking go. Not the words my body needs to hear. The second it does, and he wraps his lips around my clit again, I'm speechless. When you're coming so hard you can't even bite back your screams or stop for even half a second to worry about interrupting the butler's beauty sleep, you know words are the least of your happy problems. It isn't fair how good it feels to obey this man, to give up control, to grip his shoulders, desperately grinding my hips against his face in frantic jerks, full surrender to the sanity-killing he whips through my body. Grace, he says, still with the living, babe? Oh my God, how much time did I lose? I flop back against the bed and groan, loving how the cool air feels against the sheen of sweat left behind by his antics. Sorry, I gasp. It's been a while. He leans over, threading his fingers through my hair, bringing me back to life with another one of those kisses, far too X-rated for Sleeping Beauty comparisons. Good. Means you're ready to have some fun, he tells me. Oh? My heart beats even faster again. He grasps the hem of my shirt, pulling it up, over my head and off my arms. My boobs have been begging for his hands all night, still are, and at the first touch, my nipples go hard. I promise, he says, kissing my chin. You'll walk away satisfied, if you can walk at all. Promises, promises. The bad news is, I know now what he's truly capable of. What sounds like a brag is really fair warning when it's Ridge Barnett saying it. What about you? I ask, trying to sound sexy. I'm sure I sound more like a bundle of nerves. He chuckles softly. I'll get everything I need. Don't you worry. It's not hard to shudder at how sure, how smug, how determined he sounds. That thrills a dark part of me, and my eyes drop to his pants. He laughs, reaching for my hands. Reading my mind, he guides them toward his waist, bathing me in blue-eyed heat. I catch hold of his belt as I sit up, helping unbuckle it while he pulls his shirt off. As I unsnap his jeans, he pushes down, kicks off his pants, then falls on top of me as we both smile. Skin to skin, heat to heat, soul to soul. We share another deep kiss, tasting and teasing until my senses whirl, my heart pounding, a fire lit between my legs so hot it scares me. His hands caress my sides, my breasts, teasing my nipples as his mouth slips off mine. He's too good at what he does, trailing soft kisses down my neck, along my shoulder blades, slowly moving down. I nearly explode as he sucks one of my nipples, then the other. Ridge looks up, this feral glint in his eyes, reminding me of every wicked thing he did to me before with that tongue. It's happening again. Only this time, there's no easy relief, no way to keep my nails off him as they press into his skin. Please. I know when he gives me that fullness throbbing behind his boxers, barely covered, it's going to deliver the orgasm of the century. Ridge, I whisper, a brilliant hot flush spreading over me. Enough. I want you. So bad. Now. So yes, it's bad when I can't form complete sentences. He kisses my stomach slowly. I can barely move, everything below the waist turned to jelly, and I'm still riled for more. But as he steps away from the bed, confusion fills me. Where are you going? To the bathroom. Condom. He winks. And this time, I won't even have to worry about hiding anything from Tobin. Hurry, I whisper. Even when I'm basking in the sweet anticipation, I'm fully aware of how hungry I am. How eager I am to see what he looks like when he comes and hear the pleasure snarling out of him. He's seen me twice, fair as fair. He returns a moment later, naked and glorious. My eyes instantly fall to his erection. Uh-oh. Apparently, the Barnett family jewels are actually museum-worthy. Like ready to be displayed in a gallery with every artist who ever spent hours of their life crafting the perfect manhood. He's thick, he's granite hard, he's pulsing. He's alive and wide awake, with an eagerness that freaks me out as much as it enthralls me. The very thought of feeling him inside me makes my pulse roar in my ears. I'm clean, in case you're wondering, he says, climbing on the bed. We're not all degenerate fuck machines with unlimited money. I've never slept with anyone without a condom, and never done anything harder than a couple joints in my teens. I smile. It's sweet that he's able to rein in his lust enough to be real. His commitment to his health and mine warms my heart. Ditto, in case you were wondering, I say, mirroring back his words with a wink. Mom was good with the birds and the bees, used the pill for true love and condoms for fun. That was her motto. Smart lady. My heart swells. She was. She also had a body kinda like this when she was younger. Fuck, he growls, burning me alive with those hellfire eyes as his gaze sweeps across me. You slaughter me, Grace. Somehow, I think it's the other way around a moment later. Ridge moves in for another all-too-maddening kiss, tongue chasing mine, palming one breast. He strokes my full curve, twirling the nipple, raising my temperature from, oh no, to inferno. Low thunder echoes in his throat as he cups my face in both hands, waiting for me to look at him. Gonna let you in on a secret. I've never wanted to be inside a woman so bad in my life. His lips brush mine as he speaks, pulling my bottom lip again with his teeth. Dead. I'm telling the story from the great beyond. Not really. Funny, I whisper, trying to stay cool. I've never wanted a man inside me like I do you, right now. Truer words were never spoken, even if they're the kind that make me want to hide my face under the covers. I've never been a dirty talker, but God, for this man, a woman could learn. He smiles, strokes my hair, and finally looks down at his length, pulsing with a life of its own against his abs. Anticipation fills me as I watch him rip open a condom packet with his teeth, toss the foil behind him, and take my hand. He pushes the rubbery sheath into it. Do the honors, darling. I never thought those goofy sex ed lessons, like sliding a condom onto something as thick as a banana, would come in handy. With Ridge, it's not even ample practice. He's bigger. Thankfully, I managed to get it fit snug without embarrassing myself. We lock eyes as I wrap my hand around him, pumping his fullness. Oh, hell yeah. Here we go. He moves between my legs, then positions himself above me, grinning. We'll go slow. Tell me if I hurt you, he whispers. Legs spread, I lift my hips toward him, ignoring his warning. Please! I bite my lip, watching his hips roll back, gripping his cock by the base as he pushes forward. He bares his teeth like an animal in rut. His swollen head enters me, feeling so divine I lurch, letting out my pleasure in a breathy moan. Full penetration completely slays me. He stretches me, pressing deeper, 1 hot inch at a time. A blue-eyed god taking what's his, rendering me down into a mess of nerves and emotion when he's finally into the hilt. So fucking tight, he grinds out. Grab on, Grace. Won't be stopping until this pussy comes for me real sweet. He slides back, then dips into me again, a colossal moving machine of pure muscle marked with wild ink. My legs tangle with his, and I try to match his rhythm. No easy task. Ridge surprises me every time, picking up his tempo, then pulling back to leave me in agony. He doesn't do it like other men, rushing to their own selfish finish. Surprise, surprise, he's a magician in the sheets. The slow burn is his art form. Those hips know when to go turbo and when to peel back, when to caress and when to punish, when to make me shake and how to make me beg for dear life. Holy hell. The first "oh" he drags out of me, growling my name as he feels me convulse, tightening around every pistoning inch of him. Grace, he calls out, crashing straight through it, pummeling my hips and igniting this friction with his pubic bone on my clit. The pleasure comes so hot, so ruthless, it's almost blinding. My vision vibrates, the whole freaking world, reality itself bowing to the insane fact that the Ridge Barnett is screwing me absolutely stupid. His thrusts rivet me to the bed, slowing just enough to catch my breath as I come down from the high. I should be satisfied. I should need a breather. But he's triggered something deeper, more primal, this animal need to feel him come, to milk him dry. No, my brain doesn't care about the condom. No, I'm not thinking like a rational human being anymore as I start panting, throwing my hips up to meet his, pulling him into me. My nails rake his back, clutching and tearing, totally gone in a riptide of ecstasy. And when he groans, shoves his forehead to mine, and our eyes lock in this lusty stare to the death, I drown in Ridge. He never takes his eyes off me in the final stretch of round 1. His pace quickening, his cock reaching so deep inside me I have to fight back every scream. Ridge, I belt out, the only coherent word I'm able to still speak, with another "oh" threatening to take control. I need him to come with me. Luckily, he thinks he gets it. My gaze remains on him as long as possible, until my eyes flutter shut as the storm draws in. But I last just long enough to enjoy his pleasure growling out of him. Watching, feeling, loving how his muscles tighten, those bright blue eyes transformed into velvet smoke a split second before his head whips back and his groan shears the night. Then it's just both of us in a collision of flesh and sounds that aren't human. It's heat and pressure and the feel of his cock expanding, throbbing, pouring out his savage tension as he thrusts to the hilt and claims me forever. Forever, distilled into one hot night. "Damn it, Grace," he rumbles when I'm conscious enough to hear him again. "You got me at a 3-to-1 orgasm ratio. Usually I last a lot longer." I smile. "Now you know how I feel. It's embarrassing how fast, how easy I—" "Only one way to even the score," he says, mischief dancing in his eyes as he strokes my hair. "Put that sweet mouth to work helping me up, and I'll show you what I mean." He doesn't have to. I already know. But of course that's not even in the same universe as learning it in the flesh. A short time later, I realize I'd been wrong about one thing. I haven't just had the orgasm of the century, the one that strikes next as Ridge eases me up after I've finished sucking him, flips me around and mounts me from behind, puts the last few climaxes to shame. I come so hard, I break. It's a miracle I only sleep a few hours past dawn after we finally bed down for the night. I wake up feeling happier than ever with his huge inked arm around me. I'm careful to slide out so he can doze. Another hour later, after sneaking out of Ridge's bedroom and showering, I walk to the cabin to check on Dad. Mixed emotions flit around my insides like unsettled hornets. No question, that was the most fun I've had in ages, the best sex of my life, and probably the biggest mistake I've ever made. All in one night. Crud City. "Good morning," Jackie greets me. He's awake and super grumpy. I think that means he's feeling better in Nelson speak. "Oh, good. You picked up his language fast." Giggling as I walk through the living room, I have to admit she really is the best nurse we could have found. "Morning, Dad," I say, entering his room and closing the door behind me. "What's good about it?" he grumbles. "Nurse Ratched still won't let me out of this damn bed." He looks so much better than he did 2 days ago. There's actual color in his face. He's breathing normally, and it's been a while since I've heard that ugly cough. I point to the oxygen tube. "Did she say you could take that off?" Yeah, don't worry. She'd have already shoved it back up my nose if she hadn't." He levels a serious gaze on me. "You went to town with Ridge last night, right? How was it?" He knew. I'd talked to him before leaving. "Fine and dandy." I bite my tongue, not mentioning the hitch with Jess and the men prowling around the truck. "We went to this bar in town. Not the Bobcat, but a nicer one on Main, Libations, I think it was called. He announced our engagement just as planned." It still feels weird saying those words. I didn't think you'd agree at first, but then I remembered you're you, and you'll do anything you possibly can for an old fool who bit off more than he could chew." His face falls toward the ground. "I've been a shitty father." Whoa. Clearly someone's been doing some heavy-duty thinking while stuck in bed. My heart breaks a little as I take a shaky step toward him, studying the deep lines of age and stress on his face. I sit in the chair beside the bed, taking his hand. "No, you haven't, Dad. You made serious mistakes, but it wasn't malicious. We never had much, and I know you grew up poor. Everything you've done was for me and Mom. You tried to give us something better, whatever the rights and wrongs." I don't think I'm convincing, judging by the sharp, sad look he throws back. My mind also tries treading down another road, but I won't let it. I have enough to worry about without drowning in my own regrets, my own blame, my own stupid mistake trying to help the situation by fighting Clay and just making it worse. Dad doesn't know about it, and if I have my way, he never will. "You're making me more noble than I really am, Gracie. It was jackass pride, plain and simple," he sighs, rolling his shoulders. "I hitched up with Clay for money. I was greedy, jealous, always hating how I busted my hump on the lines for years and saw the managers swapping out their rides every other year for cars I could only dream about. I wanted to buy your ma nice things, the farm she always wanted, and send you off to school without worrying about any damn loans. But I could have done that without Clay. If I hadn't boxed myself in, if I hadn't been so bitter, too old or stupid to learn anything new." "Dad, no," I whisper, rubbing his back. "Don't be so hard on yourself." Shaking his head, he solemnly adds, "I took the bait, the first easy money that came along. Stupidly thought I'd found us a golden ticket. Truth is, dirty money is always filthy. How many people did I help that bastard kill with the stuff he was shipping? How many folks ruined their lives or killed each other, fighting over that junk? Drugs. Just like I always guessed. Jesus. He's never admitted it outright before, but now I get it, and I know part of what's been wrong with Dad wasn't just his health. It was guilt, poison in the soul, constant and suffocating. Arguing won't do him any good, though, so I nod. He isn't wrong. Dirty money will always be filthy, even when it sucks good people in. Well, hindsight is 20/20. I fold my hands on my lap. I'm glad you have a good head on your shoulders. I didn't want you to suffer, but Ridge's plan is our only option now. It might even end all of this. You know it's a game to call Grendel out of the woodwork. When it's over and done, then we'll go wherever we want. Start over. He pats my hand. Hollywood folks get engaged and break up all the time, so no one's even gonna question that. They'll probably figure a man like Ridge would never settle for someone who wasn't born with millions. Ouch. My stomach sinks because he's right. Fantabulous sex aside, it's all a game. A plan to neutralize a monster so we'll finally be free. He's on point about Ridge, too, and if I want to keep my heart intact, I'd better remember it. Hollywood princes don't fall for pumpkin farmer peasants.
16. No regrets. Ridge. It must be time to get up because Corny Pecker is screaming his beak off. For once, he's on time, welcoming the morning like a normal rooster. I see it's roughly 9 o'clock when I sit up. His shrieking has nothing on the double jolt I get when I see Grace out the window. My heart wakes up and so does my cock. Even after hours of horizontal acrobatics, I still have the biggest heart-on of my life and zero regrets. I can't muster up any guilt for taking her last night, indulging my lust, my desire. I'd started it on the dance floor, all for show. Or so I'd thought. Technically, it was part of the act at Libations. But the showstopper aspect took on a life of its own, leaving me wanting Grace like I've never wanted anyone. When I came upstairs to find her, I knew damn well what I was doing. A grin jerks at my lips as I watch her enter the barn. She'd wanted me too. Of course, I sensed it long before we got home, practically felt the smoke rolling off her. I tried to not act on it, even when I came up sniffing around like a moose in rut, but seeing her in the hall shattered my restraint and my judgment. My senses are still beyond mangled as I clean up and head downstairs to my office, where I dick around with my accounts and reply to a few random fan emails from my website. Despite my shit fight with Hollywood, I haven't totally forgotten the people who love me. Every so often, I'll write to answer a mundane question about one of my movies, or promise to send them an autographed photo. These people are the reason I got stuck in a high-end prison of a life in the first place, and plenty of money to escape when it was time. Will you be having breakfast this morning? I turn, shaking my head at Tobin, who stands in the doorway of my office like a loyal sentinel. Pass. I overslept, and it's already coming up on lunch. I'm not hungry. Not for food. Plus, I have to go to town soon. Return Jess's truck and check on mine. And... Tobin lifts a brow. That's damn near screaming for him. Did he find anything out of sorts? Yep. A tracking device just like the kind I pulled off the seller's truck that night at the Bobcat. One of those fuckers slashed a brake line, too. Tobin mutters a curse under his breath, then straightens like he'd been saying the rosary. I frown. It's never a good thing to see him that shaken up. Bebe called last night. She said she's arrived back in Los Angeles, and the press releases should be posted by noon today. Perfect. I'm glad something's gone right, and she's following through on her promise. Whatever else she is, the woman always comes through for me in a pinch, and the dumpster fire performance of my last couple movies wasn't her fault. She warned me about all the actors who bombed when they tried moving into producer roles. I'd already checked out by then, but hadn't fully moved on. I'm going to take some bacon and eggs over to the cabin, in case our guests are getting hungry. Great. Try to get some solid grub in the old man. He's improving by the day, I tell him. Whether he ever admits it in this lifetime, I know Tobin enjoys the company around here. So do I. And if I have my way, I'll continue enjoying it, particularly my time with one sexy blonde wildcat. Grace is dumping grain and pasture in the feed bin for the horses when I step into the barn, and the sight of her makes my jeans feel 3 sizes too small. Hell. I close the door, latch it, and walk over, meeting her as she walks out of the stall. Missed you when I woke up. Oh, Her cheeks flush red and she averts her eyes. We probably shouldn't have done that. A flash of disappointment hits, but dissolves just as fast when I realize she's only saying that shit because she thinks she should. Casual hookups aren't her thing. She's more old-fashioned than damn near every girl I've ever bedded before. And honestly, it gives my dick an appetite for everything but doubt. I woke up smiling, darling. Can't remember the last time that happened. If you're worried about any hard feelings here, they're only below the belt. Promise. I flash her a grin. But we're pretending, remember? Aren't you worried about complicating things even more? I remember. And fuck complications. I step closer, sliding my hands inside her open coat to grasp her around the waist. Wish I could say I came out here to talk, but Jess found a tracking device and a cut brake line on my truck. She gasps, her eyes wide, and she grabs my upper arms. Ridge, they could have kept me from having the best sex of my life. I interrupt. Yeah, tragic. Will you be serious? She rolls her eyes. That's bad news. Scary news. I pull her forward, firmly against me so she can feel how hard I'll fight for her if any of those pricks show up where they shouldn't. I know. I've got you. I'm not letting go. Smirking, I push my hips into hers, making sure she senses something else that's hard and just as determined as my will. Stop it. She's trying not to smile. I'm not falling for your games again. We need to focus on the bad guys. We will. I lean down, brushing a kiss on her temple, and I recall the game being very, very mutual. She sucks in a sharp breath and releases it slowly. Fine. You win. Now can we... Seems like the attraction's pretty mutual, too, I add. As it should be, considering we're engaged. Fake engaged, she quips, dropping her head against my chest. You don't hear me arguing, but we just can't keep... Why? I interrupt. Give me a good reason. We're adults, we're responsible, and we know full well what we're doing. Lifting her head, she asks, Oh? What are we doing? Besides ignoring thugs who were trying to set us up. Fuck them. I said it's under control. Grabbing her ass, I press her harder against me. All this talk when we could be doing something better. I grind out a sigh, pressing my forehead to hers, brushing my lips across her hot mouth like a kid with a forbidden candy. Ridge! She slaps my shoulder, even while laughing. Be serious. Fine. I'm pulling together a backup with my crew. Falk almost has his resources in place, and we'll bring in Grady and Drake soon. The full force of the Dallas PD might not seem like much when it's half a dozen deputies, but they'll have our backs, and so will the feds. Bet we've got more than a few agents just waiting for their chance to bust the old town boys. She melts against me, relief already filling her. You'd best not be playing. No, the Scout's honor. I'll tell you another secret. I've had a hard-on that could hit a home run since I woke up. Only one way to fix that. The same cure we had last night. What was it? 6 damn times? Ridge! She swats playfully at my arm but can't deny it. God, she's good for my ego. Then her eyes flutter and her body trembles slightly as she squeezes my shoulders, burying her face in the nook of my neck.
Ridge, listen.
I am. You want it, Grace, I whisper, grinding against her. Just as bad as I do. She groans, pursing her lips until they're more like a thin, pale line rather than a decadent strawberry.
That doesn't mean we should do it again, she whispers. We should come to our senses, pull back, think about this.
Darling, I've done a whole lot of thinking ever since I woke up, and I've got one question for you. I slide my hands under her shirt, rubbing her back, loving the heat of her skin on my fingertips. You don't want me inside you. I kiss her cheek, slow and sultry as hell. You don't want these hips trying to break you again, faster and faster, until you cum your brains out.
Yes,
she groans.
I mean, no.
I smile. She's such a terrible liar, it's adorable. My cock jerks in my pants, dangerously encouraged. I think you mean yes. I growl, my forehead to hers, walking my fingers up the small of her back, her spine, until she shudders. Tell me I'm not wrong. She whimpers again.
Yes.
Then we ought to do something about it. Now. The look she gives me is all the answer I need. Then those lips are on mine, sweeter than wine, begging for everything she can't bring herself to say. One day, I'll mess her up so bad, the small-town prude burns right out of her. I'll have her waking me up with her mouth, rewarding her dearly with hit-and-run flings when she least expects it. This woman makes me want to take her on a fuck tour around the world, starting with this barn. I love how honest she is, how genuine, though. Finding the clasp on her bra, I work my fingers. You woke up horny too, didn't you?
Maybe.
She works her hands under my coat and shirt.
That's why I had to leave, before you woke up.
Her scent was still in the sheets, and smelling it now, up close and personal, doubles the frantic desires I've been dealing with since Cornelius roared me awake. You should have stayed. Now we'll have to give a classic roll in the hay a try. She laughs.
You've never had hay in your clothes, have you?
Nope, I admit. Today's the day.
Well, I have. It feels like barbed wire when it's stuffed inside a bra.
I run my hands up her sides, find the hard nubs of her tits with my thumbs. The soft moan that falls out of her when I graze her nipples fucking guts me. We'll make sure it doesn't happen. She flashes me a skeptical look, shoving her hands under the waistband of my jeans. Holding her as close as possible, I walk around the barn to the tack room, where I know there's a chair. It'll do. Hell, a pile of mud would do right now. I'm about to lose my wad in my jeans if I don't have her now. I release her once we're in the room and tear off my coat, tossing it aside. She removes hers too. We're off to a frenzied race then, kicking off our boots and shedding our jeans and underwear. Sitting down on the chair, I drink in this minx in all her naked glory, my cock up in full salute.
Oh, wow.
Grinning, she steps closer.
I've never done it on a chair before.
You'll love it. I point at her shirt. Take that off.
You have your shirt on, Ridge,
she says, grasping the hem of her blue sweatshirt and toying with her lip. Fuck. Just wait and see if I don't take her over my knee if she keeps that shit up. Yeah, I don't have any tits to play with, I explain. Laughing, she tugs off the shirt and lets her bra fall to the floor along with it.
You want to play with my boobs that bad? Is that a promise?
Arching her back, she wiggles her shoulders, teasing me with those otherworldly tits right in front of me. God damn, she's beautiful. Her body is perfection distilled down into a nymph I want to mark. Every square inch of her. Skin like silk and a pussy like honey. My tongue rubs the roof of my mouth, hungry for her taste. Come find out, I growl, reaching out with both hands to twirl the nubs of her nipples. I'm also going to lick them and suck them and bite them while I see how wet you are. You'll come. Then you'll sit on my lap so I can drive my cock inside you and fuck you until you come even harder. Sound good? She lets out the sexiest whine I've ever heard, stepping between my knees. Can't argue with that plan, she whispers. Shame. I was hoping you'd fight me all the way to the first climax, darling. She trembles at my words. Damn, do I love it. I start out slow, pulling her close, sucking her nips against my teeth. I graze her with just the right roughness as she climbs on my lap. It's a brutal test I barely pass, avoiding fucking her then and there. Her sweet cunt is already dripping on my thighs, on my balls, driving me out of my mind. Then she grabs at my shoulders as her legs wobble. I clamp down on one nipple, sucking, lashing my tongue across the tip, sliding my hand up her inner thigh, right to the sexiest folds on God's green earth, already sopping wet, hot, and perfect. Grace moans again, digging her fingernails into my neck as I reach down, find her slit, and push 2 fingers in. Right fucking there. Her walls tighten around my fingers instantly. I find her clit with my thumb, snarling the whole time. Reg, she gasps, shivering. This won't last long. Hell no, she won't. Not if I have anything to say. And turns out I have a fucking dissertation to write on every life inch of her. I sweep my thumb across her clit several times, delaying her explosion so I can play with her longer, loving how responsive she gets. This woman is my instrument, and I want to hear her sing. Moving to her other tit, I take her nipple hard while my fingers pump slowly, languidly, sensually. It's getting to me as much as her. My dick has never throbbed so hard in my life, sending a dense shock through my blood, demanding its pleasure. Incredible. No other word fits what she does to me. Reg, she grasps my head, holding it against her breast. Please, I can't take... You want me to make you come? I release her tit only long enough to ask the question. God, please. Finding her clit, I pinch lightly, flick it, pressing it firmly into her soft flesh. Her slickness runs down my hand, and I fight not to lick it right off. Reg, she shouts. Fuck me. I nearly explode on the spot, hearing her want, her need, getting her nasty. Her body goes hard, stiff, then shudders. I keep finger fucking her harder, building her heat, her wetness, her insanity. It's so sexy it could kill. I clench my jaw together to keep my dick under control. That's a first for me. I'm usually not this desperate, this fucking smitten. It's always been an act before. Not with Grace Sellers. With her, it's real. It's deep. It's lethal. She slumps slightly, pinching my shoulders, her legs twitching, gently kicking mine. Did you bring condoms? Of course, I answer, in the pocket of my jeans. The second I pull my hand away from between her legs, she drops to her knees, between mine, and grabs my pants. I lean back in the chair while she digs out the condom. Have to fill my lungs just to maintain control over the pressure, the painful ache for my own release. My blood turned to lava minutes ago. My heart thumps in my ears like a war drum. I reach for the package, but she shakes her head. I'll put it on, she says, a bright playfulness whirling in her eyes. Hurry, I tell her, shifting in my seat, moving my legs apart so she has more room. She grins as she opens the package and peels it apart with her teeth, just like I did the first time we fucked. It's a sweet torture seeing the condom foil in her teeth. Grace, I snarl, hating how easily she's reduced me to this starving beast. My toes dig at the cold floor. I suck in air as she grasps the base of my cock with one hand. Her hand glides up, all the way to the head of my dick. Then she thumbs the top, where a clear trickle of pre-cum leaks out. Her hand slides back down then, and up, and... Enough. Grace, goddammit. I can barely get her name out. She pumps me a bit firmer. Did you need something, sweetie? Oh, fuck. She didn't, did she? Put the condom on right fucking now. I snarl, reaching to fist her hair. She's smiling, fit to kill, smearing my leak all over the bulging head of my dick again. Change of plans, she whispers. What? I'll get to it. Don't have a conniption fit. But first... Damn. The instant it dawns on me, I nearly leap off my seat as the heat of her mouth engulfs my cock. I have to grab at the base of the chair to stay seated, sucking in air between my clenched teeth. Fuck. Her mouth is nirvana. So hot, so syrupy sweet. I can't believe it belongs to this world. You murder me. I managed to growl out. Don't you fucking get it? And of course she's still smiling with her mouth full of me. Of course. Shit. Releasing the tip of my cock with a smacking sound, she places several fiery kisses down my shaft, starting at the very tip. If it's anything like what you do to me, you should be enjoying your demise. She goes down on me again, sucking me deep, pumping the base with her hand. Fine, so I'm enjoying being killed. Fucking A, do I love it. I've never been pushed so far to the brink, edged to the point of total destruction. I'm up for the challenge, because I love how much she's enjoying this. Nothing quite like the moment when a man sees his naked angel become a hellion. Her eyes glow like soft blue sapphires. She lifts those long lashes to look up at me. My grip on the chair tightens as she gets serious, sucking and pumping, driving me right to the edge of my restraint. The air heaves in and out of my lungs in hot rushes when she finally releases me. I think you enjoyed that, she says. My jaw stays locked tight. Condom? No, I say between clenched teeth. She slides it on, evenly, securely, and so slowly my balls must be bluer than my eyes. Then she stands, and one at a time, swings her legs around my hips. My cock is so hard, so ready, it doesn't need any help to slip inside her. My hands whip around to her ass, jerking her to me, a vicious sound ripping out of my throat. We both gasp. My eyes roll back as my dick sinks inside her, straight to the hilt. Paradise. Sweetheart, your pussy was made for my cock. No lie. It's too perfect. She grips my shoulders with both hands and meets my thrust, taking me in even deeper. I hold her waist, keeping her pinned to me, letting us both bask in the glorious insanity rising with every stroke. Grace leans forward and kisses me. I almost came while sucking you. I could tell. I snarl, throwing my hips into hers so hard those tits shake just for me. I never knew sex could be like this. Fun? I ask, slowly moving my dick inside her tight heat, forcing a groan out of her. Give it the fuck up. I meant so fulfilling, she whispers, barely keeping her composure. Then you weren't doing it with the right man, I whisper, taking her mouth before she's able to say anything else. I feel the same way, brutally aware it's never been like this with any other woman, and I show her with my hips. She leans back, using my shoulders to help with leverage, meeting my every upward thrust with a downward plunge. Her tits bounce harder, brushing my chin, my cheeks. It's fucking crazy. All of it. More than physical, all-consuming. Mind, body, and soul wrapped up in a chick I've fake engaged and decided to fuck like I truly plan on making my wife. Where does the illusion end? I still don't know. Especially with the friction coming perfect, phenomenal, hot as sin. I know I've reached my limit when the pressure in my seething balls heightens, like a dam breaking under a deluge. At that exact moment, her nails dig into my shoulders, and I hear her hitch. Her pussy squeezes me so hard my eyes ache. "Rich, now, please," she whimpers. "Coming." Holy fucking shit. The best orgasm I've ever had in my life hits me right then. The floodgate opens, coursing wild lightning through my system. I pour myself into her, wondering if I burn right through the condom, balls pumping over and over again. She screams, clutches me, comes herself into this sultry mess that'll be burned into my brain until my dying day. I know what that sounds like. Ask me if I care. We come together, so rampant, so off the hook. I forget what sex even means until it involves this woman wrapped around me, drowning in pleasure, ruined the same way she's annihilated me. And it goes on forever. Until I'm so spent it's like I died and came back in waves of white-hot fire. She's slumped against me, slick with sweat, breathing so hard she shakes. "Holy hell," she mutters. "You're telling me." I think to myself, somehow moving my neck to kiss her forehead. I draw in a deep breath and unclench my teeth, leaning back. Kissing the top of her head, I laugh. Good game, woman. Can't wait for the rematch. I'm still thinking about the hottest fuckery of my life while driving Jess's truck into Dallas. After swapping vehicles, I'll be stopping at the drugstore. I have no clue how many condoms are left in the box in my bathroom, but the only acceptable answer is not enough. Gravity-defying sex aside, there's another weight on my chest. I turn when we're halfway there, waiting for her eyes to glance over. "Grace, there's something I need to tell you." Giving her hand a squeeze, I say, "It wasn't a suicide. My mother wasn't in her right mind when she did it." "What?" I bite my jaw, furious at the memories flooding back. I've never told anyone this, but I need to tell her. Someone else needs to know besides Tobin O'Hare. Maybe it'll help her feel protected and safe if we're equals in secrets. "Huh? You mean she didn't—" "Walk off the balcony?" I nod fiercely. "Yeah, she did. And there were drugs in her system. But she wasn't some depressed drug fiend by the end of her life. Someone set her up." "What?" Grace gasps. "You mean she was murdered?" That's the way I look at it, anyway, even if the law doesn't agree. The piece of shit who drove her off a balcony at a luxury resort, who caused her to snap her neck, might as well have pointed a loaded gun at her and pulled the trigger. Her career had its ups and downs. Her life did too. Age is a major player in Hollywood, especially for an actress. This industry chews women up and spits them out. Some folks can handle it. They keep acting right up to the end, until they're not being cast in lead roles reserved for younger, prettier starlets. Some have the pull to land roles that fit their age. Others just fade away gracefully. I sigh, knowing this is one fucked up conversation I don't want to have. Another part of me needs it. My mom wasn't willing to go easy into that good night. She wouldn't accept being cast as an older side character. She had surgeries, plenty of them, trying to fight the inevitable creep of age. But she still wasn't landing the part she thought she deserved. My neck muscles tense. "You don't have to tell me this if you're not comfortable," Grace says quietly, while patting my arm. "But if you are, I'm here. I'm listening." I want to. For real. I want her to know the truth. There was this guy, a studio executive, a real nasty scumfuck. It was barely a secret he'd coerced more than one poor woman into his bed with the promise of rocketing their careers into the stratosphere. I don't even know how my mother got mixed up with him, but she did. He swore he'd make her a star again for a price. She can figure out the rest. Even after all these years, I can't stand picturing that hog of a man with my mom. That rotting toad who was after a piece of the famous, beloved Judy Barnett to satisfy some demon part of his ego. He wanted her money and her body. I shake my head at the rage that starts foaming in my gut. It was a movie she was personally financing. They'd gone up to Lake Tahoe, this fancy ski lodge, to start filming. "Yeah, I read that's where it happened," she says quietly, her eyes glued to me. I'd read the script. She wasn't going to be able to pull it off. The role was for a much younger woman, barely out of college. That freak knew it too. He just needed the money, the financing, and her. He wanted his shit to get filmed with her backing, and he also wanted... I think you know what the fuck else he was after. She closes her eyes for a long blink. Can't blame her for picturing the same horror I do every day of my life. "Do you think Did he push her?" Grace asks. Whether he physically did it or just gave her the drugs, same difference. She wasn't in her right mind. Hell, maybe she even came to her senses and regretted everything. I suck in a raw breath. Of course, I couldn't prove squat. He said she'd hurt herself, twisted her back on the ski lift. That's why he got her the prescription. She'd taken too much and mixed it with wine. People had seen her in the restaurant that night. Drunk, stoned, whatever she'd been. She was stumbling all over the place, crashing into things. That's why there were reports she'd fallen, that she'd jumped. Committed suicide due to the pain, the chronic depression she was in. "Ridge, I'm so sorry." Her voice cracks. I shrug. Don't bother. Not for me. Linus Hammond made the movie. Started filming within days of Mom's funeral with a new, younger actress. It was a minor hit. Not a blockbuster, but he made good money on it. Especially considering it hadn't cost him anything. I huff out a breath to finish the tale. I ran into him not long after the movie debuted. We were in the men's room at a large fundraiser for disaster relief after a tsunami in Indonesia. Told him I knew the truth, that I should sue him for every damn penny. He dared me. I flew off the chain, broke his nose in the bathroom, left him bleeding on the floor. Hammond never pressed charges, because he knew I would sue him for sure then, or kill him. I bite my tongue. I could have killed him that night, beaten him to a pulp on the men's room floor, and been arrested. It might have saved me the savage guilt of what came next. The last chapter of this sinister, fucked-up tale I can't bring myself to say. What would she think if she knew I planned to murder her? "Weird. I didn't see anything about that in those articles," she says softly. "You wouldn't. It was kept hush-hush, salvaging his pride," I tell her. My eyes locked on the road, burning me from the inside out. "What happened then? Where is he now? Still making movies?" she asked softly. "I left Hollywood a few years later, bought the ranch and decided to never look back. As for Hammond, he's dead. Someone shot him in his penthouse when he was already practically a vegetable. A father of one of the underage girls he'd coerced into sleeping with him to become a star." "Wow." Grace lowers her eyes, swiping a hand over her face. "Maybe he deserved it." "Maybe," I agree. She's quiet for a moment, this frigid silence between us before she speaks again. "Is that why you're so willing to help us? Does this remind you of that?" When I saw Jackknife Pete touch her that first night, it was definitely a trigger. But it's changed since then. It's become more than angry instinct, and helping Grace can't fully rub away the blackness on my soul. Not after what I did to that fuck, even if I can't say I regret it. I shake my head, answering her question. No? Then why? She's looking at me like I hung the moon and the stars, even if she doesn't understand why. Because I like you, Grace, and I like your old man. I like to believe everybody deserves a second chance, whatever their mistakes.
17. No dreams too small. Grace. I sit quietly as Ridge signs the paperwork for the new pickup he's just purchased. A royal blue one, 4-wheel drive, but not a dually. Jess said because today is Saturday, his mechanic isn't in, and won't be able to have the brake lines replaced on the other one until early next week. He'd told Ridge that he could just keep his pickup as a loaner, but Ridge said no. He'd just buy another one, a backup. I'm floored by how easily he picks up a brand new vehicle. Though I realize 50 grand must be like change under the sofa for a billionaire. I don't even know if he'll keep it long term. He's clearly doing this to avoid getting Jess sucked in deeper. My mind isn't focused on Ridge's new truck or his shiny black Centurion credit card that I thought I'd only ever see in movies. I'm stuck on everything he told me on the way to town, about his mother and that hideous man, and about how much him relaying all of that tells me about him. His life has been complicated, yet despite his woes, he's grounded, so sure of himself. Unlike me. I've never been totally confident in anything, living on thin ice with a group of killers haunting me for my whole adult life. Do you use Alicia Mills for insurance? Jess asks. I do, Ridge says, handing over the papers he'd signed. I'll let her know you bought a new truck to add it to your insurance, Jess says, glancing at me. She's my sister-in-law. I'll be seeing her at my house for lunch real soon. He glances at the clock. I nod. Have you two had a bite yet? He asks. No, Ridge answers, taking my hand. Or breakfast, for that matter. We're heading to the cafe now. Come to my house instead. Grinning, he continues. Please? My wife was jealous that she wasn't at the bar to see the show you put on. I'd earn more in brownie points by bringing you two home for lunch than I ever made in commission off selling you the new truck. Ridge laughs and glances at me. I smile, nodding. I think I'm starting to see the benefits of small-town living. Everyone treats you like your family, extended branches spiraling out of that same big tree. You're sure we wouldn't be imposing? Ridge asks, tilting his head. Absolutely not. Amy is going to be thrilled. Jess stands. Follow me. It's only a few blocks. It's okay with you, isn't it? Ridge asks once we're in his new truck. I take a deep whiff of new car smell, basking in the fresh, pure scent. I'm cool with it if you are. We don't have to go if you're worried it'll... It's fine, Ridge. Seriously. I smile, reaching over to thread my fingers through his. This is all part of his grand plan. Become part of the community ASAP, so if Clay's men show up, we'll hear about it, and they'll have to hear about us being happily engaged. Ridge claims extra eyes and ears are nothing but an asset in this situation. I'm trusting he's right. Besides, from what I've gathered about what went down in Dallas between North Earhart Oil and its old rival, the people here have developed a hawkish sense for freaky, suspicious people. If it hadn't been for Jess spotting those goons and speaking up, I shudder to think how it might have turned out, far less happy than our night actually did. He may very well have saved our lives. We arrive at the Burland home a few minutes later. It's a cute pastel blue 2-story home that looks well taken care of, right down to the freshly painted porch and the little wooden raccoon statue, giving a welcoming wave. Amy, Jess's wife, is a brunette with an infectious smile, and definitely in the hostess with the mostest category. So is Alicia Mills, her sister. Alicia's husband, Tyler, is there too, a bearded man who I remember seeing at the bar last night. I grin at Ridge when lunch consists of a heaping pan of tater-tot hot dish, pasta salad, bread, and apple pie with vanilla ice cream and caramel drizzled on the top for dessert. Growing up in Wisconsin, I'm no stranger to Midwestern fare and its carb overload, but I can't even remember the last time I had a good home-cooked meal. I would have stepped it up a notch if I knew we were having company, Amy says, eyeballing Ridge. I mean, the famous kind. Lady, you did all right. Can't say I missed the food back home that much outside the occasional California burrito craving. Ridge winks at her and she almost dies. Smells amazing, I say. I love hot dish. It grows on a man, Ridge says. I've had it at the diner a few times now. Amy's is 10 times better, Jess tells us, smiling as he takes a seat. Excited you could join us. Honestly, you seem so normal. Sorry. Amy swallows loudly, her brown eyes sparkling. I've just never met a real live actor before. Jess said somebody famous moved to Dallas, but he wouldn't tell me who. When he came home last night and told me what happened at the bar, I nearly beat him to a pulp with the pillow. Sure did, Jess says, wrapping an arm around his wife. And I didn't call because you were having a girls' night out, sipping wine and binge-watching that Queen Elizabeth show. We could have watched that later if we knew, Amy and Alicia both say at the same time. Everyone laughs. Then Amy explains. Our son and daughter are at the in-laws' house for the weekend. The new season just came out this week. Looking at me, she says, So I hear you're a fancy-schmancy interior designer? You must have worked on some jaw-dropping homes. Oh, I just got started, actually. And I'm from Milwaukee, not L.A. It's what I went to school for, I say, nervously downplaying my skills. Definitely not wanting anyone to think I'm the savant Ridge made me sound like last night. I love this old house, Amy says, glancing around her kitchen. That's one thing about small towns. Everybody's place is just a little unique, whether it's a 50-year-old ranch or a brand-new duplex. I love variety, too, I tell her, trying not to gush over piping hot bites of cheesy potato goodness. The repurposing, turning odds and ends into reusables or decorative items, it gives a place character. Me too, but I'm terrible at it. Amy points at the kitchen through the open archway separating the dining room. See that old desk? I'd love to make that spot into a real coffee bar. There is a drip machine and cup sitting on it. As usual, I can instantly visualize something grander. A rustic touch and a few additions, like new cups, a grinder, and a French press, could make it come alive without much work. It's a cute spot, I tell her. Lots of potential. She laughs, shaking her head. It's been like that for a year. I've tried, but nothing works. She also has a tailgate sitting on the back porch that she wants to turn into a bench, and a steering wheel and hubcaps and— Shh, Amy tells Jess teasingly, her eyes wide as she presses a finger to her lips. You're making me sound like a junk collector, honey. Then you're talking to the right person, Ridge says, nodding toward me. Grace turns junk into gold. I've seen what she does with a few random boxes of farm stuff from storage. I smile politely at him, but my mind is still on the coffee bar. Oof, that's what happens when I get a vision. It won't go away until I do something about it. What kind of tailgate? I ask Amy. Oh, it's an old one off my dad's old pickup. Same vehicle I learned to drive a gazillion years ago. So did Alicia here. When Dad was parting it out, I took the tailgate, steering wheel, and hubcaps. Figured I'd make a little memory out of them someday. You and me both. I got the license plates, the hood, and the front grille. Alicia chimes in with a cheery smile. Sisters to the end. More friendly, easy laughter, and the conversation rolls along as we eat, Ridge already reaching for seconds. But even as I listen, my eyes keep glancing back toward that old desk. When the meal is over, and I'm so full I might need Ridge to carry me home, Jess asks if he has time for a quick beer, saying the dealership is only open until noon on Saturdays. Ridge looks at me. Sure, we're in no hurry to get back, I say. I'll help with the dishes. No, you won't. Amy gives me a dead serious look. Company doesn't lift a finger in this house. Company you just fed, I remind her. Where I come from, it's only fair to pitch in. Please, it's the least I can do. And honestly, I'd love a closer look at your coffee bar. Amy opens her mouth, ready to protest again, but then just smiles. The guys head for the garage, and it takes us no time to clear the table and load the dishwasher. Then we're both gliding over to that desk like bees on honey. It's a handsome old piece, solid oak with 2 narrow cupboards, all painted white. Hanging above it, between the cupboards, there's a cute hand-painted sign on the wall that says, I like my sugar with a splash of coffee. Could I see the tailgate too? I ask. Sure, Amy waves, leading me along. It's in the laundry room, leaning against the wall so it doesn't get dirty. It took hours to scrub it clean when I saved it from Dad. The moment I see the old faded red tailgate, my heart races with excitement. It's too perfect. Have you thought about using it for your coffee bar? Can't say I have. How? Can we carry it in there? I'll show you, I say, already reaching for it. Amy grabs the other end and we haul it into the kitchen, clear off the desk and wipe it down, then lift the tailgate onto the top of the desk. It hangs over a small amount on the edges, but looks solid enough. I think I like it, she tells me after studying it for a moment. It's special, Alicia says, looking over it from behind us. Never would have thought to use something like that in the kitchen, but I'm starting to see it. Good, because now that I'm on a roll, we're just getting started. You ladies like wine, right? How about a coffee and wine bar? Some homes in Milwaukee mix and match. It's all the rage right now. I glance at the small wine rack on top of the fridge. My favorites, Amy chirps. Tell me more. Do you have a piece of paper? I ask. She pulls open a drawer on the desk, then hands me a notebook and pen. I rapid-fire sketch out the desk with the tailgate on top of it and the 2 cupboards. Then, as I'm drawing, I poke a finger at each part and start to explain. If you remove the fronts of the drawers, we can go online and order the stuff for a mini barn door. Instead of doors on the cupboards, use a couple floor mats from Jess's dealership cut to fit. Then, up here, between the cupboards, we can paint the wall with chalkboard paint. They have some really cute chalk pens in fluorescent colors. We could write, "How to Tell Time." I sketch that in. On this cupboard with the coffee, you can get some black vinyl stickers and put AM. On this one, do PM. Under the AM one, you can store your coffee maker and supplies. Maybe throw in a good grinder and a French press. Under PM, install the wine rack that's on top of the fridge. Then it's just a few hangers going up on the undersides of the cupboards to hang cups on one side and wine glasses on the other. Oh my God, is there anything you didn't think of? Amy squeals, holding up her fists and giving them a shake. And the floor mats from the dealership? Jess will even approve. It's perfect, Alicia agrees. When can you start on my place? She slaps my shoulder and I grin. I'll check my schedule. Another thought strikes me then. And where are the hubcaps, Amy? I'll go grab them, she says, heading back to the laundry room off the kitchen. I'm serious about a paying gig, Alicia says. I mean, I know you're probably not that hard up for money, but you're a ninja lady. I'd love to see what you can do, if it won't break the bank. It won't. I give her a grateful smile. I'd love all the practice I can get. I'm still working on that black belt. I really love making old stuff functional again, especially when it means something like this tailgate. I pat the big red metal slab. I only have 2, Amy calls, returning with 2 baby moon hubcaps with faded red writing, plus an old steering wheel. You just need 1, I say happily. Again, go online and order a clock kit. Drill a hole in the center, set the clock inside, and hang it up between the cupboards. Boom, there's your wine and coffee jam. Adorable, Amy slips a hand over her mouth and giggles. Oh, what about the steering wheel? It, too, is a cool old all-metal wheel. Well, you could mount it under the cupboard and get some S-hooks to hang the coffee cups off of. Or you could use it as a divider. Put it on top of a metal tray whenever you want something interesting to show your guests. Love, love, love it, she muses again. You're sure you didn't learn this stuff in California? Nope, all Wisconsin born and raised. Give me a little time to play around with that last idea, I say, flipping the wheel in different directions. Maybe something else will come to me. Amy hugs me, and when I say hug, I mean hug with a capital H. Apparently, Dallas people mean it when they express their gratitude. Sure, it's a little harder to breathe, but I'm not complaining. It's rare to encounter folks who are this open and real with their emotions. I'll order everything this afternoon, and call you to come see it when it's done, Amy tells me, giddy at the thought. Got any ideas for an old faded red truck hood? Alicia says. I shrug. Without seeing it, I'm just throwing out ideas, but how about a headboard? Alicia's eyes grow wide. Oh my God, my son would love that too. I promised we'd get rid of the teddy bears in his room. He's 9 now and far too old for them. Make him a clock too, sis, Amy says. I only need 1 hubcap. For sure. Let's see how things will look, I say, picking up the coffee maker we'd moved earlier. We spend roughly the next hour setting things in place and laughing, talking about other areas in the house Amy wants to change. Can I get your number, Grace? Amy asks at the end. I won't bombard you, but I might have questions when I get everything ordered and start working on things. Me too? Alicia asks. No problem. I can't believe how happy I am right now. Could I ever make this work? If Ridge helps me deal with Clay, I get Dad settled, and I line up enough work in this area through word of mouth, could I actually make a life here? The thought of having another place to call home hasn't entered my head since we left the farm. But now, I wonder. The guys return as we're swapping numbers. Amy instantly pulls Jess over to the drawing and starts explaining everything to him. Whoa, Jess muses, slowly glancing my way. You hit the nail on the head with this one. My wife would be dead to the world without coffee and wine. Amy elbows him playfully, and they both laugh. With the Burlands and Mills chattering away excitedly, Ridge grabs my hand and gives it a firm squeeze. The look he gives me says it all. His proud blue eyes instantly catapult me to cloud 9. We leave a short time later. As we're driving away from the house, he says, "You really enjoyed that, didn't you?" "Yeah, it's been a long time." "You just decorated my house and did a damn fine job," he tells me. I laugh. "I meant hanging out with people. Women. I didn't realize how much I'd missed that." "You didn't have lady friends back home to visit?" My eyes sink to the road. He doesn't realize how hard it was to keep friends. Not when Dad and his situation with Clay has eaten so much of my life since college. I knew people. Sure, had a few friends. But the way things were, I swallow the harsh lump building in my throat. It really wasn't safe for anyone to get close for long, especially the last year, living on pins and needles. "No, I never got to visit with them much," I say glumly. "Won't happen here. You made 2 new friends today, woman," he says, flashing me a $1 million grin. I smile back because I can't resist, even knowing friends aren't really something I can have here either. Hard to plan a life when there's no telling where we'll wind up after all of this is said and done. I still don't quite follow the plan, Ridge. Not everything. "My plan right now is to make that stop at the drugstore," he tells me. I try my best not to flush and fail miserably. Of course he's after those condoms. My cheeks burn, my heart races, and common sense tells me that I really shouldn't keep having sex with him, even if every screaming bit of me wants to. I meant the plan with Clay. I look at him carefully. Calling his bluff? We've done that. We've got people with their eyes peeled, so now what? Bebe's working on gauging the reaction to the press releases confirming our engagement, which will piss him off. He'll be hard-pressed to try anything too major with the town spotlight glaring. Eyes out everywhere for those media jackals I warned them about. Chances are, this shit just makes him angrier. Angrier? Ice runs through my blood. Why are we trying to piss him off again? Assholes like him hate backing down from a fight, especially if he's been thwarted before, blocked from snatching what he thinks he's entitled to. Clay won't give up easy. Eventually, he'll make his way here to take care of business himself. We'll be ready. What he said could be true. Clay will show up when his men don't deliver what he wants, namely, me. I mean, a few cameras and townspeople on the lookout for bad behavior won't keep him away. I scratch my head, fighting the sensation of ants crawling all over me when I picture that maniac coming here. I know you mentioned friends helping you go after him, but nothing. Just like I told Nelson, my guys are good, and so am I. Unless you want to hear war stories, where I tell you about the time Falk and I took down 50 guys with spoiled MREs, let's save the details for later, okay, darlin'? He parks the truck in front of the drugstore. We lock eyes. Whatever else this thing is between us, I trust him. I have to. Gripping his hand, I nod firmly. "Want to come inside or wait here?" he asks. "I'll wait. Door's locked, of course." He lifts an eyebrow and smiles as he opens his door. "Be right back." A thrill zips through me and I shake my head, this time at myself. I'm hopeless, and I push those thoughts aside as I question what, besides cameras, Ridge has lined up. I can't imagine what he's referring to with his buddies, but I try to imagine it's enough to stop Clay and save us from the black depths we've fallen into. When Ridge returns, I try not to think about what's in the bag he stows in the back seat, what it means for us tonight. "How much do you know about the Old Town Boys?" he whispers, starting the engine. He checks the screen on the console, focused on backing up. I can't help but admire how his profile looks, as handsome as the rest of him. No wonder he was such a star. All chiseled lines, features that are flawless yet human. He is the kind of looks people fret over, either because they're as smitten as I am, or they're jealous they don't have it. He glances my way, and I suddenly remember his question. "Old Town Boys? I've barely heard of them. Dad hardly ever said the name." "You know, it's what Clay Grendel calls his group of men." He glances at me darkly. "You know they're dangerous. What I'm asking is, do you know what they do?" My skin crawls, a shiver of pure dread turning my stomach. Dad never told me much, and to be honest, I never wanted to know more than I had to. I guess I always thought if I didn't know, it wasn't fully real. Or maybe I could pretend it wasn't as bad as it really is. Stupid, I know. But part of me never wanted to believe Dad was part of the mob. "Not the mob," he says, "an insider crime syndicate based in your own backyard. They've been operating for years, a couple decades, barely ever showing up on anyone's radar." "What's the difference?" I ask, wrinkling my nose. "A gangster thug, by any definition, is still bad." Not my point. He glances my way again, those eyes flashing with energy. Who protects them, Grace? Not following, I shake my head. What do you mean? Clay Grendel's uncle is a former congressman. Runs a huge lobbying firm in D.C. now. His cousin is a Milwaukee police lieutenant, narcotics division. He's a drug runner? Grendel isn't running the whole show. He's just the biggest gear in the machine, the overseer of a major operation based out of Milwaukee. His family keeps his shit under the radar and collects their cut. Jesus, I always felt like something bigger was going on, but never would have guessed it was this. Goosebumps pepper my arms as my mind races. That's why Dad could never go to the police. I run a hand through my hair, trying to wrap my head around how deep this goes. How do you know all this? Faulkner helped me dig it up. I've had him checking into it, and he's gone 100 feet down. On the outside, Grendel seems like an upstanding citizen, an angel investor who funnels money into several Milwaukee auto shops, food places, and other small businesses. He even sits on the coalition to address the opioid crisis in Milwaukee. Holy crap, that animal! I want to vomit. All those connections, friends in high places? It must be how he's laundering his dirty money. I've seen enough crime shows to know that's key to any successful black market business. Damn right. I wish I could thank him for the information, but it's more like I've been whacked on the head with a brick. Sure, I always knew Clay was evil and powerful, but I never imagined it went to this level. Never wanted to believe my father was a part of something so sinister. Does Dad know about all of this? I ask, holding my breath, dreading the answer. Haven't asked him yet, considering his recovery and all, but I believe he knows most of it. Ridge looks at me. He never told you? Never. I shake my head, feeling this heat wave pulsing through me, pushing the fear aside. I'm not just scared for my life anymore. Now, I'm pissed.
18. No cold feet. Ridge. I close Falk's latest email attachments and lean back in my chair. Had I known how deep, dark, and dangerous Grace and Nelson's situation was when I first met them, would I have gotten involved? There was no way I could have known. Grace doesn't even know everything. Still doesn't. My answer hasn't changed over the past few days we've been lying low. Time passing by the melting snow under a sudden warmth with a whiff of spring. Fuck yes, I would have gotten involved. It's becoming harder by the hour to imagine my life without this chapter, and without this woman. Of course it's insane. Of course I know how it sounds. Of course I might be absolutely goddamn punch-drunk on the hottest wall-climbing sex of my life. And yeah, of course, it's so reckless. I'll probably earn a lifetime of dirty looks from Tobin, if he ever figures out what's brewing in my head. I don't care. Right now, I'm fixing to shred Grendel and his henchmen with my bare hands to give Grace a second chance. One where she stays in Dallas, if that's what she decides. Huffing out a breath, I stand, then walk out of my office. Our conversation from the drive home the other day sticks in my head. How little she knew about everything I told her. I still don't know everything I need to, and it's high time I do. Grace went over to see her father this morning, and as far as I know, she's still there. I don't want to set Nelson's health back, but I need to know more, so I can pull Falk together with the rest of the guys. Get a solid plan in place. End this fuckery once and for all. I've told Grace and Nelson that I already have a plan. I haven't lied. I have contingencies for defending the ranch. Still, they're a far cry from a real tactical blueprint involving the right crew when there's so little to go on. Not yet. Grace is sitting in the bedroom, talking with her dad when I enter the cabin. How's he doing this afternoon? I asked Jackie. Considering how much he fussed over lunch, I'd say pretty well. He's making a wonderful recovery, but as I have to keep reminding him, Nelson still has a ways to go. He needs to take it easy so there aren't any setbacks. I've never really wondered before, but ask, are you a nurse at the hospital when you aren't doing this home care thing? No. I only do these jobs to keep my license active and save up for vacations. I retired a few years ago, so I could take care of my grandson when my daughter-in-law, well, former daughter-in-law, ran off to become a model. She shakes her head. That didn't work out too well. However, my son did find himself a lovely new woman and married her. My grandson is now in school, so they don't need me as much as they used to. Smiling, she continues. I live with them. That's why I was ready to rock and roll as long as you need me. Glad it's working for you. There's another reason why I'm damn glad she's here, besides taking care of Nelson. Jackie's presence moved Grace into the house. What do you think then? Maybe 2-3 more weeks before he's able to get around freely again? I ask. That was Dr. Abrams' assessment when she checked in on him last night. I agree with her. Nelson should be doing very well by then. She covers the side of her face closest to Nelson's room and leans in, whispering. Don't let him off the leash too soon if you can help it, Ridge. He's a grumpy old man, and he's already making big plans for Montana, dreaming about fishing trips. I smile. Will do, Jackie. Let's plan on you sticking around a little while longer. Oh, I didn't mean he'd even need me that long, she says. Not every single day, I mean. Are you needed elsewhere? No, I wouldn't mind staying. But I don't want you thinking I was trying to stretch out this job for money. I know who you are. I heard all the fuss in town about your big wedding plans. Even if your bank account looks nice and plump, you've got enough on your plate. No need to worry about an old nurse bilking you out of a few dollars. He won't need a babysitter for 3 more weeks, I assure you. Jackie, I'm actually at a loss for words. I'm genuinely shocked nobody's tried to take advantage of me even once since landing in North Dakota. Hell, it was a near monthly occurrence back in L.A. Tobin spent a few hours every week sorting my mail to filter out the obvious grifters and investment inquiries from half-baked entrepreneurs down in Silicon Valley, plus outright scammers. When you're rich, everybody wants a piece of you. Except for in little Dallas, apparently. But you won't mind staying to help keep Nelson in line? I ask, raising a brow. I've got a bit of a situation with Grace, some unruly guests. Tobin and I will do our damnedest to make sure he doesn't try to leave Dallas again. But somehow, I think having you around might help keep him settled for a few more weeks. With pay, of course. Double what you're making now. She opens her mouth to protest, but I sharpen my look. My acting powers are still a little like a magician's trick. A soft change in tone, a certain tilt of the head, a bossy eye goes a long way in the art of persuasion. Good. Then it's settled, I tell her, breaking into a massive grin. I'll tell Nelson the good news. Her green eyes twinkle. Thank you for that. And the bonus pay, Ridge. I give her a nod and walk over, knocking on the bedroom door. Come in, Grace calls softly from inside. Opening the door, I ask Nelson, How you feeling today? He glances at Grace. Good. There's worry on Grace's face, letting me know what they've been discussing. Tobin's making a list to go shopping, I tell Grace. He's wondering if you need anything over here. She stands up. Great timing. I'll ask Jackie and let him know. On her way to the door, she pats Nelson's leg. I'll see you later, Dad. Nelson waves her off, but his eyes follow her. I recognize the longing, the regret that's reflected in them. He looks old and frail now, but that's the pneumonia and age to some extent. There's no doubt he was once a strong, able-bodied man like me, whose highest focus was taking care of his family. It poisons his heart to know the trouble he's caused. I close the door and sit down in the empty chair next to him. You asked her about the Old Town boys? His eyes remain on the door. I asked because I've got next to nothing on the logistics. even with my FBI-trained buddy doing research. Turns out, Grindle has friends in high places, and they've done a shockingly good job of doctoring police reports. They're practically a big fat question mark in FBI crime catalogs. I lean back, resting one ankle on my opposite knee. And Grace deserves to know, Nelson. If our plan's going to work, we're cluing her in on everything. He nods, then shakes his head with a sigh.
I suppose it's only right. I hardly ever give her details, as few as I could.
I'm sure you did. You thought you were protecting your daughter. The air he sucks in sounds broken. He blinks several times.
I have my regrets, plenty of them. But I'll never regret not letting Clay Grindle get his hands on my Grace. He'll have to kill me first.
Anger roils my gut. What do you mean? I thought this was about money, witnesses. The fact that you're both loose ends in an operation he needs to keep quiet.
Loose ends, right. That's what he wants so bad, Ridge. Not just me. Her.
The words leave his mouth like a dry rattle.
He thinks I've told her everything, but I haven't.
What haven't you told her, Nelson? My hands form fists I hide under the chair. He shoots me a quick glance before bowing his head.
I was working at the rail yards, loading and unloading trains, when a cable broke and wrapped around my leg. They said not to worry, that I had insurance, workman's comp. I was out of work for 6 months. Workman's comp paid for the surgeries, but nothing more. My wife, Eleanor.
I wait for him to catch his breath as he closes his eyes.
God rest her soul.
Opening his eyes, he shakes his head.
Grace looks so much like her ma. Grace was little, barely more than a baby, and Eleanor worked, took as many shifts at the laundromat as she could, but the bills piled up. By the time I went back to work, we were 3 months behind on our rent and borrowed all we could. We were neck deep in debt, and it went on for years, barely scrimping by. I lived like a shadow of a man, never able to give his wife, his family, what they truly wanted.
His pain is real. My heart swells with empathy, even if it's abstract to me. I've never lived without, not counting my time in the service. Not the way he's describing. But I knew plenty of guys in the Army who have.
This new guy on our crew started telling me that he'd set up a deal for making some money on the side.
He rubs a hand through his gray hair.
He warned me it was illegal, yet I listened. Then I did more than just listen. I agreed to help him so he'd cut me in. After the yard shut down for the night, I'd stay, let in a truck or two. We'd load up the goods, mark the rail car so the people on the other end could push it out before the manifests were checked, then lock up and leave. I knew it was drugs, pills and powders and God knows what else. Once a week, the driver would give me an envelope for the last delivery stuffed with cash.
He looks at me, sorrow weighing heavy in his eyes.
I told myself I was only going to do it until we were caught up on our bills and paid off our loans. Then I said until we bought a new car. Then until Eleanor got a new job, her farm, and then...
With another rolling sigh, he lifts up the glass of water on the table and takes a drink.
There was always another reason.
That how you bought your place and the horses? I ask.
Eventually, yes. But before then, there was a train derailment not far outside of Milwaukee. The drugs were found when the feds sent guys to investigate. I thought I was going to get busted, locked up for sure. But this young guy shows up, Clay. He was in his late 20s back then. Told me he had connections that could make sure those drugs disappeared, or forgotten about. But I'd have to step up my game. Bigger shipments, more cargo. It was all going to the West Coast, and those were my trains, so I agreed. I did everything his men asked for several years, and the payments got bigger. Never saw him again until I had to quit. Quit the railroad? I asked, putting it all together in my head. That too. Everything was going digital, automated, even the gates. I couldn't stay late. Couldn't let trucks in and out with the sensors and cameras improving. All the cargo was being coded too, tracked by computers and weight. Too much risk. The money I made hadn't made me rich. It was just always enough to make us want more. We still lived in the same apartment, but we managed to save enough for a down payment on the farm. Grace was still young, and Eleanor wanted to get her out of the city. So did I. Our neighborhood was getting rougher by the day. I asked the truck driver to send a message to the boss. I didn't even know that was Clay for sure. I'd only seen him that one time, and figured he might be some kind of shady lawyer helping out the boys or something. Fuck, did this guy get in over his head? I can't stop thinking about it. Nelson stares off into space, and I wait a few seconds before asking, "What happened then? Tell me the rest." Clay came to our apartment. I'd be lying if I said he didn't scare me. But I didn't know they knew as much about me as they did. Stupid, I know. But I just wasn't thinking deep into how all this worked. He said he appreciated all I'd done for them, and his family was mine. Old town boys for life. My damn heart sank. He gave me a duffel bag full of cash. Said there'd always be more if I needed it. All I had to do was let him know. Eleanor didn't want me to take the money, but I was afraid not to. I say nothing until he looks up, those pale eyes of his like phantoms. Now you know. I was a fool and a coward, he whispers. Not quite. Grindle had him over a barrel and wanted to keep him there. You still took their money? That last big payment? He nods. I had to. The message was clear to me. It was take it or else. He shrugs. He was buying my silence. If I didn't agree, he'd do it another way. Permanently. And it wouldn't just be me. He made sure he waited until Eleanor and Grace were in the room. The money was enough to buy the farm outright, fix it up, get pumpkins planted, buy the horses. His gaze goes wistful for a second, like he's seeing the life he always wanted. I thought maybe it was all over. Maybe we'd heard the last of them. Gracie graduated, top of her class, and I had the money to pay her tuition. I was so proud. So was her mother. Eleanor got sick while Grace was wrapping up her schooling. Cancer. We didn't tell Grace until she graduated. Eleanor fought it the whole time, but the crap kept spreading. Insurance maxed out, wouldn't pay for more, but she was still eaten up with cancer and forced into an early retirement. I used up our reserves, taking her to the best doctor I could buy, borrowed all I could, but God damn it, it wasn't enough. His hands are shaking now. The horror of his situation makes my guts churn. Leaning over, I lay a hand on his shoulder. Sorry, Nelson. You tried to do right. For you, your wife, for Grace. Nothing's completely black and white in hard times. No, it was crystal clear, he says. I don't know how Clay found out about our situation, but he did. He offered me more money, free and clear of interest for services rendered. I hadn't heard from him for years, so I believed what he said. I paid off the medical bills, paid off the equity loans against the farm, and Grace and I went on after Eleanor died. Then the trouble started. Vandalism, fires, crops destroyed. I reported it, but the cops acted like I'd done it on purpose. So did insurance. About a year ago, Clay shows up. Said I'd missed payments on that last big loan he'd so generously offered. I apologized, promised I'd start making them right away. And I did, as much as I could. He bled us fucking dry. And it wasn't enough, I say, after he's quiet a long time, lost in his own head again. No. He turns, stares at me with sad, hopeless eyes. He wanted Grace, too. I saw the way he looked at her. His lips peel back. Hot rage.
Whether you're walking, resting, or just listening, this musical pause is here to bring you peace and presence. Thank you for watching.
Coming alive in his eyes. Shit. I'm not far behind him in the hellfire and brimstone department. Imagining the demon who's been torturing them for years getting his hands on her gives me the urge to hire a whole hit team and end this now. I swore to him Grace didn't know anything about his gig. I barely ever said the name Old Town Boys. She didn't know who he really was, but he said he couldn't take that chance. He needed to talk to her. His jaw tightens. He offered to give her a better life than what she had with me. He's sick at the memory. Pure revulsion shows on his face. So does the blame for what he'd put his daughter through, the horror. Because Nelson knows exactly what men like Clay Glendale do to women when they're through with them, after they get what they want. I do too. No thanks to Linus Hammond. They dispose of them, drug them, and push them off balconies. I shove my hands together on my lap, careful not to let him see them twitch. It takes every morsel of discipline I've got to control my short fuse, this urge to start beating holes in the wall. When did this happen? I asked through clenched teeth. A few years ago, the day I was shot. He would have killed me that day, but just wounded me instead. A neighbor driving by heard the shots and slowed down at the edge of our driveway. Clay saw the guy coming and left. I hid in the barn until the neighbor disappeared, hobbled in the house. Then Grace got home and forced me to the hospital. They kept me there overnight. When I got home, I started selling whatever we had left, gave it to his goons whenever they'd show up. Usually it was Jackknife Pete playing collector. The last thing I left them was the title to the farm. His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows thickly. Some escape. This is as far as we made it. He's not going to get to Grace here, I say, anger boiling over inside me. I guarantee it, Nelson. You're both in good hands. If you can't stop him, it's going to be real ugly. Clay warned me not to go anywhere. Not to the police. He has connections, and I'll be the one serving time for drug trafficking. Hell, maybe I deserve to die in jail. Bullshit. That's not going to happen. I snap. They ransacked our house a couple months ago. His voice is soft, sorrowful. They broke Eleanor's urn. Spread her ashes all over.
A tear slips out the corner of his eye.
Grace had to clean that up. Her own mother's ashes.
I'm fucking speechless. And now I get why she reacted the way she did the first day she flipped over my mom's memorial. My throat burns at the agony this asshole caused. I'm going to need Falk, Grady, Tobin, somebody to help me cool off before I do something wild. He's not going to win, Nelson. I managed to grind out. Not this fucking time. Not ever again. Grace isn't in the cabin when I leave Nelson's room, but as I step outside, I see her through the window in the sunroom. She's been working on some of the other old, antique, junk she found in storage with Tobin's help. I want to go to her, hold her, tell her that madman will have to get through me if he ever wants a piece of her. I'm a giant safety net, her shield, her rock. Only thing that riles my nerves is whether or not I'm good enough, knowing I fucking have to be. So I head for the front of the house and walk straight into my office, hating the fact that I'm the best she's got. Who the fuck am I to be her protector, really? Money, fame, and military experience aside, I've never finished anything. I quit acting as a kid because I hated it, so I said I wanted to go to school. I almost quit school because it bored me, so I went through the motions with Tobin's help and then right back to acting, only to quit again because I still hated it and went into the Army. I blamed my decision to discharge on my mother in a random injury. But bottom line, I was the one who chose to quit that too. Nobody else. Uncle Sam held me more accountable than I'd ever been in my life. I went back to acting and produced hit after hit until Mom's death and the trouble with Hammond started. Then I tried producing a couple of films, mangled it, quit again, left L.A. for Dallas, and truth be told, that night at the Purple Bobcat, I was considering giving this up, moving somewhere else because I was sick of Old Man Winter. Boredom and crisis have been the only two constants in my life. Now, I'm done with all that. Now, I can't fathom ever being bored of Grace Sellers. Now, it's time to make a stand. That thought hangs heavy in my mind as I bring up my email and fire off a message to Falk. He couldn't find an obvious link between Nelson and Grindle himself. Maybe now, with the rail yard connection and a better idea of their logistics, we'll have enough meat to build a solid plan. Falk can bring in the feds, and I've already got the police at my back with Drake and Sheriff Wallace. Grady, he's a natural brawler, extra muscle, and did time in the service like the rest of us. I'm still rolling it around in my head when I sense someone behind me. Smirking, I turn, armed with another quip about putting a goddamn bell on his neck one of these days. Only the look on Tobin's face stops me in my tracks. What? I snap. What's wrong?
Forgive me. I couldn't help but notice how hard you've been working lately, desperately searching for answers. A way to take down this gang responsible for so much misery.
He steps into my office, adjusting the perfectly starched cuffs of his shirt, his eyes flashing as he closes the door.
Ridge, perhaps the answer was always right in front of you.
What are you getting at? I wonder, though deep down I already think I know. He can't mean...
Why not give Clay Grindle the same treatment Linus Hammond enjoyed?
Fuck. There it is. His eyes are like green torches, burning me alive. The very same eyes that begged me not to go that night and deliver that monster to death's door. You're serious? I snort, shaking my head. Am I dreaming? Hearing this shit from you, of all people?
It was a different time,
he snaps.
You know it's in my nature to always prefer the lawful option, order over chaos. However, I never told you, after it was said and done with that wretched man. You were right, Ridge. I was wrong. There wasn't another way. No court in the world would convict him. I was a fool to try and stop you from the only justice anyone could have given Judy Barnett.
I bolt up, step across the room, lay my hands on his shoulders. It's a hell of a thing to see his man as mild-mannered as Tobin admit something like this.
You're sure?
Tobin, I can't fucking speak. He nods firmly.
If you'd like, I believe I can track down more of the noxious agent you used in Hammond's drink. I assume that's where you placed it anyway, knowing the affinity he had for his wines.
Yeah, I growl, pinching my teeth. How could I forget? I hate remembering a fucking thing about that night, but it all comes flying back. It wasn't long after I chewed him out and roughed him up at the charity fundraiser. I found him at this upscale bar, muscled my way in and got him alone. I played the perfect gentleman, apologized for being so rash, so upset about my mother's death at that ski lodge, forever accusing him of what he did. He was Mr. fucking Congeniality. Hammond pushed me to share a bottle of $9,000 top-shelf Bordeaux. I even let the pig toast to Judy Barnett. We clinked glasses. The second his back was turned, by the third glass, I slipped it into his drink. The dose was slow-acting, enough meant to kill. Somehow I'd kept it together for hours, long after we'd parted ways and he'd gone home for the night. I heard it through Bebe the next day, how he'd been hospitalized and barely had any function in his central nervous system left to call for help. The dosage was off. He didn't die. Not that night. But the oxygen was cut off to his brain just long enough to leave him paralyzed. I didn't have the balls to kill a vampire in broad daylight, but I damn sure wounded him fatally and left him toothless to prey on more women until his violent end at the barrel of a gun and another angry man he'd destroyed. Do it, I tell Tobin finally. If you can get the shit without raising any red flags, it's an option. Maybe our best option. He nods again, pivots out of my grasp, and turns toward the door. Tobin, wait, I say, standing my ground until he turns. I need you to know I'm sleeping with Grace. He barely raises his brows.
As ever, your romantic escapades are none of my professional or personal business. The news is no surprise, considering the racket you two make in your nightly passions. Now, if you'll excuse me.
I'm not trying to kiss and tell. My point is, it's your business when I think Fuck. I have to stop and collect myself, rubbing my eyes. I think after all this is over, I want Grace to join us here. I want to help get her on her feet, see if she wants to stay in Dallas, or find a stable footing to go off to wherever else she chooses. His head tilts ever so slightly.
I see.
We share an awkward glance before I think I detect a hint of a sly smile tugging at his lips.
Whatever you decide, I'm always at your service to assist everyone in this household.
Shit. I knew I was hoping for too much, getting a human response from him. Though the fact that he raises no concern, it's basically his approval. You're excused, I tell him, turning away to push my chair in. Tobin stops with my door open, looking back and then says,
On a purely personal note, I believe Miss Sellers compliments you rather nicely. Please let me know when you'd like dinner tonight.
With that, he's gone, and I feel my jaw dragging on the floor at the fact that Tobin, stuffy, cautious, stick-up-his-ass Tobin, actually might approve of Grace. Okay, now I have to get moving. It's not just a workable plan to snare Clay and his merry band of fucksticks I need. I'll need a plan for the epilogue, too, after we take down this prick. What does it look like if I'm not just living alone, living for myself and suffering? What the fuck happens if I ask my fake fiancé to stay when our troubles are through?
19. No waking up. Grace. There are times when I wonder if I'm dreaming. Life can't be this good. I'm afraid to pinch myself because I might wake up. And then where will I be? Not here. Not in this beautiful house, spending every night in the arms of a dark beast who takes me to bed some nights with all the fervor of a flipping sex god, and others makes love to me slowly, tenderly, just like I'm as fragile and delicate as blown glass. I love it all. Especially the anticipation, the build-up, wondering which way he'll take me every time he leads me to his bedroom. But I think the mornings might be my new favorite. Like this one, where I'm draped across this naked slab of a body, legs open, one breast in his hand as he plunges into me. His other hand grips my ass, delivering a demanding pinch that reminds me to keep the pace he's set. "Harder, sweetheart," he growls into my ear. "Reverse cowgirl means you shake that ass for me. Let me hear you sing." Holy hell. My body obeys as thrusts quicken. The dawn's golden light spills in through the blinds, adding the sparkly beauty to every movement. His rough hands roaming my body, his muscular legs sprawled out beneath mine, his cock rending me in two every time I look down. With a low guttural sound, he raises me up with his hips, every punishing stroke equally divine and devilish. Just like how I fall back into him, into his friction, into how effing good it is to be filled by this man. My core vibrates with a fireball threatening to engulf me. I flop back against his wall of a body, his hips still power crashing into mine. A loud moan slips out of my throat, and I whimper. "Ridge." "Not yet. A little longer," he whispers in my ear, his voice hot with lust as his dick strokes deeper. "We're gonna come together this time, woman." He's insane. I don't think I can take another minute of this, and his stamina is legend. I try, though, biting back my screams, working my hips harder against his frantic tempo. I swing down on his shaft in perfect sync, the friction of my clit killing me, the throaty growls and soft curses spilling out of him each time he crashes into me again. "Ridge," his name sighs out of me again, my legs quaking. I swear to God, if he asks me again, I can't hold on. Not when he's got me on the edge, each thrust a ruthless threat to push me over. "Ridge," my jaw clenches. "Now, darling," he grunts, primal excitement in his voice, all loving thunder breaking the sky. "Let it fucking go for me. I'm coming." Oh, do we ever? My O hits like an angry wave as he buries himself in my depths and explodes. If I can't actually feel the heat of his release, even through the condom, then I definitely feel it in his body, flexing, convulsing, growling. Ridge hugs me against him with his hand against my throat, and just the right pressure to add sweet insanity to my finish. Toes tangled in the sheets, I glide down on his pulsing cock, screaming so loud it puts Cornelius to shame. We fold into each other, lost in our release, two heaving bodies slick with sweat and drunk on passion. And when I'm finally coming down, a boneless heap on his body, his hand sweeps my thigh, caressing me so dearly. His lips graze my neck from behind with a wicked nip of teeth. Soon, I find the energy to tilt my head where he meets me halfway, bringing his radar lips home. Good morning to you, too. This is life waking up under his roof. I reach up to run my hand over his coarse jaw, hoping it's the only waking I'll ever do. Lord, if I'm asleep, keep me dreaming. A wicked little part of me kinda loves how Tobin knows about us and seems to approve. He's warmed to me ever since we started working on the antiques together. There is a kinder man behind his frosty exterior, and also a man who cares deeply about Ridge's life and his happiness. Jackie knows too, I think. I see the way she looks at Ridge and me. She hides her smile well, but the knowing twinkle in her eye gives her away every time. Dad might be the only one we're fooling, though I wonder for how long. He's getting better every day, His senses coming back, and the sudden thaw helps. It's warm enough for him to sit outside a few minutes on sunny days now. He takes short walks around the farm and visits the barn. There, he catches up with the horses and curses out Cornelius for bursting his eardrums. There's even better news from Dr. Abrams. She says that while she can't be certain, until he goes into town for x-rays and sees a cardiologist, she highly doubts he has congestive heart failure. She thinks the ER doctor made a snap judgment that was wrong, and his issues were just a bad case of pneumonia all along. I hope to God she's right. I also wonder if Dad is nursing his recovery to keep Jackie Owens around longer. He's found a friend in her, and vice versa, I think. The nurse is in no hurry to return to town. Her son and daughter-in-law both work, her grandson is in school, and Jackie sits home watching game shows and baking cookies, which only she eats because the rest of her family went on a vegan kick. She swears you can't make a good cookie without eggs. The lady does make some fabulous cookies. Tobin agrees and welcomes her baked treats in the kitchen. We all do. Yeah. When you add it all up, there are too many reasons why I'm constantly scared I'm dreaming. The weird, peaceful limbo we've fallen into, with everything so eerily quiet, and the warmer weather adds to the surreal sense. It's been several weeks since the media leak and our big announcement at Libations. After the incident with Ridge's truck, there haven't been any signs of Clay or his goons. We're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. It's inevitable, and every little noise at night makes me jump, thinking this is it. So far, I'm wrong. But for how long? Heaving out a sigh, I pick up the last teacup candle I'd made for Amy's daughter, Josie, and set it in the crate with the others. Josie just turned 6, and she's having an elegant tea party for her birthday. I'd offered to make a few favors for all of her guests, so I'd found a box of old china in the shed, white with pink flowers. Many of the plates and bowls were in freakishly good condition, not even chipped. I'd found 10 perfect cups with matching saucers. Since then, I've secured triple wicks to the bottoms and filled them with layers of colorful wax. I've also poured the leftover wax into some mason jars for more candles. On impulse, I pick up a match, light one of the candles, and then stare at the soft flicking flame as Mom's words float back to me. If you've got a light, you've still got a wish. Do I dare? Maybe. Today I do. I just wish. I don't even know what to wish for when it's such a heavy, scary thing to put into words. I want this to last, living here with Ridge, but I know it can't. The flame has fizzled out, so it's too late anyway. I set down the match and look at the candle, its flame still lashing away. Shaking my head, I lean down and blow it out. Even if I'm ready to start wishing again, this isn't the day to give it the respect it deserves. Ready, darlin'? I turn, smiling at Ridge, because I can't not smile at this man. Yes, we're all set, I tell him, turning to the boxes on the table. It's insane how little it takes to lose control when it comes to him, especially when it comes to my heart. Right now, I see his smiling face, blue eyes beaming like lanterns, a brown jacket that hugs his shoulders so tight I can see right through it. God, I can feel those arms around me, strong enough to engulf me in the sweetest kiss or fling me around like a toy. You'd better believe I'm a sucker for both. He stirs me up without even trying. And that scares me almost as bad as Clay Grendel finding us. He walks over and picks up the box, then looks at the contents and flashes a Slayer grin. These are sweet. I think she'll love them. Not that I'm an authority on kids. I put on my coat but don't zip up because it's warm and sunny. Probably in the 50s today. Thank you. I hope little Josie and her friends agree. I've never been to a 6-year-old's birthday bash, he says as we walk to the front door. Maybe when I was that age, but not since then. Laughing, I bump his shoulder with mine. Good news, you're not invited to the party. You'll be hanging out in the garage with Jess and Tyler while the girls have tea. What about Jess's boy? He opens the door for me and ushers me outside. Cody? Oh, I'm sure he'll be there too. So will Jace, Alicia, and Tyler's son. Cody's a good kid, Ridge says, flashing a grin. Why, because he's a little terror? Now I know what you were like as a kid. We've been to the Berlands' house a few times so I could help Amy with her coffee bar, which turned out fantastic. Amy said she caught him trying to climb out the upstairs window with a rope the other day, playing freaking Tarzan. Ridge laughs. Now that's a kid's birthday party I want to go to. When is it? July for him. He told his parents he wants a pool party. Frowning, Ridge says, "They don't have a pool." "That's what Amy keeps telling him," I say, laughing. It's fun how easy it is to slide into Dallas life. I'm enjoying the friends I've made here so much. One more reason why it's going to be brutally hard to leave. Harder than leaving the farm, maybe. This place could use a pool. Hell, maybe an indoor one so we could use it more than 4 months a year, Ridge says. Right off the sunroom. We can have the kids over and let them go nuts. I can't believe this guy. Not what he says, especially now, but his generosity leaves me spinning. Pretty big decision for a pool party. I open the truck door. You must be a softie for kids. His smile says it all, and my heart wobbles. It's no surprise, I guess, when his own childhood was taken up with films, adult-like pressures always stewing in the background. Hey, I might use it too. He sets the box in the back seat. Casting me one of those smoldering looks that make my knees weak, he says, "Ever gone skinny dipping, Grace?" Here comes the uh-oh. But there's no denying the excitement arcing through me. Leaning closer, I whisper in his ear. Until we did it in the bathroom last weekend, no. It's happened more than once the past week. My pulse quickens at the memories, how the warm water just enhanced the sensation of Ridge and all his sexiness. Doesn't count if it's not taboo. Everybody gets naked in bathtubs. He slides a hand inside my coat, cupping one breast. Think how much more room we'd have in a pool. Holy hell. My body reacts to his touch, and knowing where that leads, I lay my hands on his chest and push. Save it for later, cowboy. We can't be late. Still plenty of time, he whispers, finding my nipple through my clothes and giving it a soft pinch that destroys me. Did the Greek snow sirens weren't all female? I'm convinced they could also be drop-dead gorgeous men with filthy minds. Fighting the urge to give in to him is a special hell. Nothing but full satisfaction from Ridge Barnett ever totally stops the sizzle he ignites. I manage to step back, out of his reach. Get in the truck, I growl, hiding the moan of disappointment in my throat. Don't fret, he laughs and winks. We'll leave early. God. It's not until we're on the highway that I can actually breathe normally again. Amy called earlier, he says. Why? Does she need us to stop and pick something up? I told her we could. No, she wanted me to make sure you tell her how much she owes you for the candles. He gives me a sly side eye. I shake my head. Nothing for the candles. The practice is payment enough for now. Yeah? Just like you didn't want her to pay you for the coffee bar? Which, let me say again, is cool as hell. Word's gonna spread like wildfire in town, knowing how Amy and Alicia loved Gab. Just wait until you get a call from Granny Coffee. That old woman's a certified ballbuster. She's got a soft spot for crafts and spends like the devil. Let Amy pay you, Grace. Well, maybe so, but I'm just barely getting back into this. I really don't mind a few free practice runs. Honestly, I feel guilty charging for such little jobs, even though I could use the money. I'm hardly a seasoned pro. There's also this imaginary tally in my head that keeps adding up how much I'm going to owe Ridge by the time this is over. Sure, he's a freaking gazillionaire. I couldn't repay him for Dad's care even if I tried. But I feel like I owe him something. A token payment for pride more than anything else. Would you have expected Jess to give me this truck without buying it? Apples and oranges, I answer. That's not even close to the same thing. Your skills are valuable, darling. You've got ninja shit no one else in this town has, and they're willing to pay you like they should. His eyes stay glued to the road, but there's no missing the excitement, the determination in his gaze. They're candles, Ridge, and I just told her how to toss around a few things she already had. I tell him matter-of-factly. It's more than that. You're a hell of a lot more than that. Don't keep thinking you aren't worth anything, because you are. Hell, people write books telling others how to wipe their asses, and they charge for it. Okay, that gets a giggle. It may be crude, but it's true. I'm not trying to play comedian, he says, although I do love to hear you laugh. He reaches over, taking my hand. Seriously, Grace, you're talented, you're smart, you're beautiful. You deserve to be paid for that in spades. Never sell yourself short, sweetheart. I'm so not worthy. I know I owe you a lot, Ridge, the cost of us staying here, Hold up, Grace. This has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you living with us. I can spend my money any damn way I please, and right now, I want to spend it on you. And Nelson, it's mine. I earned a good portion off my talent, just like you should. I know he means well, and don't point out the fact that our talents are leagues apart. I know the VA isn't paying for Jackie Ridge, like you told Dad. They don't pay for home care. He's silent for a moment before asking, would it make you feel better if they did? If I gave them a donation to match the cost? I donate to veterans groups all the time. Nothing out of the ordinary for me to. We're already big enough charity cases for you. Bull, that's not what I mean, and you know it. His grip on my hand tightens. I want you here, Grace. You and your old man both, as long as it takes. I like you, and I like helping Nelson. And damn it, this isn't about me for once. It's about you finding your lady balls and telling Amy how much those friggin' candles cost. I know, you just don't want to believe your work's good enough. Too bad, woman. I'm proud of you, and I'm going to make you proud of yourself, even if it takes all summer. I get what he's saying. His persistence pulls a smile out of me. It's like a dozen candles, Ridge, hardly enough to shake a stick at. It's a start, he says firmly. We all start somewhere with any venture. Make a wish and get paid. The dreaded W word again. A shiver ripples down my shoulders. Mom's words echo in my head again. If you've got a light, you've still got a wish. He's saying exactly what she'd meant. That light, wherever it is, can mark the way to better things. My big start was a diaper commercial, he says. Now that's groundbreaking shit right there. I bite my bottom lip at the smile forming. Unbuckling my seatbelt, I stretch across the console and kiss his cheek. Thanks. I could use a fresh start. For the 1000th time, he melts me with that perfect grin. You're welcome, darling. Then he plants a quick kiss on my lips. Remind me later to show you how much I've grown up since I starred in baby commercials. We aren't late to the party after all. The candles are a hit. The hyper little girls love racing each other to blow them out, and later they chatter among themselves, helping scoop wax out of the cups so they can take them home for their own tea parties. While parents are picking up their children, I bag up the trash and carry it out the back door. As I'm dropping the bag in the trash, something on the ground catches my attention. Bile burns my throat. A half-smoked cigar. Probably something left by one of the guys, but it's the smell that gets me. I squeeze my eyes shut, memories already hitting like a current pulling me under. The smell when I entered the house, the pain of him grabbing me, the ashes. A sob has me gasping, fighting, trying to breathe. Hands clap my shoulders, and my body jolts to get them off. A scream tears out of me. Hey, I didn't mean to scare you. Ridge's voice penetrates the darkness. I gasp for air, shaking, panic coiled tight around my throat like an angry snake. He turns me around to stare into his gentle blue eyes. Grace? God damn it, what's wrong? What happened? I grab his waist and bury my face in his chest, blocking out everything but him. You're all right, sweetheart. His voice resonates with deep command, strong enough to break through the adrenaline storm in my blood. Slowly, my breathing eases, and I lift my head. I'm fine, I strangle out. Like hell you are. He cups my face with both hands, his eyes locked with mine. You're as white as a sheet and trembling. Tell me what happened. A panic attack? I glance at the ground, the cigar, and jerk my face away. The whole world is just spinning. The cigar? He forces me to look at him again, bending over for a better look at the ground. Tyler's dad came out here to smoke, so it wouldn't stink up the garage. I nod, swallow, close my eyes to ground myself. Come on, he says, wrapping an arm around me. We're leaving. No, I'm okay, really. He kisses me slowly, softly, tenderly. He drowns me in those lips that are too good at saying so much without words. Darlin', the party's over, he whispers as his lips leave mine. Time for us to go home. Amy insisted on handing me a check with your name on it. After another firmer, passionate kiss, he leads me inside. I don't even have it in me to argue. I'm thankful for Ridge, thankful for his kiss, knowing it helps put color back in my face, making me look like a functioning human being again as we say our goodbyes. With a few more quick words and a thanks for Amy, We head home. He talks about the party, the cute little things Cody did that I missed. I'd listen quietly, knowing he's trying to make me feel better, get my mind off the unmentionable. It does, but I can't. Just can't get the smell of that cigar out of my mind and how much it reminds me of that freak, the day he did the unspeakable, and the bitter realization sets. As long as Clay Grendel lives and breathes as a free man, I'll always have his hellish memories holding me down. At the house, I see Dad sitting on the front porch of the cabin, and the reality of what I did hits. Actually, what I didn't do. I tell Ridge I'm going to lie down in my room for a bit to clear my head. In my room, I go to the window and see Ridge talking to Dad. My stomach sinks into a black pit. My dad doesn't know what happened that night. A couple months ago, while it was just me at the house, I think he'd gone to a nearby farm to buy hay and alfalfa for Rosie and Stern. I turn away from the window as the tears come, fast and furious. If only I'd been stronger that night, if I'd used Dad's gun to... No, it wouldn't have changed anything, really, minus getting me killed. But sometimes I'd rather be dead than have to live with what that Wolverine of a man did. Somehow, I stumble to bed, curl into a ball, trying harder to keep everything locked inside. If I don't, I'll hate myself even more. Hate myself for not putting an end to it all when I had the chance. Instead, I made it worse. When the door opens, I close my eyes, feigning sleep. Not that it'll do anything to stop a very concerned Ridge. And let's be real, part of me doesn't want him to stop. I want his arms around me. I want his comfort. I want his magic lips to take me to another time and place where Clay Grendel doesn't exist. I just don't want to tell him the truth. The one thing I know he wants, and frankly deserves. Ridge's heavy weight sinks down beside me. He slides an arm gently under my neck. I curl up beside him, laying my head on his shoulder. Breathing in his fortifying, manly, everything's gonna be okay scent works wonders. "You ready to tell me?" he asks softly, kissing the top of my head. "It's okay if you're not, Grace. Take your time." Sweet Jesus. I don't think I'll ever be ready to tell anyone. But after smelling that cigar, I know. Like it or not, I have to. 2 months ago. I realize I'm not alone in the house a second after I put the groceries on the counter. My throat tightens. I hadn't seen a vehicle out front, and with Dad gone, picking up the hay, I'm all alone with them. Steeling myself, I stomp out of the kitchen, wondering just how many goons there'll be and what the crap they want this time. I'm actually surprised to see it's just him, sitting in Dad's favorite stuffed recliner. Clay Grendel looks up with those frigid, bare brown eyes. His smile cuts me like a knife. "Finally, I've been waiting around here for almost an hour with you standing me up." He sits up in the chair, decked out in his usual. "Come on, Gracie, smile. Aren't you a little happy to see me?" That's a big hell no. My eyes crawl up black slacks and an immaculate white button-down shirt that makes him look like he's just come from a hard day at the office. That damn leather jacket is slung over the sofa. I can smell his half-burned cigar from here, a glass of some amber gold liquid at his side on the end table. Scotch, I think. His other hand holds something I don't process at first. My graduation picture? What are you doing here, Clay? I stammer out, dreading the answer. "How many boys did you date at that fancy college, Gracie?" he says, dead serious as he is drunk. "Did any of them ever tell you what a sweet fucking sugar you are? Did you let any of those little boys get up your skirt?" I'm so stunned and disgusted, I don't know what hits me faster. Hot fury that this sicko, this intruder, invaded our living room to ask these kinds of questions, or the absolute horror that his pants are undone. And it isn't hard to tell what he's been doing with my picture. "What's the matter?" he slurs, blowing a long line of smoke. "Cat got your tongue? Must run in the family, girl. Let me help you out." Before I know what's happening, he flies out of the chair and whips around it with shocking speed, grabbing me and pushing me onto the sofa. It's the stench that bothers me more than his weight. We're face to face, and he reeks. Too much cologne, scotch thick on his breath. But more than anything, that sickly tobacco smoke. It flows up my nostrils and burns from the inside out. Don't act surprised. You know how long I've waited for this day, Gracie. Ever since I saw you standing around your place in Milwaukee, watching me real wide-eyed, a slice of cherry pie ripe for the picking. I let out a muffled scream. He shoves his hand across my mouth, pushing it back in. You come with me, we'll call it even. Your daddy's debt paid in full. I'll call off my men. Hell, I'll even have them help fix this place up. It ain't like it used to be, considering recent misfortunes. Never! I spit out the second I work my mouth away from his hand. It's horribly tempting to bite him, but not when I'm crushed under him like this. Incredibly, my harsh response leaves him stunned. I'm able to slide out from under him, dart across the room, and stop near the stairs. Don't be stupid. I'm offering you a golden opportunity to put your shitty luck behind you. All you've got to do is come with me back to Milwaukee. I'll set you up in the place of your dreams. Anything and everything you want on demand. No. If that's what you're here for, I'm giving you my answer. I'll die before I'm a prisoner. Especially yours. The nasty haze in his eyes fades, gives way to this fierce glow. He rakes a hand through his dark hair, graying at the temples. It's sickening how normal, how distinguished even, this man would look in some other time and place where he isn't impersonating Satan. I don't think you follow, Gracie. He bites off, focused rage coming into his clipped tone. You shrugging me off like I'm one of those dickless little college kids you dated. Not how this works. Maybe you need a proper lesson. Clay, wait, I don't know what to say, what to do, what to even think as he marches across the room. He knows the house too well, heading straight for the little cabinet that belonged to my grandmother. All I know is I'm utterly frozen as he tears the glass door open, reaches inside, and holds up the urn. Oh my God, not that, not Mom. Clay. Last chance, Gracie. I'm being kind. So how about you be a good girl and reciprocate, Snarling, he holds it up high over his head, flashing a cruel grin. I'll ask you one more time, sweetie. Will you come with me? Give up your shitty little farm and join the living? Don't let your daddy wind up like Mama, a pile of ash I can hold in my hand. Not a hard choice. I fight with everything I have not to tremble, gazing into those brown eyes, so dark they're nearly black. Well, what do you say? Speak, he snaps. I say nothing, not with words. I try to ignore the sickening crash as the urn impacts the wall behind me. I take off, racing up the stairs, straight for Dad's room through a cloud of ash. He's got the gun on his nightstand. I wish to everything holy I'd gone to the range just a few more times. I'm not the worst shot, but now, facing the prospect of having to fire a gun to save my life or to end this monster's... Crud. It feels like hours pass, but it can't be more than a minute or two. By the time I hear Clay's heavy footsteps thudding slowly up the stairs, smell his stinking cigar smoke from a freshly lit smoke, see his gnarled shadow on the wall, I'm a broken mess. But I've got Dad's gun in front of me, safety off, pointed and ready. Very funny, Gracie, he says, stopping inside the door, his body filling it. Put that fucking toy down and talk to me. I fire once, and the bullet flies right over his shoulder and buries itself in the wall. Jesus, it's enough to make him flinch. Enough to make him drop that wretched cigar. Enough to smell the rug underneath his feet burning a few seconds later, as he gives me the vicious look I've seen again and again in my nightmares. You can't be fucking serious, you. Try it. Go right ahead, you bastard. Take another step and I'll shoot you in the balls. That first shot was fair warning. Next time, I swear to God, Clay, I won't miss. I'm stunned at how harsh I sound when it feels like my lungs are full of cement. I'll never know what makes him turn, retreating slowly away from the soulless carnage he's left downstairs. Maybe he's genuinely afraid I'll make good on my word. Maybe he realizes he needs backup. Maybe he means to finish this when he's sure I'll be easy prey. Oh, he definitely intends to fight another day and make me pay for daring to threaten him. Whatever it is, I don't relax until I hear the screen door banging shut and the slow, angry growl of an engine fading in the distance. Present. You were brave, beautiful. So very fucking brave. Ridge's voice is all thunder as he kisses the top of my head and hugs me tighter. Clay, he left then, I whisper, finishing my story. I locked the doors and hid behind the basement stairs for over an hour until Dad came home. He found me, clutching the gun, and was on the verge of calling 911 before I snapped out of my trance. A perfectly normal reaction to that level of psycho shit, he growls. I push off his chest and sit up. Maybe, Ridge, but brave? No, I wasn't. No way. I was a coward. Regret sickens me again. It was total self-preservation. I could have ended it if I'd just shot him. He wasn't even armed, I don't think. But I didn't, because I was afraid. Scared of what he might do when he'd already ripped out my effing heart. Ridge sits up. Of course you were afraid, Grace. You were smart, not cowardly, to show the restraint you did. That fuck would have hurt you. He could have... So what? I should have killed him, I belt out, pulling at a loose strand of my hair with one hand. I had the chance. I should have chased him down and kept shooting until I ran out of bullets. Who knows, maybe I would have gone to jail or gotten Dad in hot water, but we wouldn't have to run for our lives. We wouldn't have dragged you into this. I wasn't thinking about others. I was just thinking of myself. Thank God you were. Ridge grabs my shoulders, digging his thumbs in softly. You could have gone to jail. His uncle and his spiderweb of connections would have made damn sure of it to protect his own ass. The Old Town boys are an entire machine, and even if you tore off the head, there's no telling how it might keep going. But I could have ended it for Dad. He could have lived in peace. I made it worse. How? He came back that soon? No, his goons did. We kept the gate locked, but that didn't stop them. We had to board up our windows the last few months we lived there. We never knew when they'd come to throw things at them or fire a few shots just to shake us up. I expected them to break in, come after me. But they made it a game. Clay kept backing off to drive us insane. You were under siege, Ridge growls, more to himself than me. But the white-hot anger I see clouding his gorgeous features is entirely mine. Even the neighbors called the police a few times, but the police acted like it was our fault. Didn't do anything to stop it, especially when Dad always tried to downplay things. I think I knew then, even before his cough took a turn for the worse, that we had to leave. If I'd just killed Clay that night, so many things might have been different. And I wish I had, even if I can't say with any confidence whether it would have turned out better or worse. At least the psycho, the scum, the would-be kidnapper who doused me in my own mom's ashes would be in hell, where he belongs. There's another way, darling. Don't think he's gotten off the hook, Ridge tells me, his voice as cool as the calm before a storm. I peel back, my eyes shifting back and forth, studying his face, which catches the shadows in the room like gunmetal. That plan I mentioned before, we're awfully close to finalized. Leave ending Clay Grendel and his machine to me. Oh, the things I want to say, to protest, to beg him not to do when this isn't his fight. Not even when he's staked a clear, unmoving claim to it. But one more look at his face tells me I'd have more success talking a mountain into moving than pulling Ridge Barnett back from the brink of all-out war.
20. No calm before storms. Ridge. The fury boiling inside me flares to a level I haven't felt since I poisoned Linus Hammond. Hammond was a selfish, murdering piece of shit. But Clay Grendel? A warped little pissant who deserves to die. If I knew where he was right now, I might not wait for Falk and the guys. I glance up the stairway where I left Grace in her room to rest. She blames herself for everything. I'm not sure I convinced her otherwise. Everything that's happened isn't her fault. It's not Nelson's either, despite his mistakes. Grendel, the inquisitor fuck who's tortured them 100 different ways, is the only one responsible. We've waited weeks for him to make his move, yet no one contacted Bebe with new threats. No one sketchy has shown up riling up the townspeople. There's nothing. I'm sick of this waiting game. Storming into my office, I close the door. Rather than emailing Faulkner, I call him. Rich, what's the word? He answers. This motherfucker needs to go down. Right now. We're not wasting more time on the logistics. I agree. The more I've dug into him, the dirtier he is. But here's the problem. He doesn't get his hands dirty. The man hires everything out to his army of goons. However, I think we found his lab. Turns out, the Old Town boys directly manufacture some of their drugs. It's a smaller pharma company based in downtown Milwaukee, not far from the rail yards. They make several run-of-the-mill prescription fillers during the day and illegal substances by night. Get this. The company claims research grants every year from the city and the state of Wisconsin. Grindle himself sits on the board. Piece of shit. I snarl into the phone. So he's a boring suit to the rest of the world, making money off every angle. Sure does. And he sells plenty of street drugs, too. Falk clears his throat, dialing back the hint of Oklahoma twang in his voice. Grindle's uncle has his hands in tons of federal drug cases, making sure his own investments keep safe. The entire family is pure scum. Stating the obvious doesn't make me feel better. They're embedded in the local drug scene in Milwaukee, Madison, even as far as Chicago. The designer drugs they manufacture are top of their class, sad to say. The kind rich kids and famous people order up for wild raves. It keeps the specialty nightclubs in business, too, slinging shit on their end under the table. They've been on the radar for years, no doubt, but Grindle doesn't slip up. And if his uncle and the local authorities they've compromised don't shut leakers up, they disappear mighty fast. Fuck. Growing up in Hollywood, I know plenty about flashy nightclubs and decadent parties, where the drugs come easier than young bodies chasing fun. I'd been invited to plenty. I'd participated in none. Not when I knew the reputation behind that shit. We have to take him down, I say, wondering if I'm truly ready to lay out the ace in my hole, no thanks to Tobin. Then we have to get him off his home turf, Fox says. The same thing we decided weeks ago. Too bad it's been moving at a tortoise's pace. Make no mistake, he has plenty of hands on deck. Grindle has runners, mules, mercs, and cleaners. Every last one of them are expendable. Same with the street soldiers. They know if they mess up, they're dead men walking. Grindle has so many layers protecting him, it'd take a real twist of fate to drag his ass out here, I reckon. We have to find his Achilles heel. I know what he's getting at. Grace. The one thing he's been after this whole time. Obviously, I can't put her in harm's way just to flush his demon ass out. Can't and won't. We'll figure it out. I have a damn good idea how it ends. I snarl. Let me get my hands on him. Even if you could, he won't be alone. That's what I'm trying to assess. We get Clay out here. He'll be coming with a swarm of hired thugs. Sure, we'll have our own backup, but... Fuck. I cut him off. Listen. There's a strategy I want to run by you, but it also involves something I need to come clean about to you and the guys. Can you meet me at the Bobcat tonight after Grady closes up? I'll call Drake in, too. I'll be there. Have to remind you, though, Nilsson and Grace are a key part of this any way you slice it. He tells me, sharpness in his voice. I told you before, after the way her old man was involved, Nilsson Sellers can't be wrapped up in a bust. Not directly. They might send him to jail. Full exoneration is on the table, Ridge. Falk throws out, not a hint of surprise in his voice. I'm floored. I also hate to ask my next question. You talked to the FBI about busting the Grindle machine, didn't you? I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose. Falk, what do you have in mind? Grady flips the sign to closed and hangs it on the purple Bobcat's purple-tinted glass door, turning the lock. I wait for him to join us before I say a word, folding my hands together on the bar top. Sweat beads on my brow. I barely said a word to Falk and Drake since they showed up. I don't have a clue how this will go down. Admitting I poisoned a man, and I'm fully open to illegal shit again in a worst-case scenario. Grady tops off everyone's beers, filling his own glass from a tap of some pitch-black ale infused with coffee, then hunkers down behind the bar, scratching his dark beard. I'm ready. What's this all about? Falk said you had something on your mind, he asks. Fuck it, guys. Here goes. My eyes flit over them, lingering an extra second on Drake's Dallas PD badge, gleaming gold in the light. He's still in uniform. I've told you guys what happened to my mom. Some of you may have gone looking deeper, wondering what's really up with me. Can't blame you if you did. You've only left your ass hanging out with the boring Hollywood stuff, Barnett. Not to mention way too many leaked pictures of your junk online. I hope they're all fake. Believe me, I've checked into you and seen some things I wish I hadn't. Falk looks at me over his glass, taking a long pull off his amber beer. Fella's gotta do something to keep his record hunting sharp, though. This about that Hammond guy again? Drake asks, looking up from swirling his beer, a can of some North Dakota local brew. You told me it was over after you busted his nose, I thought. Aren't we talking about the new threat? Yes and no. I pause, this heavy blackness in my heart making me too sick to sip my beer. Basically, I fucking killed him. I pause. You heard me. I pause again, inhaling sorely needed breath. No, I wasn't the guy who pulled the trigger, and I didn't know him. But I met Linus Hammond in a bar one night. I slipped this stuff in his drink and made him a vegetable. Tobin tried to stop me, and he's the only one who knows. I didn't listen. It's a true record scratch freeze frame moment. Everybody's glasses stop where they are. All eyes are on me, saying the same thing. Holy shit. I swallow loudly, wishing I had some water. Well, that's... fuck. Grady grunts, pounding back his beer in one bearish gulp. You had your reasons. He murdered your ma. Can't say I wouldn't do the same in your shoes. His glass comes down hard on the countertop like a gavel. Verdict served. I hope. Falk and Drake look his way. At least Drake hasn't slapped me in handcuffs yet, I guess. But I'm not sure it's a good sign. You went looking for justice, Falk says, shifting in his seat, his eyes softening to darker forest green, looking somewhere far off. You'll never catch me saying it on record, but sometimes it's the cleaner, neater option than an FBI case file. I'm guessing you were short on evidence, proving what that fucker did. I nod slowly. If I had anything solid, I would have hired every law firm I could to nail his dick to the wall. What I did was the only way. Truth be told, I meant to kill him. But the dose I gave him was off, or something didn't mix right with the wine. Whatever the case, it wasn't meant to be. My gaze shifts to Drake, who's glaring, gripping his beer. His sharp blue eyes are like trying to decipher a glacier. Man, you're lucky you didn't fuck your own ass, he says finally, sliding a hand through his dark blonde hair. But if you think I'm going to sit here cussing you out for going outside the law, I did the same thing for Bella, for Winnie, for Jonah Reed. Just because I've got a badge now doesn't mean I don't remember what it was like without one when trouble came calling. So you won't tell Sheriff Wallace? I smile, tilting my head. Never, he growls, sucking down his beer angrily. Bigger question. What do you need? Since you mentioned poison, don't tell me you're thinking about going that route again. Doesn't work when you're up against a crew of brawlers with guns. It shouldn't come to that, I say. What we need is something big to draw them in, bust their asses. Lure Clay and his boys here with cargo that'd make him a slam-dunk case for the cops, the FBI, the DEA. You've got the muscle, Grady rumbles, his big hands clenched together in front of him. I've still got the right guns and a good eye to cover you. Trouble is, the man's not stupid. We'll need more than raw force. Falk leans back in his chair, stroking his chin dusted in a sandy 5 o'clock shadow. Clay Grindle is experienced, highly intelligent and dangerous. And if you're thinking about placing an order for his goods to set him up, think again. If it comes from you or Tobin, or some hired proxy out of left field, you'll never make him do squat. I know, I tell them, taking a slug of my beer, the cool glass sharpening my focus. Luckily, there's one more person I think I can count on to have my back. She's not here to talk to tales, but I think she'll be persuaded to help. "Just tell us what you need," Drake whispers, his eyes glowing with an excited fury I'm sure he thought was behind him. With friends like these, this might just work. An hour later, my last nerve wants to snap. "Just do it, Bebe," I say. "Please. How many times do I have to—" "You're crazy," she snaps. "No way, Buster. What you're asking could ruin your career forever. Could even damage mine. Have you lost it out there in the sticks? Has North Dakota and more oil pumps than people just scrambled your brain? Ridge, what you're asking isn't just illegal. It's—" I hold the phone away from my ear as she rattles on about my terrible, unreasonable request for another minute. Let her vent. Because it's true. I'm putting her between a rock and a hard place. If word gets out that she's soliciting designer drugs for my engagement party, it could blow back on her a dozen ugly ways. I don't care what happens to me, but I have some sympathy for her. Bebe was there when I needed her, but damn it, I need her more now. I want Grindle to hear about my phony needs. I want to play his greed, make him fly into such a snarling roid rage he tries delivering those drugs himself. Find someone who will, I tell her. I need this party, and it has to go off without a hitch. She's silent for so long I wonder if she hung up, except for the fact that I can hear the music in the background. Classical. It's always playing in her office. "On one condition," she finally says. My muscles tighten even worse. If she starts in on a woman, Grace, not being worth it again, I'll lose it. "What?" I ask, bracing for whatever bullet comes out of her mouth next. 3 more movies," she says firmly. "Start with the Western, the good one, the script I sent over last week." I hadn't even opened her package. Hadn't planned on it. The air in my lungs burns hot as I heave it out. "All right. Fuck. I'll do it. Help me with this, and I'll make you a rich woman. Richer, I mean." I click off and drop the phone on my desk, hoping Falk knows what he's doing. Hell, I hope I know what I'm doing. I just keep digging myself deeper, and even if I line up a small army to help, there's no guarantee any of this works. But does it matter in the end? Does it make me think for a hot second about pulling back? No. The next couple weeks are heaven and hell. Spring arrives in full force, banishing the last of the snow and beginning to paint the sprawling acreage around my place green. We take Rosie and Stern out for rides together. They give me a special peace I've never enjoyed. And the sex we have in the barn, in the bedrooms, bathrooms, and anywhere else we can be sure of not getting caught. Fucking mind-boggling. It never gets old. She's so enticing, so eager. Every glance as she transitions into lighter clothes with the changing weather destroys what little resistance and focus I've got during the day. If Grace Sellers even hints at being naked, I'm hard, instantly ready to go. Like right now. I'm hard just thinking of her in the bedroom, where she's busy trying on dresses for the big party this weekend. Bebe had 6 different knockout outfits sent to the house from the best designers in L.A., along with shoes that made her squeal and a whole mess of other packages. Grace insisted she never looked at it, let alone worn a $3,000 dress. Exactly why I had Bebe send 6 more. "Knock, knock," I say, opening the door to her room. She turns around, looks over her shoulder, and shakes her head, sending wisps of pretty blonde hair everywhere. I hold my breath as my dick throbs without mercy. God damn, somebody stop me. She's wearing all black, a floor-length dress with a slit up one side. The V neckline plunges almost to her belly button, and the reflection in the mirror behind her Shows the back of the dress has the same deep V-cut right down to her waist. Darling, you look...
Sad? Yeah. I don't have the boobs to wear something like this, she says, fidgeting with her hands. Every time I lift my arms, my nipples get exposed.
I push the door shut, lean against it, and snap the lock in place. Better show me. For science, or whatever the fuck. She smirks and her cheeks light up in fuckable red. Slowly, though, she humors me, lifting her arm over her head. One sweet peak of her right tit is barely visible, a half circle of dark areola, just a hint of the nipple painting my balls blue. My inner caveman wants to fling her against the bed and see how much punishment the entire frame can take.
See?
She asks, looking down and tugging on the black material, covering up her tit.
I couldn't go out in public wearing this.
I'm so fucking hard I can barely walk. Crossing the room, I grab her wrists, lifting her arms up. Didn't get a good enough look, I growl. Show me again.
Oh, Reg, you're just... Oh, you're serious, huh?
Damn right. I help lift her arms, exposing the nipple again, loving how her soft blue eyes heat with something wicked. Releasing her wrists, I act like I'm going to stretch the material over her tit, but instead, I flip it aside, fully exposing her, then the other one, and thumb at both nipples. Shit, they're perked, fully puckered at my touch, ready to leave me delirious.
I'm trying to be serious.
She drops her arms.
Stop that.
Why?
Because I have to figure out a dress to wear.
She shoots me a look and rolls those beautiful eyes. Oh, hell. A man could fall in love with that shit. Not this one, I tell her, pushing the black material off her shoulders. Your tits are for my eyes only. Nobody else gets a peek. That gets another flush smile out of her before the dress pools around her feet, exposing every sweet inch of what's mine.
Bossy much?
She whines, still looking at me with eyes that invite me to do whatever I want. You know you love it. Sliding a hand between her legs, I lean in and whisper, about as much as I love this pussy.
Oh?
She shifts her stance, spreading her legs to give my hand ample room.
How much is that?
We're really gonna do this? I wonder. Not that I'm complaining. I'm game to show her any waking second. Her head tips back slightly, and a moan slips out of her. My fingers already in her, working pleasure out of her silk. I kiss her neck, grazing my stubble across her skin. Her shoulder gets my teeth, a quick little nip that makes her shudder. Then I move to her tit, strumming my fingers deeper inside her, searching for the spot that's sure to bring her down at her knees. You really want me to show you, Grace? Be careful what you're asking.
I'm not asking.
A devilish moan slips out of her.
And you already are.
Guilty as charged. Nudging her to the nearby chair, I grab the back of her neck softly and pull those hot, wet lips to mine. Fuck. If I keel right over, I want died heroically taming Grace Sellers on my fucking epitaph. The only thing hotter than her mouth has to be her slick heat tightening on my hand. I love how she moves, how she twitches, how she gives herself away so sweetly. These hands have all the encouragement they need to take the hell over, and they do. A shrill noise pushes out of her just as my thumbs rake over her clit. She falls back against me, skin even hotter than her breath, so sultry I swear she'll ignite my clothes. You starting to understand, darling? To see how much I love show and tell? Her pussy tightens again as my fingers slow to a teasing rhythm. She shakes her head fiercely, reaching down to grab my wrist, digging her little nails in. She wants me to finish her bad. Not yet. Still a lot to show you. Like how bad I've been dying to eat you up all day. I snarl, batting her hand away and hoisting her up. Her legs tremble, she gasps, and then I lead her right to the bed. Sit down and open your legs. The instant she's planted, legs draped over the bed, I kneel down with a picture-perfect view of her pink. Relax, I say, pulling her hips forward so those sweet folds catch my breath. She shudders as my nostrils flare, breathing her in, intoxicating myself on Grace's scent of sex, want, need. I barely feel human. The beast inside me wakes up, pushes a growl up my throat, and then I'm face deep in her divine cunt, taking her hard with my tongue. She loses it in barely a minute. It's a fight to hold her legs apart, urging her on with deep, hungry strokes, moving her hips against my face. I make her ride me, make her work for it. But she's so spooled up and responsive, her body gives it up to me in record time. I tongue lash her pussy right through the first release and start on her second, sparing no time, no mercy. Her nails dig at the back of my neck. If she wants to scratch me up raw, I'll let her. Because I'm so damn deep in beast mode that I don't think a striking meteor could pull me away from making her come again, biting down on her fist as she does. It's cute that she still tries to muffle the sound. I amp up her volume, pulling it out of her, sucking her clit in mad circles that leave her thighs twitching around my face. Greedy, I keep at it, sucking through every spasm, every tremor, until she's limp, red-faced and panting. Fuck. My cock rages against my jeans, loving and hating every red second I go down on her, because it's jealous that it doesn't get to do the job. I'm drunk on her, delving my tongue deep inside her, so ready to sink down inside her, I feel like I'm about to split down the middle. Call it what it is. Pure, fuck-hot insanity. I've never been this tuned to any woman, to her body, her needs. When she's thoroughly whipped by my tongue, I trail kisses up her stomach, spending a moment on each tit, and then kiss her lips. How'd I do, lady? Better than perfect, she groans. God, she's gorgeous. Her skin is flushed, her face glowing, her eyes flooded with this balmy warmth. Every time I look at her, it does something wild to my heart, to me. Every day we're together, I'm amazed that she's somehow more beautiful than the day before. My balls churn fire, aching with this crazy fantasy, this sense that I could keep her, maybe even put a kid in her someday. The gossip rags would go ballistic over the baby we'd make. Their looks would be pure Athena or Apollo. Snarling, I kiss her again, amused that no matter how often I take those lips, it's never enough. She smiles slowly, her eyes dancing to mine. Give me a minute. Then it's your turn. We trade places on the bed, her still slick with sweat and painfully sexy, dropping to her knees in front of me. The moment her lips clamp down around my cock, I'm gone. Not a chance in hell I'm going to last long. I damn near came with her when she blew the second time. But who the hell am I to deny a woman her fun? My body goes rigid, my mouth dry, making her name sound hoarser than thunder, because all I can do is whisper. Grace. Fuck. Her hand pumps the base of my cock harder, faster as she sucks me, pulling me closer and closer. The hellfire pressure in my balls increases, bringing me to the brink several times before I reach for her hair, pulling her away. On me, woman. I know you're on the pill. I want you raw, and I want it right now. Her eyes go wide, lit like the moon. For a second, I wonder if I've gone too far, asked for too much. Then she stands, slowly draping her hands around my shoulders. I guide her down on my cock like a bull in mating rut. It takes everything I have to hold back while her pussy engulfs my cock, our eyes locked, my hands sweeping to her ass and grabbing her cheeks. We both go hard, our bodies frantic for their first taste with nothing between us. The condom's a distant memory, if I have my way, forever. Our hips collide, drawing my dick into the hilt, and were two feral creatures just clutching, tearing, gasping in a race to see who's the first to fall. Incredibly, I hold it together, about 2 seconds longer than her. The instant she tenses, drags her nails down my back, and bites at my shoulder to muffle her scream, I've left the planet. My dick fucks a few more rabid strokes into her slick, tight heat before I bury myself with a growl and let go. We're coming so hard it's no exaggeration to call it apocalyptic. Heat rips out of me and floods her, my dick pulsing with a hot growl spilling from my throat. I sear my mouth on hers, digging my teeth into her bottom lip, marking her with my mouth as my seed brands her within. Holy fuck. She told me the other week she's never had any man raw. And now that she chose me to break her in, skin on skin, I can't imagine anyone else having her again. Rich? I look up into her soft, curious eyes after I'm spent, wondering where I've been for the last... Fuck. How long has it been? Laughing, she uncouples with a parting kiss and smiles up at me, eyes shimmering. That's my show for the day. I love it. Sucking you dry, she whispers. Maybe next time you'll let me finish you with my mouth. I grasp her face, running my fingers through her gold hair. And miss a chance to fill you up again. It's like you're trying to give me the biggest dilemma ever known to man. She giggles, falling against my shoulder. We're hopeless, aren't we? Sighing, she stands. And I still don't know what dress I'm wearing. Dress? Oh, right. Thoughts of round 2 are already swallowing my brain. Still plenty of time to figure that out, I say, cupping her breasts. Excitement flickers in her eyes as she nods, glancing down at my cock. It's standing as tall and proud as when she'd first taken it into her mouth. She touches the tip. I guess if we take an extended break... Under me, ass up. You need a pillow? I ask, as she saunters to the bed and obeys. I've got the headboard to claw. Just try not to ram me through it head first, she says, more than half serious. I grin. Turns out, I'm the one who needs something to hold on to as I mount her from behind, pushing balls deep. I've been falling all damn month. Falling hard, falling fast, falling madly in love with this woman who's become my total obsession. She moans real sweet for me as I take her, pushing her on to her next release. Animalistic grunts ripping out of me as I take her to the brink. Nothing about sex ever disappoints with her, except for one thing. It has to end. And it does. 10 minutes later, when we're both soaked in sweat and I have her pinned down, emptying myself inside her, grinding my seed, loving how her pussy sucks off every inch of me when she comes so hard it shatters her. What's wrong? She asks, after we're both flopped down on our backs and almost breathing like human beings again. Nothing. I shake my head. Just soaking you up, darling. Sometimes I can't believe it. You're the gorgeous one, remember? She whispers. There are days when I can't believe I'm having sex with a movie star. Rich Barnett, the most handsome man in the world. Hey, I won a lot of awards, but I was never voted that, I say, with a wink, rolling between her legs, positioning myself over her again. The more we talk, the more I'm ready to go again. But you were. She arches her hips up, taking the tip of me inside her. I took a vote. You won. The end. Shit. There's no time to even laugh, considering she wants it as bad as I do. Grace pulls me down, pushing her legs against mine so my length sinks deep inside her. I've won something, all right. Raging need surges through me. Grabbing her shoulders, I slam her against the mattress as her legs push harder on mine, urging me on. My mouth buries hers in a blinding kiss. Then it's all instinct, fast, out of control, and absolutely carnal. You already know I don't just mean the sex. The weekend comes in no time, and I glance at the clock. 6 hours until the party starts. It seems like everyone's on edge around here. From Jackie telling us Nelson's ornerier than ever, to Corny screaming at 1 a.m., to the horses snorting and staring off into the distance this morning. I'm determined, but nervous as hell. We still don't have direct confirmation it's Grindle himself delivering the drugs. Falk thinks for sure it'll be him. He says his FBI spooks told him Clay left Milwaukee with half a dozen guys, 3 vehicles, but only 2 of the vehicles arrived in Dallas a couple hours ago. All the big guests Bebe invited are filing into the hotel in town where it's due to take place. She's there too, helping coordinate and relay info. I might owe her a 4th damn movie just for dragging her back out to Dallas one more time. The drugs are total decoys. They'll never make it to anyone. Hard evidence due to be handed over to an undercover FBI informant with ties to the DEA, posing as an event planner. Bebe went along with the scheme, as promised, insisting she wanted the crap delivered straight from the manufacturer to make sure they haven't been cut or altered before delivery. She worked her LA sources over until they put her in touch with a place they could do it, conveniently just a few hours away in Fargo. Apparently, the Old Town boys are active there too, using it as one of their depots before the shit flows farther west or north into Canada. She told them they'd get 7 figures for a successful execution. As much as it annoys me, I'm glad she played it up, letting it be known far and wide in the underground that I only settle for the best of the best and pay a king's ransom. One of the club owners came through, touching base with Clay's main distributor. The bastard couldn't have had any doubt about the source of the request here in little old Dallas. Falk's also at the hotel, helping Drake put up additional surveillance. Even Grady has someone watching his kids so he can be ready at a moment's notice. I'm touched, but also afraid for these men who are risking their asses to help save mine. One thing's for sure, we'll have every base covered. Lost in my thoughts over prep, it dawns on me that I hear a horn blaring outside. It's distant, yet getting louder. I glance out the window as Jackie Owens's car comes flying up the driveway. She mentioned taking Nelson into town for new shoes or something. I can't say I was fully listening with everything else on my mind. Tobin went to Dallas earlier too. Starch for my tuxedo. He'd been fussing that I hadn't dug it out sooner so he could have it sent out to be pressed. I exit my office, walk to the front door, and open it just as the car comes to a screeching halt near the garage. What the hell?
Help me get him inside, Ridge,
Nelson roars, throwing open the passenger door. I jog down the steps, concerned and confused, until I get a look at what's behind the door hanging open. Tobin is a tangled mess in the back seat, holding a bloody rag to his head. His glasses are bent, one lens completely blown out. His green eyes so empty it scares the shit out of me. What the fuck happened? I grind out, elbowing Nelson aside and reaching in to help Tobin out.
Broken ribs. Possible concussion, I think,
Jackie says.
But we need to get the bleeding stopped right now. Help him inside.
They ran me off the road,
Tobin says, his voice this dry, faint rattle.
I saw them coming. Tried to veer, but the truck, it rolled.
Who? I snap my mouth shut. Dumb question. I already know. And I feel like the world's biggest jackass for underestimating them, thinking they'd just walk right into our trap. He's got more than a few broken ribs. One glance at Tobin's busted face tells me they aimed to kill him, running him off the road. My heart shoots lightning through my chest. It's pure hell, seeing him like this. The man who's always been a rock through every storm of my life. The man who practically raised me, an unbreakable soul. The man who protested with his heart and soul when I went off to destroy Linus Hammond, but who sees so much ruthlessness in Clay Grindle. He helped me with the poison. And it's looking a hell of a lot more likely that we'll have to use it. It isn't fucking fair. Tobin deserves better than winding up the sacrificial lamb. Swallowing the fire in my throat, I grab under Tobin's arm and help him as he limps pitifully toward the house. Holy shit. So much for having all my bases covered. The flaw in our plan was assuming that maniac would play ball just long enough to wander into a swarm of cops and federal agents. Now, it looks like we're the ones who were baited.
They'd have killed me. They slowed down, threw open their doors. I saw guns,
Tobin whispers, trying to ground himself in his storytelling.
But traffic came. People stopped. Then Nelson and Jackie arrived with these kids.
You just rest, buddy, I say, putting him gently on the couch, giving his shoulder a firm squeeze. You're safe now. I'm going to get you a doctor.
Ridge?
His eyes bulge, suddenly full of energy. He grabs at my shirt.
You have to finish them. Be smart. Be devious. The toast.
I know exactly what he means. Leaning near his ear, I whisper, I won't let you down. Jackie comes up then, barking orders at everyone, including me to get out of the way so she can do her thing. While she takes over, I pull out my phone and send a message to the guys. Change of plans. I need cover here. Everybody come over pronto. I text. When I look up, I catch the look on Grace's face as she hurries into the room with a bowl of water and towels. She's ashen, shaking her head at me, the guilt already eating her up inside. Damn it all. I reach for her arm, but she flinches and pulls away. Setting the bowl on the coffee table, she starts taking off Tobin's bloodied shoes and gives me one more reason why I'm going to annihilate the entire Grindle syndicate.
21. No trust undone. Grace. Appalling guilt churns in my belly like a washing machine flush with acid as I remove Tobin's shoes and cut slits up his trouser legs to expose his shins. Oh God, his bleeding shins. They look like they've gone through a shredder, a spinning walkway of knives that slashed up his skin without tearing deep into muscle. Small comfort. You're both fussing too much, Tobin says in his staunch, righteous way, despite his voice being no louder than a rustling leaf. I'm slightly relieved he still has some fight left in him after the brutal beatdown he took from the accident. Hush, let me see if we need a doctor or not, Jackie tells him sternly. No doctor. The airbags went off, Tobin says. They kept me from truly getting hurt. They saved you from dying, Jackie throws back, shaking her head so fast her hair ripples. Make no mistake, you're plenty hurt. I was there to pull you out of it. Your legs were trapped under that dash. If it wasn't for those farm boys who stopped, we wouldn't have gotten you out. Don't be ridiculous. My insides curdle, knowing if those local boys hadn't come along when they had, Clay's men might have easily just mowed down Tobin, and then Jackie and Nelson a little ways behind him on the road. God, I knew this wasn't going to work, but I'd gotten so caught up in my own life, in being Ridge's fiancé, fake fiancé, that I'd forgotten how nothing stops Clay. He's a slow-moving brute force of nature. I don't care what Ridge says. I should have shot that bastard in the head when I had the chance. But now people are going to die. Die because of me. All because I'd gotten swept up in a fantasy with a man who takes me on a detour from hell. That's all it can ever be, an escape, not a permanent solution. Those farm boys wanted to call the cops, Dad says. I told them no. I know the game, and I said you'd have your friend come tow the truck. I'll call just now, Ridge growls. He hasn't put his phone down since helping Tobin into the house. I bite my teeth together hard to keep from screaming. Pissed at the growing list of people sucked into my problem, and now suffering just like poor Tobin. Dad, I need another bowl of clean water, I snap. The water in the bowl I'd carried in is already coppery red, full of the blood I've been wiping off of Tobin's legs. Ridge sets his phone on the table. I'll get more towels. I don't respond, just keep washing, adrift in my own pain, listening for whatever else Jackie tells me to do. No surprise, she's as thorough with Tobin's care as she was with Dad's. She assesses every scratch, scrape, cut, and bruise. She bandages them and forces Tobin to take some pain meds. She doesn't even take a breath. I'm right by her side, frantically working, wondering every second if she'll run into some complication that'll force her to call a doctor. Exactly the thing I know Dad, Ridge, and his entire crew want to avoid. If Clay hoped to hit us with a diversion so monstrous we can't tell up from down, let alone go after him, then mission accomplished. Okay, Jackie finally says, standing up and looking Tobin over. He'll be sore for several days, but he's going to be fine. I'd still like Dr. Abrams to look at those ribs. I heave out a huge sigh of relief. Not for me, but for Tobin. I just wish, God, how I wish, there could be a reason to breathe easy, but it's beyond impossible right now. Whatever faint flicker of hope I had inside me winks out. I'll help him to his room, Ridge says, moving to his friend and valet. You'll be more comfortable in your bed. Tobin agrees without complaint this time. Poor guy. Poor Ridge. There's a bitter sadness in his starry blue eyes that sends a dagger through my heart. But I saw something else, too. A violent urge, the eyes of a god driven to obliterate everyone who tried to murder his friend and demolish his household. Talk about scary. I hurry ahead of them, through the kitchen and down the hall, to where Tobin's room is located, not far from the sunroom. After turning down the bed, I leave the room, giving Tobin his privacy, as Ridge and Jackie lay him down and help remove what's left of his black trousers and hunter green shirt. So much blood, just like the towels. They're bound to be permanently stained. I tear myself away from the awful scene before wretched, panicked sobs make it impossible to do anything. I'm in the kitchen washing the bowls when Ridge grabs my shoulders. Of course, I try shrugging off his hold, but it's too strong. He's going to be fine, Grace, Ridge says, no hint of doubt in his fierce voice. You heard Jackie. I'm already lost for words, so I shake my head, brushing his arm with my hair. Darlin', listen, he whispers. I've got this covered. That breath I'd been holding hisses out. I can't even look at him, knowing if I do, I'm dead. No, Ridge, you really don't. It isn't some movie script. You're not living this neat story where the bad guy gets caught and the good guy wins the girl and they all live happily ever. I pinch my lips together. I know I'm being ridiculous and mouthing off like I shouldn't. But I know, more than anything, how petrified with fear I am, deep down. I'm terrified he's about to get himself killed. There's no victory, not for anyone, and I'm most certainly not the girl a man like him deserves to win. Ridge, on the other hand, he's the type of thief who steals hearts without knowing it. I couldn't even pinpoint when he stole mine, but he did, and I'll never get it back. No time to back down now, not when it's getting real, he says, his voice like low thunder, midnight blue lightning flashing in his eyes. Chin up, girl. I'm pulling my guys together, and this evening we'll... Excuse me, Jackie's voice rings out as she steps into the room. I hate to interrupt, but have either of you two seen Nelson? My spine quivers as I do a slow turn and see her standing in the doorway, wearing a worried look. He's not in the house or the cabin. I wanted to check up on him now that Tobin's stable, but I couldn't find him any... I don't need to hear more. I just take off running. I'm racing through the house, out the front, barely grabbing hold of the railing on the front porch when I see the overhead door on the shed hanging open. Our old Ford gone. Everything, and I mean everything, goes to pieces inside me. Jesus, no, I whisper. I hardly realize Ridge's tall blur running past me, down the steps. He doesn't stop until he stands near the shed. The empty effing shed. Got this covered, do you? I shout, tears bursting from my eyes. I knew this wasn't going to work. I told you. The worst part is, I don't even know how long Dad's been gone. I last remember seeing him when he brought me more water for Tobin. Ridge arrives on the steps in front of me, his brows low, fury etched on his face of stone. Darlin', it has to, just, don't darlin' me. I'm not your darlin' or your fiancé. That was all a freaking act that's gone up in flames. But this, I point at the empty shed, that's real life, and there's no happy ending. I've got backup on the way, Ridge says, ice-faced and eerily calm, staring down my freakout. They'll intercept Nelson. Not before Clay does, I mutter, my voice breaking. Grace, he reaches for me. I'm done. At some point, if we live through this, I swear I'll calm down. But right now, there's a better chance of convincing a thunderstorm to pass over without a grumble than getting me to dial it back. I push off the rail, spin around, and press my hand against my pounding head. Get inside, Grace, Jackie says, standing in the doorway. Come sit down. We're in this together. It'll all work itself out. No. Chaos doesn't bow to wishes, however well-meaning. Still, my sour, jerky movements don't deter Jackie Owens. She swings her arm around my shoulders and forces me to walk with her. I know it's scary, hun. I shake my head. She has no idea how scary, how frightening, how entirely my fault. I'm worried for him, too, she whispers. He told me all about it, you know. The trouble he's in with that group, how you lost everything. Stunned, I stumble and face her again, blinking back hot tears. He did? Everything, she says. He trusted Ridge with his plan, though, and I believe he still does. You should, too. If only it were so simple. I don't see how I can trust in a scheme that's already ruined, that might have done us more damage. Right now, my instinct screams, don't trust anyone. Dad trusted Clay Grindle once, too, I say bitterly. True, but he learned from that fast, didn't he? Jackie pushes me into the living room, gently but firmly making me well aware she's done with my pity party. I wish I could believe her, zip it, and trust. Trouble is, I'm not convinced she's right. If Dad trusted the plan, where is he? Looking for Clay? A sickness knots my stomach. I know that's where he's gone. Sighing, I sit down, plant my elbows on my knees, and bury my face in my hands. What's he even thinking? If there's anyone who's horribly conscious of what Clay can do, it's Dad. He has absolutely nothing to gain by chasing down that man. And if he's thinking about surrender, throwing himself on a madman's altar, trying to save me, then he doesn't get it. There's one prize he wants, and one prize only that'll ever satisfy him. Me. The cell phone in my back pocket buzzes then, just as it has since morning. Amy and Alicia are excited about the shindig, all the famous people who will be there. I'd foolishly gotten caught up in that, too. The party planning, and in their friendship. Maybe this is what I get for accepting a little normalcy in my life. Dreading what's on the screen, I force myself to wake the phone and tap the text messenger icon. It's an attachment from a number I don't recognize. I consider not opening it, but bite my lip and do it anyway. My heart stops. My only instinct is to scream. Ridge! He's at my side a second later, grabbing the phone from my numb hands, staring at the picture. Our old Ford, half sunken in the ditch, rolled over, its window shattered like busted teeth. I'm too mortified to even shudder. The Ford probably didn't even have functioning airbags, no updated safety features whatsoever. Nothing like the new truck Tobin was in when they ran him off the road. Ridge makes a dash for his phone, rips it off the table, and starts thumb punching at the screen. I don't know why he bothers. It's too late. There's no one to help Dad now. Here, look at this, he says, holding his phone in front of my face. A short video starts up. 2 pickup trucks, one red and one green, both waiting just off the side at the end of the driveway as Dad sped by. Of course they pursued. Ridge clicks on another button. Bile rises in my throat. It's another short clip. Dad being pulled out of our Ford, alive, thank God, and shoved in the back of the red truck. Then another video plays with the green truck ramming the side of the Ford, spinning it across the highway and into the ditch, where it bows up on one side. I look at him, nostrils flaring, unsure why he thinks these nightmare clips will bring any comfort. Those kids who helped Tobin weren't farm boys. They're undercover agents Falk brought in, shaved clean and dressed like townies. Ridge sits down beside me. They're still out there, Grace. They'll be keeping an eye out for Nelson and those damn trucks. He puts an arm around me. I shake my head, trying to make sense of what he's saying. The FBI? I thought you said Falk was working independently. He also owns his own PI company and still works closely with the feds. My throat burns. Awesome. So even if Dad survives, he'll be arrested on the spot. I shake my head, thoroughly disgusted. If Clay doesn't kill him first. No, Falk told me they can set him up with a plea deal. No jail time. Full exoneration for cooperating in the case. No ill-gotten assets left to seize in his case either. They've had flashes of the Old Town boys on their radar for years, but nothing definitive like we've dredged up. Grendel, his uncle, and his cousin have been working designer drugs for years, but they could never get anyone to talk. Falk wouldn't let us down. Trust me. My skin crawls as I shake my head, blinking back tears. I'm so flipping done with crying. Tears won't do anything to end this. Still, I let Ridge wrap his arms around me, folding me up in the shelter of his body. I bury my face in solid muscle, howling inwardly to get my crap together, to regain the self-control to slog through this, to help him help me. Jackie's right. Trust in Ridge. Isn't it all that's left? And when I'm deep in his arms with his chin tucked against the top of my head so sweetly, so tight, that's where I find my answer. The same strength I found in our farmhouse that night after shooting at Clay. I had to clean up the house, including Mom's ashes, because Dad was a teary-eyed mess after he saw the carnage. I was strong for him, for Rosie, for Stern, for Mom's memory, for me. And I think I can be stronger now for Ridge. Fake or not, there's nothing fabricated about the way he stepped into my life and fought to give me a second chance. And even a man with his acting prowess couldn't fake the passion he gives me around the clock. It finally happens. A little more hits in every breath, probably because Ridge is so powerful that some of his courage slips into me by osmosis. I lift my head and breathe. Hold it. Release. There's more I don't know, isn't there? I whisper. Not even a real question. Tell me everything. His eyes shine down with this kindness as he takes my hand, laying everything out. He tells me about Bebe ordering drugs for the party, hard evidence the FBI could use to nail their operation. He gives me the latest on Faulkner's informants, FBI men who've tracked Clay ever since he'd left Milwaukee, and how, right now, those men are coming here on horses borrowed from Drake and Bella Larkin, riding across open country to the ranch, under Clay's radar, so that when he shows, no doubt bringing Dad along as ransom, we won't be alone. We won't be surprised again. He also mentions Grady, the huge bearded bartender who had taken up position across from the hotel with a sniper rifle and the sheriff's approval. But he's on his way here now, where he'll find a new spot to regroup and make sure we're covered if Clay can't be captured fast. So, wait, all this, Dad leaving, was part of your plan? I ask, wondering if I've missed something. No, Nelson bolting was his own doing, he says, giving me a look that says he hopes there's some thought behind it. Seeing Tobin injured was a gut punch, I bet. I don't know what he's thinking, honestly, but whatever it is, he's not out there alone. I nod, praying he's right. Undaunted, Ridge kisses my forehead. Neither are you, Grace. We didn't know if they'd actually show up at the hotel, so we had several alternate choke points in place. Judging by where they hit your old man, odds are they're coming here, and we'll be ready. Here? My heart climbs into my throat, vibrating like a hummingbird. Not ideal, but we'll manage. They'll never make it inside. It's just a waiting game until Grendel shows his hand. Can you be patient a little while longer and follow my lead? He whispers, his eyes so dark and fierce. Can you pretend for me one more time? I nod, purse my lips, and put on my bravest face. For him, I mean it, even though I'm still sick to my stomach.
22. No counting chickens. Ridge. An hour later, my phone pings constantly with text, confirming men are in place at several locations across my ranch. I see a tree bending outside, a shadow through the window, and tense until I see a burly fist come out and give me a thumbs up. Grady. Thank fuck. He's ahead of schedule and heading for the roof, ready to give his sniper rifle a VIP spot at this party. I hope like hell we won't need it. All this fucking around, waiting for Grendel, feels downright torturous. I'm utilizing my acting skills and putting on my bravest face for Grace. But I'm concerned, very concerned about Nelson going AWOL. Damn it, I bet he panicked. I should have told him more about the backup options if the big bash at the hotel fell through, but part of me feared he'd convince Grace to run now that he's on his feet and feeling better. I'm sure it was the FBI rumblings that scared him off. I'd hinted at full exoneration, but in his stubborn way, he swore up and down it would never be possible. Can't blame a man for believing he's being set up after he's been in the trenches, suffering Grendel's shit for over a decade. It's been almost 2 hours since they took him, so something better happened soon. Patience has never been my virtue. I'm stewing when a new text hits my phone. And then a louder chiming sound for a camera notification goes off right behind it. I look down at the screen. Raven's here. Got him in sight. Look alive. I fire back a text to Grady, relieved he's in position. Wait for my mark. No fireworks unless he's getting stupid. I send back. Or anyone makes a move on Grace, shoot first. No hesitation. He sends back an elephant emoji. Christ. I'm gonna trust that means yes, with his gruff, locked and loaded attitude. The cutesy crap never was his specialty, and neither was carrying on a conversation by text. I open the camera app and replay the latest alert, a video showing a bright red truck beginning its long crawl up my winding driveway, followed closely by a green vehicle behind it. Goddamn, I didn't expect them to show up in the same vehicles they used to capture Nelson. I figured Grindle would only wheel around in the back of a sleek black SUV. Apparently not. I turned to Grace, who stopped pacing the floor, clutching at a strand of hair hanging over her shoulder. It's him, isn't it? Whatever happens outside, you stay in here, I tell her firmly. The rest is up to us. Of course she starts shaking her head. I mean it, Grace. Don't argue. I look at Jackie desperately. Keep her inside. Lock the doors if you have to. Jackie nods, and fighting the raging desire to shut Grace up with a kiss that pulls the breath from her lungs, I jog to the door. I don't need to touch base with Falk to know he's on top of his people. It'll probably take a few minutes for the furthest agents to close in on the house, the barn. Even on horseback, they're plodding over rough, uneven ground left scarred by winter. No doubt whatsoever the recent rains have left the fields washed out, with sinkholes of mud that can swallow a horse's leg like quicksand. Slamming the door, I head for the barn with my game face on. Those engines are growling closer by the second. I never thought I'd see the day when my acting skills might save my life. But ready or not, it's here. Another thing I never expected. Ruining a $50,000 bottle of scotch to pull my balls out of a vice. Fuck. I flash back to last night when Tobin helped me put the finishing touches on our big surprise. He had that fancy bottle of Macallan scotch I'd ordered, looking like a virgin, never touched, its potent liquid swirling like molten gold behind the glass every time it caught the light. It's in my hand now, as I pull it from the small crate of expensive bourbons I'd intended to have Tobin load up last, if we were still heading into town as planned. Glad I kept it handy. Truck tires crunch over pavement now. I wait, raking a hand over my face one more time, willing myself to be someone else as the truck grinds to a stop. Setting the bottle down on a small table behind me, I turn and face destiny. Stepping outside with a glare for the men in the trucks, I look like a man who's just walked through a messy dog park with brand new shoes. Private property, you idiots! I shout. Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying. Buzz off. Grindle, wearing a black suit and chewing on a cigar, climbs out of the red truck. He scowls at me and then at the house, head up, neck tense, every bit the vampire mobster Grace made him out to be. Those eyes are like whorls of dark ink, portals to some scary, ruthless place. His stance, the way he holds his arms out, tells me he works out. I keep my shoulders slouched, my knees slightly bent, hoping he'll think my good looks come from stylists and yoga classes, not hard muscle earned in rivers of sweat. Jackknife Pete climbs out of the green truck behind him. He's wearing a suit jacket, too, leering at me instantly with that piggish tattooed face of his. Interesting. Seems I'm not the only actor here. They're playing their parts well, I'll give them that. Trying to flex on my turf like real high rollers. You again? I point to Jackknife. What the fuck are you doing here? I thought I kicked your ass at the Bobcat back in the winter. Watch your tone, Hollywood, Grindle says coldly. His voice is charred but smooth, every word clipped, pointed, and fired with intent. Nobody disrespects my men. I don't care how famous you are, pretty boy. That's one reason I came all the way here today. Do I know you? I grumble with a shrug. Facing me again, he flips open his jacket, showing a gun holstered near his belt. A friend of a friend. I wish we'd met sooner. This could have all been much simpler. Hell of an introduction, showing up at my place, flashing your toys. Ignoring the gun, I nod at Pete and smile. You some kind of real-life Terminator, or do you just play one? Who put you up to this shit? I bet it was Bebe. This is just the kind of thing she'd pull at my own engagement party too. Enough, he barks. And the other 3 men at his sides draw their guns. Now we're having fun. I glance up at the highest point of my roof, where Grady hunkers down underneath a silvery gray cloak that matches the shingles, the long nose of his gun shifting. He's got Clay right in his sights. I shift my weight and stiffen, acting like I'm intimidated, giving him a false sense of control. You're not playing, are you? What's this all about? We were supposed to meet at the hotel. I throw my pitch a little higher, panic entering my voice. Clay just nods, motions with 2 fingers, and 3 more hulking thugs step out of the green truck, guns drawn. No sign of Nelson, which also means there's more to his crew than these freaks here. He probably left 1 or 2 guys behind, guarding him elsewhere. What is it you want? I ask again, staring back into his dead-eyed gaze. But Clay looks past me then, toward the house, and gives me the words that ice my blood. About damn time. Hello, Gracie. He snarls. Grace? Shit. I spin toward the house and stifle a curse hanging in my throat. I should have known she wouldn't stay put. Jackie couldn't hold her. Not when it's Satan himself on our doorstep. Think, damn it. I'm desperate for ideas. Every hot second counts. I can't let her get in the thick of it. So I take a long, deep breath and let go. Losing it comes all too naturally. Hey, Godfather man, what's going on here? I shout, then whistle so loud their ears twitch. How do you know her? Grindle stares at me for a moment, dumbfounded, and shakes his head as a smile that's too wide for his mouth stretches across his face. So much for acting. I don't have to fake looking freaked. For Grace's sake, I am. You really think you're something, don't you, Hollywood? He looks back at Grace. Looking for your daddy, Gracie? Come on over, let's have a chat. It's up to this playboy if you want to see Nelson alive again. I take a step forward, needing to work my way to Grace, but stop as half the men point a gun at her, and the rest turn on me. Shit. I wasn't expecting this type of firepower. I'm sure somewhere up there, Grady is just as confused, weighing his options. He's only one man. He can't shoot them all simultaneously. He might blast 3 or 4 guys at best before the others react. If he has to pull the trigger on Clay, it might scatter them, but also might not buy us more than 30 seconds to run. I can't even count on his sniper skills. There's no more safety net. I have to fucking act. You blowhards mind putting your guns down for a second? Christ, you're not careful. You'll put somebody's eye out. And we have a party to go to, so hurry up, I say, throwing the subject off Nelson. For a second, Grindle looks at me, his head cocked and his nose wrinkled. You've either got balls of steel or you're mentally deficient, he says with a bitter chuckle. I should have known you were missing a few marbles with the stuff you ordered. It's true what they say. A man's got a better chance at spotting a unicorn than one of your kind sober. You're fucked up right now, aren't you? He thinks I'm on drugs. I flash him an empty smile, raising my hands, giving them a nervous shake. I don't know what your deal is, bro. I just want to party. You're holding up a sick bash. Or did you come to drop off the goods? Is that what this is about? You worried I won't make good on the money? Shit, I've got it in the barn. Let me just head over and grab it so we can... Everybody's guns pivot toward me, thankfully off Grace. She's looking at me like I've lost my mind. Inwardly, I smile. If it looks real to her, then these boys are almost where I want them. Not so fast, Grindle mutters, his salt and pepper hair catching the sun, lighting him up like an evil shadow in broad daylight. We have more important matters to discuss than money. What? Oh hell. I whack my hands against my thighs loudly. I get it. You're pissed because you didn't get an invite. What? He clips off, a disgusted look on his face. That's not even remotely true. You idiot fuck of a... Talk to my manager, I say, giving him the idiot he wants. Actually, don't. Tell you what, if you make good on the candy, if it's truly as mind-blowing as they say, you guys can join in. I know keeping a low profile is probably your jam. I'm not in your business. But if you don't mind doing lines off the tits of the most expensive stripper in the country, we can... Clay doesn't answer. Not with words. He raises his gun in the air and fires several times, thoroughly done with my shit. I hold my breath, waiting for total chaos. By some miracle, Grady holds his fire, probably begging me to give him the signal. Not yet. Because I just saw several men dressed in black tactical gear creeping around the storage shed, and Falk himself dropping down behind their vehicles. He's probably planting trackers in case they make a run for it. Enough of this fucking nonsense. Grindle barks, hot fury smoldering in his eyes. He whips his attention back to Grace. But before he can say anything, I walk toward her, careful to keep a healthy distance while their guns follow me. Baby, you know these guys? I thought... You told me that ugly weasel rat from the bar was a fluke. Some idiot who wanted in your pants and wouldn't take no for an answer. A knowing glimmer lights up her eyes. She's still confused, sure, but she remembers what I told her, what I asked her to do back in the house. Pretend for me one more time. Grace. Grindle eyes her up and down. Is that true? You didn't tell this jackass about us? She makes a soft choke sound. There was nothing much to tell, she says, stepping closer. I'm done with what happened back home, Clay. Just give him what he ordered and let it go. He's paying you a fortune. For a second, I can see the maniac torn, unsure whether to forfeit the biggest payment of his life for his trash drugs, all for this angel who still has him climbing the walls in his own fucked up head. He'll never have her, but I need a damn diversion. Some way to get them in the barn so I can deliver the kill shot. You're not cute, girl, he growls. Did you tell him about your other boyfriends? The one in high school who took you up to your senior prom? The one whose mother made him break up with you after she found a dead rat stuffed in her mailbox with a post-it wrapped around its tail? Or the one in college who suddenly decided he needed to go to a new school in another state? I told that twit I'd feed him his own balls. Shit. She's turning pale. I only see red. This bastard has been warping every part of her life, even new ones she never knew about. That's right. All me. Do you have any damn clue just how long I've waited for this? He turns back to me, hot death in his gaze. If there's any reason left in your drug-addled brain, you'll listen, Hollywood, and listen good. I stare him down, relieved that I can finally let the hatred boiling me alive pour out. You've put me in quite the fucking pickle. See, I don't want to give her up, but I would very, very much like my $8 million. Grindle snaps. I could just try to kill you and take it, but you're too high profile to sweep under the rug. Such a shame. Gracie, your little engagement here was exactly what I needed. Imagine my surprise when I learned you'd convinced him to go along with my media link, leaving with this washed-up idiot. It should have ended there. But you've always been a selfish bitch, haven't you? Now you've put Hollywood in real danger. I see how he looks at her. It makes me want to rip his throat out with my teeth. He's trying to push our buttons, though, so I might as well play along. Whoa, wait. It was you? Asshole, I'm taking a break from L.A. Your dumbass stunt could have trashed my whole career. I turned to Grace, my eyes on fire. Why didn't you tell me? Why'd you have to go and sweep it all? His deep, cruel laugh cuts me off. The sicko sounds truly pleased this time. Do you even want to marry her? He asks softly. I think I see what this is really all about. You invited everyone here, all your friends, promising them some candy to get back in their good graces. Well, Hollywood, I'm your candy man. He winks at me. I stop my hands from balling into fists and act shocked, stunned, confused. Stop fucking around. Show me the goods. We'll see if they're worth this trouble. He puffs out his chest. You think I'm offering you some second-rate raver garbage from California? I'm bringing you the finest, crafted by scientists with degrees in a real lab. Yeah. I step closer, and I can almost feel Grady on the roof just begging to pull the trigger. Show me, and I'll show you the money. Then we'll sort out whatever shit she's gotten me into. I cast a mock-angry look at Grace, who throws up her hands and glares right back. I hate like hell that she's out there, but since she's so good at playing along, I don't completely lose it when Clay lifts his hand a second later and motions to the barn. Grab her, you idiots. Find the money. Let's make a deal. It's a minor miracle I get away without sampling any of the crap in those bags. He's brought a junkie's dream of high-grade amphetamine in small round pills, white powder meant to make people fly like kites, and other crap only the DEA could fully classify. The last 10 minutes feels like an entire year, with Grace at my side, and I can't even hold her hand. Not if we want to keep up appearances. I just hope to God the wire I'm wearing is still working, and Falk's team hears everything. They can't come storming in while these goons can shoot back. It's settled then, I say, throwing 2 black leather bags bulging with cash down in front of them. $8 million even. Another $2 million I'll wire to you as soon as we're done here for Nelson's life, and your word that you'll fuck off out of their lives and mine. Clay Grindle's eyes light up, as much as 2 demon dark black holes in a man's face can anyway. He grips my hand like a tiger tearing at some slab of meat. The pump of his arm alone leaves zero doubts he plans to stab a dagger in my back the minute it's turned. He'd still come back for Grace, and probably kill Nelson in cold blood if I were making a real truce. Bad news for him. I'm so fucking not. Hell of a shake, I say, already moving to the small table a few steps away. Former military? I never had the honor, but I've seen more gun battles than the average bonehead grunt, he says, gross pride in his voice. I once thought about it. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I freeze, already lifting the bottle, doing a slow turn as their guns rise again. Relax. I wanted to polish off the fine print right here with a toast. I give them a goofy grin, holding up the Macallan bottle. If this goes well, I think I'll be buying from you boys again. You're pretty reasonable when you're not trying to blow my brains out. A couple of his guys gasp when they see the bottle and lower their guns. Grace just stares, worry etched in her pearl blue eyes. Boss, that stuff's the shit, if it's real. Jackknife grunts, the spark in his beady eyes saying it better be. Will you let me get some cups? I've got a few right over here. Go ahead, Grindle, take a sniff. I struggle for a few seconds with the cap, tearing off its foil layer, working off the top, and then passing it over. Tobin's ruse with the seal worked. The bottle looks and feels as good as new. Damn it. And now for the one part I forgot. I grab the only cups in the barn, the cheap red plastic ones we'd kept around for quick drinks of water after bringing in the horses, and walk back over to the group. Grindle looks at me like I just pissed all over his expensive polished shoes. You can't be serious. You expect us to enjoy a scotch like this out of these fucking frat house cups? I'm sorry for the bad presentation. If you'd like to head over to the house for some real glasses, we can. I'd ask my man, Tobin, but after the way you fucked him up earlier... No, that was a mistake. We didn't think you'd come to your senses so easily. Grindle doesn't wait as I pass out the cups, and then begin filling their glasses, saving one for me. I give Grace a look. Ladies last. This is a man's drink, baby. Fuck do I hate saying those words. But the raw look of disgust she gives me, which I'm praying is still her playing along, makes the wolf and a few of his packmates smile. To new friends and old acquaintances, he says, lifting his cup, waiting. I look down at the gold liquid swirling in my glass. None of the goons move. They're all waiting. Waiting for me. Nothing's gone according to plan today. Slowly, I look at Grace. She doesn't have a clue what's happening, but she's watching me with huge glassy eyes, pleading against what I'm about to do. That's the problem, though. If it means saving her, keeping her safe, giving her back a life, I'd do a hell of a lot worse than drink poison. Bottoms up, I say, throwing my shot back in one go. Shit. No sooner than I swallow, they tip their own cups, greedily sucking down the expensive booze. Supposedly, the stuff is fast-acting. I loaded a smaller dose than what I gave Linus Hammond that night, knowing we just need to bring these fucks to their knees, not kill them outright. It didn't hit Hammond for several hours after he'd left the bar, though, so Tobin combined it with another chemical. It should hit the bloodstream faster. Clay Grindle and his crew only have minutes, and so do I. What worries me is if it doesn't hit them simultaneously. If several men see the others dropping, we'll be in for a world of hurt. I need a diversion. After pouring them another shot and setting the bottle down, I glance around. The horses are backed up in their stalls, nervously, like they can feel the tension. The only thing moving around is Cornelius. He'd walked back inside the barn a minute ago, but now he's strutting around my feet in careless circles. Damn this bird and his terrible timing. Unless... I take a messy step forward, pretending I'm a lightweight, totally unable to hold my liquor. Cornelius squawks and leaps in front of me. Grindle laughs and so do his men, slinging back their second shots. They're cringing a second later when the rooster belts out an ear-splitting call, telling my idiot feet to watch where they're going. I make a show of almost tripping over him again and glare at Grace, telling her not to move.
Let your thoughts drift softly with this music as we pause the story and invite you into a moment of stillness. We're honored to have you here.
They're roaring at my stupidity now, and I'm picking a fight with my own angry cock. Words I never imagined in this context, or any, really. It's even more ridiculous that it's working. I'm herding the chicken away from them, step by pissed-off, screeching step. Now I just have to let Falk know. Get over here already, you goddamned bird! I shout, stumbling around like a buffoon, hitting the ground as I run him out of the barn, arms out to catch him. Several of the goons follow, standing over me, thrashing around in the dirt, while Corny lets off a final warning screech. He's several inches away, circling me like an angry wrestler. I'll give you till the count of 3, I roar, flinging my fists in his direction, then pulling them back. Corny flaps his wings furiously, stabbing the air with his beak. Grindle follows a minute later, the scotch bottle in hand, fully glued to the shit-show circus act I'm putting on. 1. I swing my arms at Cornelius, just as I see a silhouette peeking around the corner of the storage shed. Faulkner. 2. I swoop my arms again, scooping up Cornelius this time, trying like hell not to get scratched to bloody pieces. I'll make it up to you later. Do your worst, buddy. I whisper to the rooster before shouting, 3. I don't even have to toss him. Just turn him around. Cornelius goes flying at Grindle like a bat out of hell, screaming so loud they're holding their ears. Or is it something more than damaged hearing they're worried about? I get my answer a few seconds later when 3 of the men go down, dropping their guns, clutching their stomachs in agony. "Grace," I scream, but she's already taking cover, rushing to the other side of the barn. Just in time. Cornelius brings down Hal, landing on Grindle's head with his spurs extended. The crime boss bellows like a bear covered in bees, at the full mercy of Corny's feet and a beak that won't quit. Suddenly I can hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Time slows down and my vision fogs up. I hear the FBI guys charging in, shouts, screams, grunts, and gunshots. They overwhelm the crippled, falling force of goons easily, but Grindle is still on his feet, fighting back somehow. He's mine. I don't know how I fight through the fog in my brain, and something that feels like a hot knife jabbing me in the gut, but I do. My first strike is a kick to his right hand, knocking away the gun he's struggling to pull. My second is a hard right punch to his throat, followed by a left hook to the nose. My final blow takes him down, a knee to the nads so hard it drives his balls into his stomach and hopefully gives him helium voice for life. Normally, I wouldn't fight dirty, but this isn't a man I'm dealing with. This is a fucking snake. The full load of poison hits him then. He rolls into a tangled ball, groaning like a 6th-grade bully who just got whipped on the playground. Fox men swarm us. Cornelius stands on the side of Grindle's head, jabbing him in the forehead with lightning-like needle pecks. Surprise, Candyman. Not all acting happens in Hollywood. I pick up his gun and point the barrel at his nose. I'd love to blow your brains out right now for what you've done to Grace and her family. But you aren't worth the bullet. Get used to how your little balls feel right now. In prison, you'll be living with men who swing nuts far bigger than any you'll ever have. I hope you rot. Grindle rasps like the dead and goes limp, as if he knows he's the victor. Cornelius throws his head back and lets out an ear-piercing crow. Then he hops off the bastard's head, leaving a nice warm puddle of white bird crap in the demon's hair. I wish I could laugh, celebrate, but everything goes fuzzy. Like my eyes just won't focus right. I'm not even sure whose huge arms are pulling me back. A rough, familiar voice yelling in my ear. "Ridge, you gotta let it out, man. You hear me? Ridge." I look up and see Grace in the barn. She's still plenty terrified, confused, but I know she's alive. She's safe. Damn, I did it. There's barely a second to smile before the full force of Grady's hands plow into my gut. He knows what's wrong with me. By the second thrust of his knuckles under my ribs, right into my gag reflex, I'm dropping out of his arms, barfing. It hurts like hell. I get as much of the venom out as I can, too screwed up to even pay attention to the commotion as the Old Town boys are quickly cuffed and led away. Falk makes his way over and drops to my side, helping Grady lift me up. And then I'm staring at Drake's Dallas police badge, struggling to stand on my own 2 feet. I can't do it without them. "Ridge, you still with us, buddy?" Drake's voice drawls in my ear. I wish I could answer. Hell, I can't even speak. My lips won't move. "Call Abrams," Falk belts out. "It has to be that crap in his system. Tell her it's—" Right now, I'm not going to say I regret my friend scrambling to save my life. But damn, if this is how it ends, I wish I'd kissed Grace just a little longer the last time. I wish I'd told her I wanted to marry her for real. The last thing I hear is Cornelius crowing like a gladiator, and then everything goes black.
23. No faking it. Grace. I've lived in fear for so long that I can't fully believe what I'm seeing as I watch them load Clay and his men, handcuffed, into guarded ambulances. Half of them are on stretchers. They'll be kept under the gun with a huge FBI and police presence until whatever they've been tainted with works itself out of their systems. Then they'll be sent straight to jail. 100 questions scramble my brain. I still don't know where the SWAT team came from. I hadn't seen them before, but the moment Ridge let Cornelius fly, they appeared like ants bursting out of a rotten log. They literally swarmed the entire place, taking down Clay's men in one swift, well-coordinated swoop. The only one who staggered away was Jackknife Pete. Someone attacked him from behind. The bullet hit the red truck, taking out the back window. I know what happened now. Dad, who'd been tied up in the back of that truck, managed to get free and somehow still had his gun. But at the time, my eyes were 100% glued to Ridge. The way he took out Clay in seconds. The way he said those horrible things so intensely. It was hard not to believe them, even though I knew deep down he was lying to save me. The way he smiled just before he went crashing down with the goons, stricken by what was in that bottle. At least the bird crap in Clay's manicured hair is hilarious and totally fitting. But the rest is no laughing matter. I look over and see Dad hugging Jackie Owens like a war just ended. Maybe it has, but mine isn't over. Not until I see Ridge and hear Dr. Abrams say he'll be fine. She insisted she'd know in roughly half an hour whether or not he needs an ambulance and the hospital. But it's going on an hour now. She's still up there in his room, working, watching his vitals, making sure he's stable. It's like a terrible case of food poisoning, she'd hinted. God, I hope so. Faulkner walks up the steps to the porch where we'd gathered, his emerald green eyes bright and guarded.
Great work today, everybody. If I know Ridge, he'll be happy as hell when he wakes up,
Falk says, scrubbing a hand through his cropped hair.
And that was some damn good acting you did with him, Grace. Still can't believe how it ended with the chicken. He kept their attention, that's for sure.
If only we'd planned that far ahead.
What now?
Dad says, turning back to Faulkner and another blue-eyed man with dark blonde hair and wild ink on his arms. I recognize Drake in his police uniform.
If you boys need me to come down to the station now, it's only fair. That won't be necessary. They'll be booked into the county jail as soon as they've got that crap out of their systems.
Falk's thin smile grows.
That's the best part. The trial should be in North Dakota, where Grendel's uncle doesn't have the same pull he does back in Wisconsin, and he won't have much for long.
Drake nods slowly, glancing at the vehicles.
Sheriff's already back at the station, working on how to hit them at home. This is just the beginning. The Old Town boys will be as good as gone in less than a week. Hard to believe. Look, I know I flew off the handle earlier,
Dad says, wringing his hands.
You took 10 years off my life worrying about you, Jackie chimes in, laying a hand on his shoulder. Sorry for the scare. I couldn't chance one more person getting hurt from this crap, so I took action. I knew Ridge had backup, but after what happened to Tobin, things got messy. I thought I'd do what I could to help lure Clay out here. Get it over with. It was high time.
He draws in a deep breath.
And if that means I've got to face the music, so be it. Well, I ain't with the feds officially anymore, and can't promise anything. Several guys who are still on active duty promised me an exoneration for your cooperation, Mr. Sellers. Believe me, you'll get it. There'll be plenty of time tomorrow for a full statement, Fox says, glancing between Dad and me. Plus, we need somebody to keep Ridge company. I know Tobin's out of commission, too. A damn shame.
I'm not sure why he went quiet until I turn around. Dr. Abrams steps out on the porch, her face grim. My chest tightens. I can't even breathe, afraid to speak the questions searing the air. He'll be fine, she says, pausing so we can exhale our relief. A little shaky overnight, certainly, and he'll need that IV drip for a few more hours, however. No more words. I don't have the patience, the time, or the restraint. I nearly bowl over the good doctor, launching myself at her in a big fat bear hug. And as soon as she's regained her balance, I'm gone, sprinting through the house, upstairs, straight to the half-open door of his room, which I fling against the wall.
Shit, darling, where's the fire?
Ridge blinks at me, his eyes gentle blue stars, sexier than ever and lazily half-lidded. I'm not sure if it's the bad stuff wearing off or something else Abrams gave him. I don't care. Not as I jump on the bed, throw my arms around his neck, and bury my mouth against his. We'd definitely break a few new records in speed kissing. It's hard remembering I have to pull back and let him rest. He needs space to breathe. Jesus, if it wasn't for the IV in his arm, I think I'd be straddling him this instant with far fewer clothes. Holy hell, Ridge, I can't believe that we...
Slow down, sweetheart. We did it, didn't we?
He gives me a slow look. I nod so fast I think my head might fall off and keep nodding as I say, You were amazing. They're all busted. Faulkner said they're off to the hospital and then straight to jail. I suppose somebody should check on Cornelius, but God, what was in that drink? Even through the haze of sickness, his gaze drops. His huge body lets out a low, melancholy sigh, and then I feel his big, thick hand folding around mine. I hope you won't hate me for this, Grace. Hate you? I blink at him. There's one more thing I have to come clean about, and it can't leave this room. Tobin and the boys who helped us today, Grady, Falk, Drake, they're the only ones who know. I only told my friends recently so they'd know exactly how to help us. Ridge, his name falls out of me and I grab his hand. Tell me. Anything. That fuck who killed my mother, Linus Hammond. He's the reason I knew how to think on my feet and save your life. 1 week later. I'm still reeling. Witnessing firsthand everything this gorgeous man did for me was a shock. Finding out he was afraid I'd run off after learning he'd poisoned a monster who can compete with Clegg Grendel for Satan's finest. After he told me, I buried my face in his chest and cried. It's a heavy thing when a man trusts you with his secrets, his life, his all. And after everything I've done, everything Dad went through, right or wrong, I'm in no position to judge him for taking justice into his own hands. If he hadn't done it again, if he hadn't conquered his own trauma with Hammond long enough to face down Clay, I wouldn't be standing here in this fabulous dress, worthy of a fairy tale. He's only ever asked for one thing, for me to live, and tonight I won't let him down. I glance at Ridge, shaking my head. You're sure about this? The party? Nodding, he grins. Hell yeah, it's still on. Bebe wrangled most of our guests into coming back after the meltdown last week. We have a whole town full of people waiting to hobnob with the rich and famous. I can't let Dallas down, or the folks from back home. The show must go on. I roll my eyes, laughing. He sounds like Dad, who insisted they get on with it after days of being down at the station, racking his brain for every detail about the Old Town boys. It's amazing how my father was reborn, and legally, he's almost home free. About that, even with the focus on you being Mr. Big Shot Hero Man, don't you think people will remember the real reason we invited them out here? I can't bring myself to say the E word. It has to end, this acting, our sham engagement. And, so what if they do? Ridge asks, mischief sparking in his eyes as he adjusts his tie in the mirror. I'm so lost. There is no reason to continue the charade, besides this party, which the entire town is looking forward to. It's a social obligation for him. I get it. The air feels shaky as it enters my lungs. Maybe you're right. The engagement stuff won't be earth-shattering for most people when they're sharing the same room with superstars. I smile, fixing a few loose strands of hair with my fingers. What's one more evening out? I've been pretend engaged to Ridge for weeks now. And even if most of the town knows what happened out here last week, they probably haven't pieced together the pretend part of our relationship. I shouldn't worry. But it just feels different now. Heck, I feel different, and so does our beautiful little sham. I have no earthly clue what happens next. Dad and I are free to go anywhere without looking over our shoulders. With the big bust in Milwaukee a couple days ago and former Congressman Grendel in custody, the network has to be close to done like Dad insists. We're free to chart our own course, free to go anytime. But that's just the problem. I don't want to go anywhere. I'm dangerously happy here, living a lie so beautiful I never want it to end. I keep smiling at my reflection in the mirror, full of if-onlys. If only Ridge loved me. If only I wasn't, well, me. I'm so not the kind of catch a movie star marries. He's Prince Charming and lethally sexy flesh. I'm a freaking peasant. Ridge slides so easily into being Mr. Normal that it's easy to forget. Sure, a wickedly handsome and very loaded kind of normal, but normal in his laughter, normal in his dreams. Everything except normal when he kisses me so hard I start believing in wishes again. Seeing the show he put on for Clay and his goons reminded me just how good of an actor he is. Fortunately, I look the part of a princess tonight. The dress I've chosen is royal blue, strapless, and there's no chance of my boobs falling out. Yay! A shudder ripples through me, though remembering that time Ridge walked in while I'd been trying on dresses not so long ago. I shouldn't even dare to want a rerun. No way. After tonight, this last big shindig, I have a feeling I'm destined to turn into a pumpkin as far as he's concerned. Not that he'd throw me out on the street or anything, though maybe that'd be easier. Rather, he has to turn me loose soon. Need some help, darlin'? Here. He crosses the room, and I try not to tremble when I feel his hands on my back. He zips me up, the one thing I hadn't done yet. His chiseled face behind me completes the look, like I've morphed into someone else. If only it was that easy. I put my hair up using the gold filigree barrette clasp Bebe sent with the dresses. It leaves a few loose waves around my face. The high-end makeup does its job, too. Glancing at myself in the mirror as I step into the black heels, another special delivery, I'm surprised by the image staring back at me. It's me, obviously, but the reflection is a woman who's actually pretty, sophisticated, halfway worthy of a man like Ridge Barnett. Amazing what an outfit worth more than any vehicle I've ever owned can do for a girl. You know, you haven't looked at me once, he whispers, tucking his chin against my shoulder, pushing soft, warm breath to my throat. What's the matter, Grace? Figured out how fucking knockout sexy you are, and now this boy isn't good enough? Look at me, darling. Slowly, tenderly, and yes, seductively, he turns me around to face him. He's wearing the tux, the same one Tobin resumed fussing over as soon as he could walk again. And oh my God, pure electric desire rushes through my system, threatening to short-circuit every inch of me. My body heats like fire at the points where his hands linger on my waist. Holy hell, I whisper. You look fuckable. I hope that's the next word you planned on coming out of your mouth. His grin makes it hard to stay conscious. Because I'm all healed up from my dust-up, and later, Miss Sellers, I'd love to pick up right where we left off. There's no doubt whatsoever what he means. Not with his finger grazing down my back, tracing my spine, languidly running across my ass. Almost forgot. I also have this for you, he says, breathing into my ear while the small, shiny thread materializes from nowhere. A necklace, and he does the honors, draping it over my neck. Glancing down, I see a string of pearls, very expensive ones. The pearls belonged to my mom a long time ago. She never wore them since she was young, he whispers. Beautiful things deserve to be seen on beautiful people, not locked up in a box. And Grace, tonight you're fucking dynamite. Oh, Ridge, I can't. This was hers. It's too special, I say, stunned that he's giving me the honor. Exactly. Was hers. Now it's yours. He kisses my shoulder before twisting me around, showing off my look of shock in the mirror. It's too perfect with that dress. Don't make me drag Tobin in here for a second opinion. I smile, knowing I should protest, but it's only one night. So I nod and step away, moving to the closet to grab this stylish white velour cape. Is everyone else ready? They're waiting on us, he says, taking the cape. He drapes it over my shoulders and ties the silk strings under my chin. As much as I'd love to linger and unwrap you right damn now, best not to keep the people waiting. I want to loop my arms around him, kiss him like mad, but I resist the urge. If there was ever a time to start weaning myself off him, it's now. Ridge and I take his dually pickup, while Tobin, using a cane I'd found in the antiques a few weeks ago, rides with Dad and Jackie in her car. It's easier for him to get in and out. No reason to be nervous, Ridge says as we're driving along the highway. You're about to shock and awe everybody in the room. I don't care how rich they are or how many film credits they've got. I pinch my lips together, continuing to look out the side window. There's also no reason to keep up this game, Ridge. Clay's in jail. Dad and I are safe. We can go anytime. Sure you can, once the trial's over and your Ford gets repaired. Oh, Jesus. The truck, it's probably totaled. Jess had it towed to town along with the new truck Tobin was in when they ran him off the road. With everything else going on the past week, it totally skipped my mind. Where do you think you'll end up? Back in Wisconsin? I'm sure a judge would give you the farm back. I shrug. It's up to Dad, mostly. Don't you have a say? It hardly matters. The only thing I know is I'm going to need time to heal from all of this. I'm sure we'll discuss it at some point, I say glumly. Just as long as you're happy wherever you end up, he says, a sharpness in his eyes. Whether that's Wisconsin or Wyoming, or right here in little Dallas. I nod, glance his way briefly, and then stare out the windshield. He always wanted to see Montana. That's where we were headed that first night, to my cousin Noelle's farm. Tears sting my eyes, hot emotion ambushing me, but I need to tell him. We can't stay with you forever, Ridge. Dad wants a fresh start, and so do I. The sooner the better. His silence scares me, this quiet storm building. But it also tells me I'm doing the right thing, getting everything out in the open. I mean, if he had, by some freakish miracle, fallen in love with me, he'd have said so, right? And I can't say boo about it either way, because he's already done far too much for us. I can't stand putting more on his shoulders. I know what that's like, thanks to Dad, carrying someone else. We'll talk about it tonight, after we get home, he says, firmly but not angrily. Right now, we've got a hotel full of people looking for a rush of fun. Let's give them what they expect. You're right. Sorry. I'm not trying to ruin anything. We'll knock him dead. I smile, reach across the console, and take his hand. If this is my last night as Ridge's bride-to-be, let's go out with fireworks. The hotel looks bigger and fancier than I thought. It's this place from the 50s by the interstate with a grand banquet hall. A natural backdrop for the rich and famous, an elegant small-town gem. I find out later it's been renovated recently with a community grant from North Earhart Oil, Drake and Bella Larkin, putting the old Reed fortune to good use, making Dallas shine. There is a huge buffet set out, tables, a dance floor, a live band, and an open bar. Thank God. A stiff drink sounds nice right about now. Liquid courage never hurt a girl. The room is already swarming with people when we arrive, and there must be 10 cameras for every guest. Ridge introduces me to so many familiar faces of people I've never met. All well-known stars, reporters, businessmen, and badass ladies showering us with wishes as this happy new couple. Like I need even more reminders I don't belong in his life. They're all very nice and surprisingly grounded, though, and Ridge is his usual cocky, fun-loving self. He leads me through the crowd, the introductions, making it feel just a little more effortless. Bonus, he's deliciously encouraging with his hands. Every time he touches me, I melt a little more inside. Which, let's be real, is all the freaking time when his arm rests snug around me, or his hand is in mine if it's not on the small of my back. My ears burn as an actor tells Ridge he can't wait to see him on the screen again. It's a decent script, another Western thriller. They want me to be Mr. Tortured Outlaw Man. Considering recent events, I'm up for the job. Ridge chuckles. Guess filming starts in a few months. Ridge's words echo in my head. I thought he was done with film. They go back and forth, bantering about working together again. All the things that happened during their last film. Bebe joins our small group a minute later. She's ecstatic as she mentions how Hollywood is already buzzing over the new film, and then starts talking about schedules, producers, directors, writers, and plenty more that makes my head spin. I spot Alicia and Amy near the bar and excuse myself from the group, but I only take a few steps when Bebe grasps my elbow. That dress looks amazing on you, doll, she says, flashing the smile that could eat up the entire world. Thanks for sending it, plus the other stuff. I'd be a lot less impressive if I had to go digging in my own wardrobe. All part of the deal, which I need to thank you for again, she rushes out beneath her breath. My God, the magic you worked on that man. Me? Yes, you. Who else? Ridge agreed to do more movies because of you. She elbows me with surprising strength for being such a pint-sized woman. I think someone's in love. Honey, keep a leash on him. Whatever you're doing, it's working beautifully for you both. Just when I didn't think anything else could shock me tonight, here comes an atom bomb. My insides sink. Because of me, she said. I've chased him out of his home, out of retirement, back into everything he hates. Excuse me, I force out. I need to speak to someone. Of course, Bebe chirps. Enjoy the night, and thank you again. Lord knows I've tried everything to woo him back to the screen for years, and you did it in weeks. The prince is back, and I don't think anyone cares about the why. I nod, swallowing the bitter taste in the back of my throat. God, I'm overwhelmed. The terrifying, exhilarating possibility that Ridge feels something deeper makes my heart pound. It's insane even considering it when we're worlds apart. Still, he cut a deal for more films, the very thing he hates, all so he could slay my dragon. All for little old me. Heap. "Hey, Grace, over here," Amy calls out, seeing me blundering around like a lost gazelle. "Who'd you kill for that dress?" She gives me a hug, and so does Alicia. "It does the job. You two look fantastic." Honestly, they do. Amy has her long hair curled and pinned up, while Alicia's hangs long and straight. "You have no idea. It's a relief to get out of mom attire for once." Amy lifts her dress. "Heels even. No yoga pants, t-shirts, and Crocs tonight." "No ponytails either," Alicia says, flicking her hair with a smile. "I haven't worn a formal since high school. I swear, the entire town is here. Look, Bella Larkin brought the big guns." I look over and see a curvy, elegant-looking woman with piercing eyes and styled brunette waves. She's in a long, flowing baby blue dress, Drake Larkin hanging on her arm. "Damn," Amy hisses, watching them float through the crowd. "I wonder if they feel upstaged, having folks even richer and more famous than they are here tonight. Then again, with Ridge moving here, that's kinda already happened. They're rich and famous, but not like movie star famous." "Amy, hush," Alicia jabs her sister playfully in the side. "They're good people. If only they'd brought Edison to the party. Did you hear what that crazy horse did last week?" I shake my head. "While the ruckus with the cops and those thugs was going down at your place, Edison chased down this punk kid who thought it'd be cute to steal fireworks from the Dallas Days Festival coming up next month." Alicia smiles, shaking her head. "I guess Bella took Edna into town for a stroll, and Edison went looking for his mare. It's true what they say. He's part bloodhound, and I guess he's an honorable deputy of the Dallas police now, too. Only thing I wonder is which one's luckier," Amy says, her eyes following the happy couple. "Him for marrying a girl that rich, or her for marrying a dude that hot?" I smile and shake my head. Of course I've heard the story of Bella, Drake, and Edison a dozen times. Bella seems so normal making the rounds, it's easy to forget she inherited her grandfather's massive wealth and an oil company. Drake didn't come from money. He was a salt-of-the-earth security type, from what Ridge told me. And yet somehow the stars decided they were meant to be. They met, they fell in love. They're clearly making it work. Could that be my ever-after with Ridge? "Uh-oh, watch out." Amy claps her hands against her cheeks, leaning toward me. "See over there? Miss Marsalis, our old gym teacher. She's never seen in public." She nods at an older woman with short gray hair and what looks like a permanent scowl glued to her face. "She looks scary," I say. "She is," they both yell simultaneously. "What's wrong tonight, Grace?" Amy asks. "You look down." Amy Berland's keen insight is one of many reasons why I enjoy our friendship. I'm just a little overwhelmed. Glancing around the crowded room, I nod at their wine glasses when my gaze makes it back to them. I need another drink. They look at each other, then at me. "Oh, we know exactly what you need," Amy says with a wicked smile. "We'll fix you up right," Alicia echoes. A few minutes later, all three of us have a shot of tequila, salt on our other hands, and a lime wedge. "On the count of 3, Alicia says. 1, 2, 3. Boom. I lick the salt, toss back the shot, and stick the lime in my mouth, sucking out the juice as I swallow the tequila. It's still burning on the way down when hands circle my waist from behind. I gasp, unsure whether it's the shot or Ridge's very capable hands drawing the air out of me. "Tequila shots?" he asks. I shrug. It's not a party until Captain T shows up. My insides sink at the puzzled way Amy and Alicia look at me. "It's a joke," I say. "Something we always said in college." They both burst out laughing. "I need you for a minute," Ridge growls in my ear. Waving at Amy and Alicia, I walk away with him. "Don't do that to yourself," he says once we're out of earshot. "Do what?" "Look so freaked, thinking you'd embarrassed yourself in front of them. Darlin', they love you, and so does damn near everybody you've met in this town. You're cutting yourself short again." He stops, steps in front of me, and cups my face. "I know you've been through hell. It doesn't define who you are. What matters is how you came through it. Head up and standing tall. Own that, woman. Be proud of yourself. You know I am." Heaven help me, he gets a smile out of me. Still, a pep talk isn't what I need right now. More tequila sounds better. Grabbing his hand, I lace my fingers through his and squeeze. "You don't need to do this anymore, you know," I whisper.
Do what? I can't look him in the eyes. This hero act, being extra nice to me like we're more than a couple mixed up people who got tossed together. It's over, or it will be soon, I guess. No sooner had the words come out than I know I've made a mistake. He runs his hands over my shoulders, down my arms, and cups my waist. Then he pulls me closer so our hips collide. Is it? He wonders, that sinful smolder in his voice. Doesn't feel one damn bit over, Grace. Not to me. Oh my, I hold my breath against the hot frenzy of emotion. Lust, worry, love. Stir them up together and you've got one heady cocktail. I'm not even sure I want that tequila anymore when I'm drunk on this infuriating, sexy, all too hard to crack man. So I heard something interesting, I say softly, laying my hands over his shoulders. Bebe told me I'm the reason you agreed to give Hollywood another chance. I told you from the beginning I'd do anything and everything I could to help you and Nelson. Bebe risked her ass arranging this party, working her contacts for the drugs that set up the sting operation. She wanted a few more movies in return, so I agreed. I still can't believe how many drugs he was packing. A shiver ripples through me. Why, Ridge? Why did you do something so dangerous? We lock eyes. Those gems of his glow like bright blue flames, his expression pure stone. The fact that you're even asking tells me I'd better show you. Come on. Taking my hand, he rushes me to the dance floor, and we step into the soft orange light. It takes roughly 10 seconds for the entire crowd to go eerily quiet. Oh boy, dancing with him in front of these people is the last thing I need. Ridge, he holds up a finger. Just trust me, he whispers. After everything we've been through, there's no doubt about that. I clamp my lips together. Then his hands are on my waist, and we sway to the rest of this country rock tune. Our own fluid movements mirror the rhythm and wailing lyrics. I think it's a hit off this new album by formerly infamous pop star, Myla Holly, singing in a style I barely recognize about a clown rodeo called Love. Only when Ridge bends me low in a thrilling dip, I see through the people clustered around the stage. It's a live band. The Myla Holly is actually here, belting out her song. She's tall, blonde, and picture perfect. Her eyes done up like an Egyptian goddess as she watches us and wipes a tear as soon as the song finishes to gentle applause. Thanks, everybody, she says into the mic. And how about a hand for our hosts tearing up the dance floor? I think there's a twister on fire in this little town tonight. You two lovebirds are sweet as pie. You remind me a lot of folks back home, and it takes a special kind of man to shut down a freak show with drugs. Trust me, I know. Never let him go, Grace Sellers. Dead. I'm a goner. A world-class artist knows my freaking name. I can hardly focus on the gentle applause rippling around us. Darlin', Ridge purrs in my ear. You still with me? Seriously, Ridge? Myla flipping Holly? You told her about us? It's Myla. She's famous for being nosy. He grins, entirely too coy and too gorgeous. Plus, she's got her own crew of badasses backing her up. Didn't want a lady sending Enguard security after my ass for refusing to answer a few little questions. Wow. Just wow. That's putting it elegantly. I'm beyond frazzled. Even with the song over, he keeps us in the center of the floor, gazing into my soul with heavy questions it'd take a lifetime to decipher. Ridge, now it's my turn. Still with me? Stay right here, he tells me, suddenly peeling away, leaving me alone with about 1,000 eyes glued to me. Questioning my own sanity, I stand there, glancing around nervously at the smiling faces, trying to make out the hushed murmurs going around. A second later, I realize Ridge jogged over and jumped on the stage. Myla Holly gives him a quick hug before passing him the mic. He says something to the guys on guitars and then faces the crowd again. Dear Lord, what's he doing now? Singing? Listen, if this is some weird karaoke thing, I think I'm out. But the band begins a new tune, delicate and slow, and Ridge jumps off the stage with the microphone, heading for me. And yes, Holy Toledo, he's singing, an Elvis song I recognize. Can't help falling in love. Is there anything this man can't do? He actually matches the king's voice pretty well. All the feels are there in every line. All the fears in every raging beat of my heart.
all the heartbreak, if this isn't the spectacular, miraculous, unbelievable big thing coming. My heart leaps into my throat as he holds out his hand, singing the last few lines with passion gushing out of him. Everyone is watching, so of course I do too, trembling from head to toe. His eyes are locked on mine, and they've never been so clear, so real, so beautiful. The spotlight above the floor reflects in his gaze like the Milky Way. Suddenly, I hear my mom's voice. If you've got a light, you've still got a wish. Tonight, we both have all the light and, dare I say it, love we could ever need. I do wish, Mom, I wish he'll love me like this forever. When it's over, I'm a teary-eyed, trembling mess. My eyes are so fixed on him that I can't even worry about the public affection, the crowd erupting, clapping and cheering, and yelling out encouragement. With his gaze still locked on mine, he whispers, "That's why, darling. Didn't think words could do the heavy lifting for us." Stunned, I shake my head. He can't be saying, "Oh my God." Thank you very much," he says into the microphone, again sounding exactly like Elvis as he bows to the crowd. Then, in his own voice, he says, "I also want to thank all of you for coming here tonight to our big celebration. One thing I figured out about Dallas, North Dakota, is how this town loves secrets. That's something you've got in common with L.A., and since we've got plenty of folks here from both, when Grace and I got engaged, we talked about it, but I never officially asked her. Go ahead, shame on me, but I'd like to remedy that right now." Then, to my utter shock and awe, he goes down on one knee. What are you doing?" I whisper, my lips trembling. Holding my hand, kneeling before me, he kisses the back while looking up at me. "Grace Sellers, you were the best stray who ever came into my life. I had my own demons when we met. Hell, I'm still working them out, but you showed me I was someone else, too. I love you more than I ever thought I could love, woman. I told you the only thing I ever expected when we took down Clay Grendel was for you to live. Yet you've shown me what living actually is, what loving can be. And now, I'm just wondering one thing. It's the heaviest silence of my life. My face becomes a gooey red mess, but I so don't care. I'll never care about anything again except the next words coming out of his mouth. Will you do me the honor of being my wife, Grace, so we can live the best way we can, together? Will you marry me?" No words could ever describe the torrential flood rushing through me. Happiness, joy, glee, bliss, nerves, ecstasy. Butterflies with teeth. I don't release my other hand over my mouth until I feel his lips brush my palm. Lowering my hand, I press it against the rapid thud of my heart and try to remember how to speak. Yes, one simple word with more feeling than I've ever known. Then his arms are wrapped around me, his lips attack mine, and my mind keeps shouting, "Yes, yes, yes," until I can't stop the joyful tears.
24. No Loose Ends. Ridge. As I hold Grace in my arms, the most beautiful woman ever made, I feel like a volcano. Even as I'm kissing her face off, there's a growl in my blood, churning like magma. Now it's with excitement, sweet relief. A moment ago it was fear. The thought that she might say no scared me worse than anything I've encountered in my life. I think it's the only thing that could have truly broken me. This heart beats for her. She's put the love back in it and given me every breath, every beat, every heartfelt word I found the courage to say. All for a love I never knew I had in me. I lift her up, twirling her around, and kiss her again. Then I pick up the microphone I dropped on the floor. "Sorry for the mic drop," I mutter out. "But you heard what she said." The crowd cheers and I kiss her again, before taking the microphone back to the band. With Grace at my side, right where she belongs, tonight and forever. "Now I can tell you the rest of the story," I say, leading her to a quiet, somewhat secluded corner of the room. Her eyes are so bright, so merry, even as she frowns. "The rest?" I kiss the frown lines between her eyes. "I mentioned you traveling with me when it comes time to shoot those films. You'll develop an awesome eye for design with the best of the best. Bebe thinks you could even work on a set someday, if you want. I know you'll like it, and you're so damn good at those things. It's a Western, after all.
You what?
I nod, grinning. I almost told you in the truck, on the way to town, but I figured I'd wait until we were back home. Alone. Which is when I also planned on asking you to marry me originally. For real. I kiss her hand. I couldn't wait. So I had to improvise here tonight. And Mila Holly was down to help after we struck up a conversation, so...
You know how to improvise like an eagle knows how to fly,
she says, leaning her head against my bicep. I'll show you more later, I say, in a bed full of rose petals.
Rose petals?
She's holding her breath. My bed should be covered in them by now. There's a bottle of champagne and a bucket of ice with our names on it. Her body shakes real sweet from laughter.
Don't tell me you improvised that, too. I won't believe it. How long have you been planning this?
A little while. Only white lie I tell her tonight. Truth be told, the idea of being married to her was in the back of my mind for weeks. I just never let it hit with full intensity until I knew Grindel was on his way. The thought of losing her hit so hard and strong. The day after I got over the poisoned scotch, I put a plan in place for asking her tonight. Very, very privately, since everyone already thought we were engaged. I knew I couldn't do it until after Grindel's entire ring was busted. That came together like lightning this week.
Are you sure, Ridge? She whispers. We aren't exactly cut from the same cloth.
Shit. That's exactly why she would have never agreed. Grace has this foolish belief she's not worthy of me. Every second I look at her, I know it's the opposite. I cup her face. Thank God we aren't. You're cut from an angel's robe, and mine's more like the devil's suit. I need you, woman. I'm going to keep needing you for the rest of my life. I love you like hell. Love you with everything I am, everything I'll ever have, and every damn thing I'll ever be. I love how she pauses and takes a sharp breath.
I love you too, Reg. So much. But what if your friends find out about Clay? About my past? It could ruin your career.
I laugh. You kidding? I'm the only idiot who could ruin my career. And it doesn't mean nearly as much to me as you do. And anyone who doubts will learn why they're stupid soon enough. Clay's being prosecuted. The Old Town Boys will be national news. Hell, friends of mine are already sniffing around about pitching a film based on it. You'll be the heroine of that story. I kiss her, and I'll be your hero.
A little late. You are my hero.
She smiles awkwardly.
I know how cheesy that sounds, but
nothing. I love it, darling. I slide my hands over the silkiness of her shoulders, down her arms, and around to cup her ass. Let me mingle a while so we can leave. Best not to keep that champagne waiting too long. It's after midnight before we're finally able to leave after shaking so many hands it feels like a workout. The visions I've been having for hours turn into torment. Grace naked on my bed, legs spread wide for the taking.
I saw you talking to Dad,
she says once we're on the highway. Had to apologize for not asking his permission first. He's an old-fashioned guy. I glance at her. He forgave me, don't worry. She laughs.
He's excited about your idea with the pumpkins.
Yeah, he said he really loved that. I have the perfect place for him to start growing a patch. He can live in the cabin until he figures out if he wants to take off for Montana fishing. We've got the whole season to plant fields full of pumpkins and give hay rides to his heart's content. Bedrosian and Stern will enjoy the exercise too, and you know Cornelius will love the visitors. I wink and she laughs again. Damn, do I love that rooster, though. Even if I hate what he does to my eardrums, I say, shaking my head. I apologized for riling him up to take on Clay and promised him a few hens this summer. I'd brought the farming idea up with Nelson while also apologizing to him for not asking his permission before asking Grace to marry me for real. Wanted him to get something out of the bargain. He's giving me his daughter, after all. I'm sure he'll be a hit with the ladies, she says, fluttering her fingers against my hand. Not the tease my dick needs right now, but damn if part of me doesn't like it. Jackie liked the idea for your dad, too, I say, glancing her way to see how she reacts to that. Smiling, she nods. Good. I like her a lot, and I'm happy Dad was able to make a friend, finally. Enough to have her as a stepmother someday? Because if I was a guessing man, I'd say ours won't be the only wedding in the future. She beams like the sun. Nothing would make me happier. He's been so lonely since Mom died, and he deserves a little happiness after what he's been through. You do too, I say, taking her hand. When's the date? Date? She folds her other hand around our clasped fingers. Wedding date. Ours. When are we getting married? I let out an exaggerated sigh. Please don't make me wait long. I have a few insane honeymoon ideas. That gets a giggle out of her as sure as it paints her cheeks red. Seriously, if we were in Vegas, we'd already be married. Fake Elvis and all, instead of me singing his tunes. I stare at her. Want to fly there tonight? Tobin would probably love to book us a jet. He's dying to feel useful again after having to take a week off. No. She lifts our hands, kissing mine. I want to see rose petals and drink champagne. God damn, do I love you. I push down harder on the gas pedal. Within minutes of arriving home, we're naked on the bed, throwing rose petals at each other. I never expected this day to end in a petal fight with a woman who's agreed to spend eternity with me. But here we are. Eventually, I hurl myself back against the pillows, arms wrapped around her, bringing her with me. I've never gotten undressed so fast in my life. She wiggles her lithe, perfect body on top of me and props her elbows on my shoulders. I don't know. I've seen you strip pretty fast before. Her back is arched and her tits are just below my chin. I tweak one of her nipples between my thumb and forefinger. My other hand sweeps between her legs. I'm throbbing like a drum when I see how wet she is. Fuck. So tonight wasn't a record for getting undressed? She shakes her head. Sorry. I tweak her other nipple, loving how it puckers at my touch. Then we'd better set a new record. How many times can my cock take you over the edge tonight? That sounds fun. But what will we have to look forward to on our wedding night? Breaking the old record. I growl. Whatever the fuck I have to say about records, I'm ready to break something right now. I lift my hips, grinding my cock against her folds, touching my swollen tip to her clit. She pushes off my shoulders and sits back on her knees between my legs. I'm down with that idea. I smile. And we haven't even cracked the champagne yet. She shuts me up with a kiss that could douse the world in flames. Save it for round 2. Her eyes are hot, big, ready to be shook into oblivion. I want you now, Rich. Ditto. I grasp her sides as she rises up, plants her knees on both sides of my hips, and positions herself over my heart-on. Or maybe round 3, she says with a whimper, lowering down on my shaft. I feel her like mad. Her pussy is so slick, so ready, so fucking mine. I love how it stretches just right, anchoring my dick deep inside her. I'll never get tired of this, she whispers, sinking all the way down so I can feel her wetness on my balls. Damn. Then she rises up again, urging my hips to chase her. The sensation, the friction stalls my breath and breaks my inner beast off his chain. I suck a ragged breath as she lowers back down. Whether it's truly the best ever, or I just think so because now I know she's mine to keep, I'm not sure. But I know one thing. At this rate, I won't last long. I reach down, gently flicking the tip of her clit as she rises up again, and then give it my thumb. She gasps, and then it's my turn as her pussy tightens more, plunging down faster, then up again for another stroke. Again. Oh, fuck, again. I grab her hips, slamming her down harder every time, and arch up to meet her. Driving, leading, taking her harder and faster with every stroke until we're both soaring. So close, oh, Ridge, she screams, arching as she comes, my hands swinging her hips deeper into the storm. Her wet heat squirts on my dick. What little control I had left goes to shreds. Grace, fuck. Driving deeper one last time. A firestorm rips through my body as she takes me with her, coming pure lightning. My seed erupts in her, furious and hot, my balls pumping and aching to spill everything, to claim her from the inside out. The aftermath is just as perfect, just as electrifying as she collapses on my chest, my cock still inside her, still throbbing as her pussy quivers with the last of her aftershocks. We lay there, breathing hard, before she lifts her head and laughs. I think you've convinced me. I'm ready to set some new records. I fully agree, and spend hours that night setting several new barriers for us to break on our wedding night.
25. No substitute. Grace. For the 10th time today, I pinch myself in the thigh. I'm not taking any chances that this is a dream. Part of me worries that one morning I'll wake up and none of this will be real. Barely a month after Ridge asked me to marry him, we're back at the hotel, in the banquet room, saying our I do's. Dallas comes out again in full, and so do many of his high-profile friends from Hollywood. This time, when I enter the crowd-filled room, I'm beaming with happiness. Dad walks me along the red carpet that's been laid out from the huge door to where Ridge stands on the stage. They've turned it into an altar, complete with an archway covered in yellow roses. He's in a lady killer tux again, black with a gold cummerbund. I swear, a hotter man never existed on this planet, in this galaxy, in this freaking universe. It makes me smile to see you this happy, Gracie, Dad says with a sniff I pretend I don't notice. Some days, I just can't believe our luck. I feel the same way, Dad. My heart swells with love as each step brings me closer to Ridge. We've been through hell and back and have a lot to be proud of. We sure do, Gracie girl. Your mother wouldn't believe it. The sun shines in through the window, soft gold highlighting my groom in his full glory just then. I'd be a fool to miss the symbol. A light, my guiding light to happiness. My wish finally coming true. If you've got a light, you've still got a wish, I say, mostly to myself. Dad chuckles. You remember that, huh? Haven't heard that old saying in years. Every day, I whisper. Every single day. I should do more than remember. After today, I should believe it with all my heart. It took Ridge Barnett to restore my shattered faith and wishes. Love truly doesn't have any boundaries. The ceremony is as beautiful as our commitment for life. More memories than I could ever hope to hold spill out in every moment. I don't think we're up there for more than 10 or 15 minutes with everybody's eyes glued to us. I'm so stuck on Ridge, I barely get to glance around at the tears falling out of my bridesmaids, Amy and Alicia, or the solemn nods of approval from Faulkner, Grady, Joel Andrews, and Drake, Ridge's groomsmen. I do catch Tobin, Ridge's best man, quickly flicking aside his glasses to catch a tear, then straightening his suit like nothing ever happened. It's so hard not to smile until it hurts. I wish I could brand every second into my brain for life. The fierce way he says I do with his midnight blue eyes blazing with promise. The sweet, oh-so-possessive way he slides the ring on my finger. The unbelievable way he lifts me up and gives me a kiss that sears my soul. It happens about half a second before the pastor finishes the famous call to kiss the bride. If there's a glitch anywhere, I never notice. I'm too focused on Ridge, now my husband, to have and to hold for the rest of my days. The reception that follows is the perfect celebration of our new life together. We slip away while the band plays on, drinks keep flowing like water, and finally, Ridge carries me over the threshold of the hotel's honeymoon suite. And yes, I'm sure he's thrilled that we finally break that record for our clothes coming off. No easy feat when I'm decked out like a white belle with laces that give his fingers the ultimate MacGyver test. We both groan at the pleasure when he enters me for the first time as my husband, and again as he plunges deeper to the hilt, claiming my depths. God, my nails rake down his back, and I can't stop my legs from shaking to save my life. He fills me, thrills me, and languishes in these slow, focused thrusts. They unite us fully, just like each feral kiss, fully intent on marking each other for life. Damn, darling, how do you stay this tight? He thrusts harder, sexy precision, taking me to a happy place where I can't think of anything except the building fire, leading to a climax that's out of this world. When the crescendo comes, I shout his name, feeling it down to my bones. I'm glad he's there with me, burying himself so deep he stretches my walls, growling his release in my ear as his thick heat pours into me. Holy hell. It's like riding a wave, reeling in aftershocks that have my pulse echoing in my ears, my body jolting at the brilliance of how good it feels to come together. I cling to him tighter as we descend, loving the weight of his body on mine as I sink into the mattress. Completely boneless, I lay there, every cell in my body spent, and even more in love with this man. We're going to break some records tonight, he says, rolling off me and onto his back, as listless as I am. A tiny giggle is all I can muster right now, but I'm up for the challenge. Rather, I will be in a few minutes. He slides an arm beneath my neck, pulling me close. Have you thought about where you want to go for our honeymoon? I snuggle in closer. We'd discussed a honeymoon, but there was so much to do with the wedding I thought it'd make sense to relax closer to home for a couple weeks. I've also got plenty of Dallas folks blowing up my phone and email constantly, booking design projects. Soon it'll also be time to fly to California for his new film. Any place you've dreamed of, he tells me. That's where we'll go. I lift my chin, looking at him with a smile. Right here, nowhere else comes close. He kisses the tip of my nose. Then we'll figure it out. We've got the whole world to enjoy each other's company. Laughing, I scoot up and kiss his lips, running a hand down his hard, flat stomach. He wraps my fingers in his and guides my hand down to his cock, leaving no doubt where we're off to. A month later, we're in Hollywood. I'm thoroughly enjoying being an intern of sorts on the set crew, helping decorate scenes to be shot in old homes, saloons, stores, jailhouses, and a mass of other settings. Yes, he's doing another Western, but this time it's by one of the best and brightest creative teams in the industry. Or so he says. I'm also amazed by the film process. Mostly, though, I'm awed by my stunning husband. Ridge's ability to read something once and have it memorized is truly astounding. So is the way he repeats what he's read with such passion and belief. He makes every bit of fiction come alive. And when the cameras aren't filming, he's back to being himself, which is even better. I've read the script. It's compelling, action-packed, but there's also a love interest for Levi, Ridge's reformed outlaw character. It's a small part of the story, but it still makes my stomach queasy. I know Ridge loves me, but I know what it's like pretending to be his love interest. I don't want anyone else having the honor. Call me jealous. Whenever he breaks from scenes, I've got my lips on his, marking my territory for all to see. Grace, you're needed in wardrobe. I fluffed the pillows on the old bed I'd just covered with a patchwork quilt for an upcoming scene and turned to the producer's assistant, James. He's older, with gray hair and more lines on his face than a road map. Wardrobe? Why? For your fitting, he says. Come on down. Fitting for what? I shake my head. Jesus, didn't... His wrinkles double as he frowns. Didn't Ridge tell you? Tell me what? Change of script. You're making a special cameo. Instant goosebumps. What? No way. I'm no actress. There's no acting involved. James pinches the bridge of his nose. You'll see. Follow me. Ridge is still busy filming scenes outside, so I can't ask him what this is all about. Wait, how? What did he change? Instead of him and Cleo getting together in the end, after he's cleaned up the town, he rides away alone, James tells me. I know the scene he's talking about. Cleo, the dance hall girl, is supposed to jump on the back of Ridge's horse, and they ride into the sunset together. When he rides off, that's when the audience finds out that every time he looked at his watch, he was looking at a picture of you, James says. I like it. It's unexpected.
If the people behind his last movie just listened to his suggestions, the movie wouldn't have flopped. This one won't, I guarantee it. It'll be a blockbuster. He nods at his own affirmation. Anyway, they need you in wardrobe for a dress to get some photos taken, so we'll have them for the watch. Ridge walks in just then, dust on his boots, jeans hugging those hips I know too well. My heart melts at the sight of him for so many reasons. I was just telling Grace about the changes you made, James said. I nod. Ridge's eyes smolder, just like they do at night when we're alone, and as he walks toward me. My face tilts up as he arrives, fully expecting a kiss. After I give him the sugar, he says, I decided you're the only love interest I'm having, whether it's real life or make-believe. I love you, I mouth as our lips meet again. After a kiss that leaves me wishing we were at the place he keeps in Malibu, the one his mother bought years ago, and he still owns, he steps back and looks down at me with a broad smile. We'll celebrate your first role in a film tonight, he tells me, pressing his head to mine. I pull back softly, touching his chin. Better idea. We'll celebrate our love. Shaking my head so my hair flips, I add. But right now, I'm needed in wardrobe. His laughter echoes in my ears as I leave the set. I choose this gorgeous old dress, historical down to the last detail, and sit through several photo sets. Weeks later, I'm in that dress again for the movie's final scene. I'll never be an actress, but I agree to participate in the fade to black because Ridge insists I'll be the only love fit for him. The scene is just me, standing at an old well, drawing up a bucket of water, when Ridge appears in the distance. I drop the rope instantly and go racing toward him through the tall grasses. He rides in, jumps off his horse, and catches me in his arms, lifting me high into the glowing light. The scene ends with us kissing, wild and carefree, and worth every bit of the PG-13 rating this movie is likely to get. Some would call it cheesy, ridiculous, over the top. But me, I just call it living with the wish that came true. My hero, my guardian, my Romeo who saves me, lifts me up, and pieces me together a little better every last day of our lives. This concludes The Romeo Arrangement by Nicole Snow, narrated by Heather Costa and Tor Tom. Copyright 2020 by Nicole Snow. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole Snow, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.